Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, yeah. Just get a knot in your throat right when you turn the microphone on. That's professional streaming 101, bro. Ugh. Hello. Hello? Hey, you guys alive? Oh, jeez, Rick. Yes. Yes. Anyway. No, I am dead inside. That's hashtag deep. Hello, me streamer. Streamer boy, me Bob. All right. So the Scott VOD is 1 hour and 54 minutes. Oh dear. Uh-oh. That's not good. Hey, you guys want to see new space station modules? For real? Also, the Danger Zone song isn't muted. Oh, that's good. I had no idea you were on Scott stream, and it's like, hey, you said, hey, I know that guy. Yeah, we kind of threw that together last minute. It's something we've been trying to do for a long time. But, yeah. Yeah. Scott's good people. The Axiom Space Station. Yeah. Look. Oh, yeah. Them's aluminum tubes. Tube. I have to tell you what the frick you can do with an aluminum tube? Follow the hardware. Always. Always. Those are the Axiom space modules at Thales Alenia. It is a very Italian module. UFOs, yep. I want to do some Conquerdroid style renders of your Kerbal X craft. Any preference for ones you'd like to see? Take your pick, man. Are these for the ISS? That's correct. Yeah. Or that these correct. Pretty cool, right? Okay, shall we load up Kerbal? Let's go. Let's keep going. Project Endurance. Day 2. Day tube. 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 Let's see. Oh, I wonder if this mutes. I wonder if this mutes it. I mean, it's in-game music technically. Anybody know? If you know this music, then God, good job. Oh, close, Tessa. All right, you guys get the gist of it. You guys get the gist. It's from Gran Turismo. Yeah. I don't know, man. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Can you say or not if you enjoy the KSP2 loading screens? Important question. No, I can't. I don't know what a loading screen is. I don't know what KSP is. I've never played KSP before in my life. It doesn't say. It says the artist, believe it or not. It doesn't say. This is called Like a Bird. Dude, at the end of the stream last night, I legitimately got stressed out. Like, legitimately got stressed out from watching that SSTO explode. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm that much of a wimp that, like, a video game screwing with me is, like, a traumatic experience, but I'm not gonna sit there and say that I was completely cool watching that either. It still hurts, man. It still hurts, dude. Chat made me watch the clip of the SSTO blowing up on the pad last night, Tessa. And I'm like, I don't want to watch this. I really don't want to watch this. Are you kidding me? You guys incessantly linked it until I freaking put it up on the stream. And I'm like, I don't want to watch this. I don't know how many times I have to say that. You mean yours? What other SSTO exploding would stress me out, Tessa? As if there's been a real life one. You dingleball. Explosions are good content, though. Pathfinder, it's not good when I see like 6 months of work go down the drain in one shot. That was tough. But you have made a few, so it's hard to tell. Yes, just yeah, that's fine. Just be like that when I'm talking about traumatic experiences. Oh yeah, I had a real traumatic experience. Well, which one? I don't know. There's been multiple ones. How many traumatic experiences could you get? That's what you're doing right now. That's what you're doing right now. Okay? You're being a dick. All right? You should buy the game. You'd be good at it. Yeah. Hey, Razzie. Dude. Razzie, did I tell you? Did you see the pictures from KSP, from the KSP thing that we did? Check it out, dude. Hold on. That's weird that doesn't pop up. All right. Let's scroll down a little bit. Dude. Emilio Cozzi was there. He's an Italian space reporter. I don't know if you know who he is. That guy is cool. Emilio's cool. I spoke Italian to him and he got very confused. But check this out, dude. Adrian was there. See Adrian back there with the Brian May flowing locks? Adrian was there, dude. Razzie, that guy, Adrian's an Italian STEM streamer, and he's really, really good. He's really good. Did they offer you the lot of the custom KSP2 chairs? Yeah, but how am I going to take that home? Yeah, I got to meet Adrian, dude. I was really, really pumped about that. He's chilling in the back with the boom. They could ship it. Oops. Dude, look at this crowd. Look at this crowd of freaking people, man. I still can't believe that happened.
Discovery,
Daitor.
throttle up.
21 months. Thanks, man. Yeah, Billy ain't kidding there, man. So what was this event? Quick DLDR. Was it about KSP2? Yeah. Dude, I got to go to... Zyzep, I got to go to S-Tech, dude. I wasn't that far away from you, to be honest with you. A lot closer than I normally am. Here, let me show you. I got to play Kerbal Space Program at a European Space Agency design facility. The ESA Experimental Technology Center. It's... And don't get me wrong, I know you're not from the Netherlands. I know. It's closer than I normally am, though. S-Tech is down here. There it is. Razzie, you worked there? You worked at S-Tech? No way, man. Yeah. Dude, we got to go into S-Tech, and I got to play... There's a high bay right here, and we got to play KSP2 in that high bay, which is really cool. Like, and all these folks are people that they invited, and then over here is, like, all the developers. So Emilio's right there, Adrian's there, I'm there, Das is there, Matt Lone was there, Tim is there, Tim's cameraman Flo was there, Scott was there, Jatwa was there. Like, dude, there is, like, the who's who of, like, Kerbal creators here, which is unbelievable. Did you go to the beach? No, he didn't have time. So I'm guessing you're under NDA. Yeah, guys, I've played it. I can't say anything about it, dude. They're keeping this one tightly wrapped. But it's for good reason. Trust me. Yeah, Leglander, I was there. There, see? I had the green. See? I had the green. I was standing next to Nirtea. That's Chris. Modder's gonna mod? No? Yeah, maybe. Photoshopped! You shut up. Shadow Zone wasn't there. He had a scheduling conflict. That's right, Raz. Took me longer than I care to admit to find EJ in that. How did you? Why were you in the Netherlands and I couldn't meet you? Dude, we were only there for like a couple of days, and I couldn't say where I was going. They said don't tell anybody where you were going. Yeah, I've met Shadow Zone before, Tessa. Yeah, Shadow Zone's cool. I like that guy. There's gonna be a Kerbal named Eric, I'm sure. Maybe. I want to keep that GT music on the down low, dude. Yeah, dude. Laglander, check this out, man. We stayed right in the Victoria Plaza Hotel. Right there, dude. Shadow Zone is... No, Shadow Zone does... He doesn't do... Like, I mean, Shadow Zone's doing some pretty crazy stuff right now. He's doing his Invictus Grand Tour project. Who paid? Not me. You almost died in this city? What'd you get hit by a bike? That's very easy to do. It's very easy to get run over by a bicycle in this city. I did see the bicycle under garage, Laglander. I was geeking the frick out. Das and I were geeking out over the bicycle parking garage. That ain't my cup of tea, but that's pretty freaking cool. See this canal right here? See this canal? Screw this canal. Let's build a parking garage underneath it because frick you. Dude, I was like, what is this? So, like, the first day I was there, in order to try and stay up, because jet lag, right? I was walking around, right? And I walked around the plaza, and I saw that, and I'm like, oh, that's got to be the entrance to the subway station. And I didn't think anything of it, and I walked back, and then the next day, Das and I were out walking around, and I was like, dude, we got to go down there. We got to go down. So we walked down there expecting a subway station entrance, and there's a freaking bike parking garage. I'm like, what the No, the metro entrance is over here. Yeah, no, the subway is over there. I'm like, what? Dude. 7,000 bikes, man. I'm impressed. That, like, the city's nerd in me went, oh, I like this. Yeah, that's bike parking too, S. Yeah, I know. Crazy, right? Yeah. I'm like and then it kind of, I've heard people say that the Dutch people have been fighting the ocean. They've been waging war on the ocean for centuries. And it kind of all clicked into perspective there. I'm like, they absolutely have. And then you realize that these mother truckers are literally playing cities. You see this? See that thing? That's all reclaimed land. All of it. That's like city-sized land reclamation right there. And that one too. Yeah, Jonas, we didn't have time to see them. I really wish I did. Like, I'm impressed, dude. That is impressive. That is impressive, dude. Amsterdam is 2 meters below sea level. Sounds like a road trip in the Netherlands. Dude, I'd do that. I would do it, W. Yeah, I would road trip around Europe. Sure, absolutely. I mean, dude, yeah, Laserman, you're absolutely right. Dude, people say, oh, Amsterdam's a dump, and I definitely kind of saw it. There's a lot of trash on the streets and stuff, but dude, whatever. Yeah, as an American, that's normal for me. Like, sorry. It's true, at least in Boston it is. Anyway, there's a lot of cigarette butts around. A lot of people smoke. A lot more people smoke in Europe than they do in the United States, interestingly enough. But they may not have been smoking cigarettes, I will say. Amsterdam is super pretty. Super pretty. Like, everywhere is a picture. Like, you could make, like, any picture into a painting and it would look amazing. Yeah, Leglander, you know, we got out of the car in Amsterdam to get into the hotel, and it smelled very skunky. I think you guys have a skunk problem. It just smelled very... How do you say thank you in Dutch? Dank? It's right in the name. Dankjewel. Bedankt. Dank. Yeah, as if I do. Man, yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, guys. In Boston, in Massachusetts, personal consumption is fine. We have dispensaries around, and it smells like weed whenever you go into the city. But it wasn't like this. Dankjewel. Something like that. Yep. Oh, hold on. My daddy's texting me. What's up, Dad? Okay, yeah. Bedankt. Yeah, dank. It's right in the name. They're not going to be happy until it's a 10-minute drive from Holland until England. Yeah, those, I mean... I don't know if this is going to piss people off or not, but the Netherlands is literally Florida minus the crazy people, but in a temperate climate. Florida has the same problems, guys. So, like, digging retention ponds and stuff. Oh, yeah, that's... But see, we don't have the space problem. So, in Florida, they don't have a space problem, so they just spread out. Scandinavian road trip when? Yeah, Langlander, I had fun, man. It's a cool place. Cool place. Orange Country's alright. Just okay. Just okay. I haven't forgotten about that football thing, man. Yeah, you have a space problem, too. Well, Langlander, like I said, in Florida, they have the same problem. Florida is very close, if not at sea level. So they dig canals. There's canals in Florida everywhere. Like, here, I'll show you right before we jump into KSP. There's canals everywhere. If you look at Miami, for instance, it's the same thing. Like so in Miami and Fort Lauderdale, they can't build over here because, well, one, it's a national park. It's the Everglades. They said you couldn't build it. But if you just kind of sit here and look at that terrain, that looks awfully familiar, doesn't it? Looks awfully familiar. Just kind of sit and squint at it. A few years ago, you had 42 degrees Celsius. You almost died. Yikes. Yeah, grass. But see, they do the same kind of stuff in Miami. Like, see? Look, canals everywhere. See? I'm telling you, the Netherlands is Florida in a temperate climate. Because they have the same problems. Actually, PY, they got gators over there, boy. They got gators. Big freaking alligators out in the Everglades. Freaking gators that are like 3 meters long, dude. Bite your freaking head off like Jurassic Park style. Yeah, don't go into the woods in Florida unless you know what you're doing. Look at Port Rochelle west of Tampa. I know about that place. Yeah. And more pythons. Yeah, okay, I wouldn't, dude. Don't go in there. And I'm not, dude, this isn't me being like, oh my god, watch out. No, there's literally alligators and they will bite you. And if they bite you, you die. We have snakes in the Netherlands. I don't think you have snakes like in Florida, dude. But also, see? Look, they do this stuff in Florida all the time. But the thing is, you can spread out in Florida. You don't have to cram everything into one space. But yeah, see? It's everywhere. Pretty crazy, right? Dude, that's what it reminded me of. Like, the most. I'm like, this seems like Miami, but in a temperate climate and European. But yeah, no, the Netherlands seems like a cool place. It seems cool. But I still haven't forgotten what Orange Team did to Red, White, and Blue Team. I don't know. According to the Everglades National Park website, the largest alligator ever recorded was 17 feet long. That's 4 meters, dude. Yeah, New Orleans is similar as well. Yep, that's right. Yeah, Zizep, that sounds like Florida to me. But yeah, Leglander, the infrastructure is... Dude, the city's nerd in me was like, I love this. I love it. So, we walked up to the Nemo Science Museum, and we got lunch in the food court up there. It wasn't bad for food court food, but the view of the city from up here, oh my goodness. It's pretty, man. Pretty city. Keep your version of football? I will. I will. Yeah, yeah, that's right. 17 feet is... Oh, yeah, it's 5 meters. Jeez. You had no time to visit Nemo? Dude, we didn't go in, PY. We just walked up. So me and Das walked up there. And, man, the pictures from up here... I'll have to show you guys. The pictures from up here are... They're absurd. It looks like... Dude, it looks like a painting. Like, it looks like a painting. Like, don't get me wrong. There's picturesque parts of, like, Boston and stuff, but not like this. Not like this. Everywhere you turned was a pretty picture. I mean, it's such a beautiful city. Really, it is. Like, you know I don't like giving you guys credit for anything. You know what I mean? Like, it is a pretty city. And the trains were... chef's kiss, baby. So when do you and Brimo move? I'm not moving to Europe. Zizep, I'm not doing it. And it's for a petty reason, and you can call me a piece of crap for it, and you'd probably be right. $1.79 a liter, or €1.79 a liter? You've got to be freaking kidding me. That's $10 a gallon. Frick that. Nah, I'm not doing that. No, I will never do that. Ever. Ever. Nope. That and my truck couldn't fit down most of the streets. Not doing that. Yeah, that's cheap. But you can take the train there. I can take the train here, oh no. Boston has public transit, if you want to call it that. We do. It's... Just take up biking? Biking? Biking. Ew. Yeah, Creeper. $1.79 a liter. It was worse for diesel. Diesel, I didn't see the price, but I know it was higher. Biking. PY, biking is something I did when I was 12. Like before I had a license. I don't do that. How do people transport furniture in Amsterdam? It's all transit vans, Phil. They have transit vans. Dude, I saw a transit van pickup truck. I saw a transit van pickup truck when I was over there. It was a... Yeah, they have transit van pickup trucks. It was strange. Here, I'll show you. It looked like this. Like that. Transit van pickup trucks. I'm like, why don't you just take the pickup truck and just buy a pickup truck, damn it? That's a van with a pickup bed on the back. Just buy a pickup truck. I saw the cargo bikes. The cargo bikes are kind of cool. Yeah, dude, they have a... Look. How is that not a half-ton quad cab short box pickup truck? That's a freaking pickup truck. You guys could say, oh, no, it's a transit van with a flatbed. No, it's a pickup truck, all right? Just take the pickup truck pill. Damn it. Nah, I'm good, S. We'll check it out some other time. Yeah, no, the long box. That's a nice long box bed, dude. That's good. But it also fits in parking spaces. My truck could fit in parking... Nope. So, endurance. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. That's a vibe. That's kind of cool. It's very Euro. Very European. Yeah. Yeah. You want to see what that looks like? Giddy. You want to see what that looks like over here? That's what that looks like over here. I don't think you guys would know what to do if you had one of these. Beast mode. I mean, park it most likely because you can't afford the gas, but yeah. Bruh, that's a nice truck. That one's even better. The American in you is really coming out right now. I find it funny. No, I mean, yes, but also I find it very funny that you guys will literally do anything to avoid having a pickup truck, including taking a van and putting a pickup bed on it. It's like, no, we can't have that. No, that's too American for us. That's too American. We can't have a pickup truck. No. Yeah, Red 8. I mean, dude, there were Fords everywhere. Fords were all over the place. Ford Fiestas, Focuses. Dude. I saw a Mondeo Estate. So that's the Ford Fusion wagon. And I was like, oh, I like that. My dad has a trailer that he fixes to the back of his car. You tow with a car? What happens when you go up a hill? Oh. Well, it's flat, so. Aqualex, I dude, I know the reason why they have bikes over there. I'm just taking the piss a little bit, okay? And if you don't know what that means, I'm just being a jerk. I'm busting chops, dude. I know why they have bicycles over there, homie. We call estates combis. Yeah. When are you gonna come to the EU and buy old Fords? The only old Ford I would want from anywhere in the EU is this. I want one of these. Now that's Euro spec, dude. That's like one of my favorite European cars. What's the next step for endurance? We gotta work on the front. Dad joke. I have no car, only a bike. W, I have 5 cars. Yes, now I know why I like you. Dude, the Kazi, man. Now, Mark III Capris are good, but the Kazi, bro. Old Mercedes are peak Euro. I mean, the 190 Cosworth is a nice car. Did you guys know that Martin Brundle said that was the best Euro touring car of the 90s? He did. I saw it in a show once. Look. Oh. Reports that we only have 3 cars. Now, Jonas, I'm not gonna lie to you. I have 5 cars. My cars are not worth anything. Maybe the Mustang. And maybe Brimo's car. But the Coronet, the 59 and the 97, no, those aren't worth anything. They're not rare cars. We make a lot of cars over here, so that's why cars are inexpensive. You prefer the DTM spec? Well, yeah, wunderbar. Yeah. Martin Brundle said that was the best car. Jeremy Clarkson said it. He said it and he called him. He was right. See any smart cars? Dude, I saw something that looked like I could pick it up and throw it. What year is you staying? It's an 08. Mm-hmm. Ja. Ich liebe es. Sebi, ist gut, ja? Ja, ist gut, yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that. That's sick, dude. DTM spec with the Decra on it. That's cool. I'd drive that. I'd drive 190s. But the thing is, dude, we didn't get 190 Cosworths in the US. We got 190s, but they're just... I don't want to talk about it. You could get a lot for the 59? Maybe nowadays, goalie, yeah. Oh, see, we didn't get stuff like this. Oh, that's cool. I know about a Manta 400 with the triangle. The triangles, Tessa. I know what you're talking about. Bro, I got hooked on Top Gear a long time ago. I know about all the cool Euro cars around. Not just Ferraris and Lambos and stuff. I know about those cars. I like them. I think they're cool. These are also getting popular. I saw one of those, Sebi. That's the car I'm like, I can pick up that car and throw it. Welcome to bottom. Yeah, 190 Cosworth, man. Very nice. Very nice car. Good news, the new Dacias are in. I saw the bathtub bicycles, W. I got really confused at first, but then I was like, alright, that's actually kind of cool. Oh no! Anyway. E30s. Vasi, I knew you were a man of taste. E30s, 190 Cosworths. Like those, like early 90s Euro touring cars. Those are cool. I like those a lot. Volkswagen Beetles. Ferdinand Porsche. We call them backfights. Okay. Did you wear clogs? No. Mini Coopers? Which Mini Coopers, Rogue? Old ones or new ones? I like the old ones, but I can't fit in an old Mini. And then there's the BMW Minis, which are... Those are kind of alright. Mark 1 Fiesta with a Kazi engine. Yeah. See, Tesla, those are cool. Those things rip, man. Manta 400. That's 400. If we had more time, we'd be talking about it, but... I may not have a truck yet, but I do have a go-kart, a snowblower, a riding mower, 4 push mowers. That must be worth something. Everything is worth something. CRR is 500. 190E, E30 are the pinnacle of saloon cars. Yep. That Top Gear episode, Samcar. Martin Brundle said the 190 was the best one. He said it. They recorded it. Who won the Scott competition? I forget who won, dude. I think Triple Threat won. I think. But yeah, that was fun, dude. Runway Project, not Project 1 Runway. I get it. You're right. But also, fashion is cool too. Don't knock fashion. Yeah, that was fun, man. My bike can get me from A to B for free. Isn't it wild? Yeah, but it costs time, Zizep. It costs time. I can get there faster than you. Time is money. Thoughts on the Super Bowl? Ian, I slept through it because I was jet lagged. I saw the first 5 minutes of the first quarter and the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. I slept through the halftime show. I slept through all of it. With that being said, and I'm no Eagles fan, that wasn't holding. That was not holding. There's a reason why at the opening ceremony, like when they flipped the coin, they announced the ref's name and everybody booed. There's a reason why. That's the reason. I saw the Dunkin' commercial, Hillness, and then I fell asleep after the Dunkin' commercial. One hop. Hand egg moment. It's a good sport, man. The name is a little misleading, but it's a good sport. I gotta say, for cities, nothing beats an e-bike. Yeah, you've definitely lived in New York for too long. Fastest way to get around NYC. Yeah, you've been in New York for too long. See the Popcorners commercial? Nah. In Dutch cities, bikes are usually faster than car. Yeah, because you guys don't have any space. In the States, we don't have that problem. You're gonna miss KSP2's launch? Why, Nova? I will say, Kiranov, I will say, something that you guys have right over there is no freaking commercials in the middle of things. I was watching TV over there because I couldn't sleep one night, and I noticed that there were American TV shows on, right? I think it was Pawn Stars or something. There were American TV shows on, and all the breaks in between where the American commercials would be, there wasn't any. There's only commercials at the start and at the end of the show. That's correct. That is how it should be, and I'm frankly ashamed that we don't do that way, because it's terrible. It is horrible to watch. There's been a death in the family and the services that weekend. Blood's thicker than water, Nova. Family's first, dude. Take care of your family first. They're the only people around, dude, that'll be there for you when stuff gets crazy. So, trust me, go make an appearance. Even just showing up is worth it. Oh, Alex, it's terrible. It's terrible. I can't watch TV. I can't watch it. I can't watch it anymore. It's horrible. Like, the only reason I watch football is because I like the sport. And even then, I just go on Twitter or something when the commercials are on. You know what's getting bad? YouTube ads. Oh, dude, the double dipping ads, man. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, I got you, W. Yeah, see, I think you guys did that right. You guys have that correct. The ads just...
Discovery.
Like, dude, can you imagine what that's going to do? Like, if a kid's watching a football game and they're just constantly bombarded by freaking commercials? Like, what is that going to do for the development of a kid? That's going to fry their freaking brain, man. Maybe my parents were right when they said TV will rot your brain. They may have been right. Huh. Yeah, they may have been right on that one. Damn. I made ads for a living. I hate ads, dude. Ads make me money, so I'm right there with you. Ads make me money, and I still hate them. I even feel bad when viewers redeem the ad channel points. I feel terrible. I'm like, I hate doing this. I really, really don't like it. Daytona this week full of ads. PY, it's terrible to watch. Like I said, that's something that Europe got right. You guys got that right. I can't stand all the commercials, man. It's terrible to watch. Flexes the Twitch turbo armor. Nice. Football in Germany, there's like 90 seconds of ads and the rest is filled with commentary, analysis, and community engagement. Yeah, Pathfinder, it's terrible, dude. Yeah, think about that. For like NASCAR and stuff, guys, they take commercial breaks during a race that's 2.5 hours long. They used to do that with Formula One on TV over here as well. And then a Formula One fan who owns a car polish, Mother's Wax, is what it's called, bought out all the ad segments because he couldn't stand it. He was like, I can't watch Formula One. I can't watch it. I can't watch it with ads. Frick this. So, dude, I think that single-handedly has done more for ads. Has done more for Formula One than like Drive to Survive has in the US because you can watch it uninterrupted. I mean, Drive to Survive is definitely... There's definitely a lot more Formula One fans around, which is cool. Have you seen the first couple episodes of Altered Carbon? No, Mike, I haven't. But anyway. Yeah, it's... Well, Tessa, we don't have... They don't do ads on the US commentary anymore. And honestly, our commentary, dude, is just Sky. I got to listen to Crofty and Brundle. But I actually been watching more on F1 TV lately. Well, not lately because it's not, the season isn't going, but I prefer Will Buxton and Sam Collins and stuff. Sam Collins is a great commentator. He's a great technical commentator. I like that guy a lot. Really, really good commentator. No, I mean NASCAR. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's... Oh, gosh. Dude, NASCAR is horrible. It's horrible to watch. It's terrible. And it sucks because it... You know, it's people driving... Not driving around in a circle. I know that circle track racing is a little more complicated than that, right? Obviously. We've done enough racing sim to know that it's a little more complicated than that. But jeez, man. Like... Are you trying to get people to not watch? Like, yeah, exactly, Mr. Thu. Yeah. I wish UFC would move away from pay-per-view. Paying $80 for one fight night is tough, too. Yeah. Interesting, Neverson. Yeah. Yeah, everything is different. Yeah. Yep. Played enough GTA to know I really wouldn't be good at NASCAR. Well, Kari, the thing about NASCAR is that you gotta do it. Go find if you're feeling limber, I guess, go like iRacing. Go race circle tracks in iRacing, or just if you have some buddies, race circle tracks, right? Or whenever we bring Friday Night Racing back, Friday Night Racing went on hiatus because because, yeah, the people that organized it needed, so Max needed a break, so I gave him a break. For now. Just because Kerbal 2 is coming out, so we decided to just pull a plug on it for now, just on a side note. If you go race oval racing, it's fun. Circle track racing is fun because you don't necessarily need to worry about making a mistake on the track, right? Like, you're not going to get Eau Rouge and Radion wrong and then, like, lose a bunch of time, right? It's different. It focuses way more on racing. You have to be way more strategic in your racecraft. Now, I wouldn't say you'd have to be as strategic as Formula 1. Formula 1, you don't take one turn right on one lap and your tire strategy is screwed. I know that. But you don't necessarily need to worry about that too much in NASCAR. But there is a strategy to short track racing, and boy, is it fun. And once you do it, once you go and do, like, once you go and actually race circle tracks, like, even if you do it in a video game, you'll see why people like it so much. Like, that's the one thing, dude. You gotta race it. You gotta race NASCAR. And when you do, you'll see why people like circle track racing. Circle track racing is cool, man. How long are the pit stops in NASCAR? So, Kiranov, the pit stop, so NASCAR has pit lane rules. The pit lane rules is you're only allowed 2 tire changers and 1 jackman and 1 fuel guy. So what they have to do is they have to send out 2 guys, change 2 tires, right? And then they have to run around to the other side, change the other tires. And then you're good, right? So the pit stops, I don't know, they can get to be like 15, 20 seconds. It's not Formula 1, but you're only allowed, in NASCAR, you're only allowed a certain amount of people over the wall. So like out into the pit box, you're only allowed a certain amount of people. And the crazy thing is, dude, is that up until basically a year ago, the NASCARs were racing with lug nuts. They didn't have like a single hub like DTM or Formula 1. They didn't use a single locking hub. They had 5 lugs, dude. So these guys were going out with like a legit impact wrench. And it was awesome, dude. I really kind of bummed they took that away because it was hardcore. These guys could do change lug nuts in like 15 seconds. 5 lugs with an impact wrench. Just off, on. Really cool. Yeah, in NASCAR, the other thing is that you don't need to change all 4 tires every pit stop. You can run old tires on the outside, new tires on the inside, or vice versa. That's actually kind of cool. What's with San Dimas High School? It's a Bill and Ted reference word. Could an F1 team make a robotic system for fast pits if they wanted to? Nah. 5 lug stops for about 12.5 seconds. Man, that's cool. Average 4 tire stops for teams were around 11.5 seconds. Man. What did I say? I said like 15, 16 seconds. Yeah, I was way off, dude. That's super freaking fast for a 5 lug nut tire. I forgot innovation is illegal in F1. No, innovation is legal as long as everybody agrees to innovation, because nobody wants to take less money if one team actually does something that's game-changing. Yes. So basically what you said, but with a little twist. I agree with you. Yeah, Corey, the new Mercedes, Sebi linked it in chat a little bit earlier. It looks pretty rad. The blacked out Mercedes does look cool. I'd prefer the silver one. I like the silver one, not for that reason. I think it's silver arrows, man. It's Mercedes. But the black one does look pretty sharp. I will say, it's like Darth Vader in car form. It's pretty cool. And I gotta kind of ease up on Mercedes, despite being a salty Ferrari fan. I gotta kind of ease up on Mercedes because my boy Mick is the 3rd driver. So I can't hate Mercedes, which is... There's a very unique scenario for me going on. I'm a Ferrari guy. Ferrari is by far my favorite European car because race car. That's the whole reason Enzo Ferrari made Ferrari, because race car. Like, it can be summed up to that, because race car. Oh, why did you want to make production cars? Because race car. Why do you want to make race cars? Because race car. You want to hand make everything? Why do you want to hand make all your engine? Because race car. It makes sense. I love Ferrari, man. Ferrari's my favorite. But see, I'm conflicted now. Because my favorite American manufacturer by far is Ford. And Ford is sponsoring Red Bull now. So they can prototype their battery technology in Formula 1. So I have to like Red Bull because Ford. I like Ferrari because it's Ferrari. And now I have to like Mercedes too because Mercedes has Mick on it. And I think Mick Schumacher is awesome. I think he's a really good driver. I think Haas was doing him dirty, if you really want my honest opinion. Can I make my Jeep race car? With enough money, you can do anything. Mick got screwed. Yeah. Geek, you're actually in the garage working on the Circle Track car right now with you on the big screen. Right on, dude. And Williams for Logan. Oh, I have to like Williams too? I hate Williams. Ugh. I mean, I've been watching Formula 1 for over 20 years. 96, 2006, 2016. Holy crap, I've been watching F1 for almost 30 years. 27 years. 27 years? Oh! Oh, God. Jim, we'll get a prototype up and running by the end of the week, dude. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do with the front here, which is why I'm just kind of rolling with the flow of stream while I'm thinking about it, dude. Did you take your vitamins today, Gramps? The future is now, old man. Don't catch the old. I don't feel old. Does that help? Yeah, Sebi, dude, I'm kind of with you. I kind of want to see Haas fail. I don't know why, and Sevi, I can't explain it. I don't like Nico Hülkenberg. I don't like him. I really don't. I think he's a mid-tier driver at best. He's a good driver, don't get me wrong, and he did good in DTM. And no, I absolutely could not do better. And Drive to Survive did make him look kind of like a prick, but you're gonna swap out a prospect like Mick for Nico Hülkenberg? Are you out of your goddamn mind? What are you doing? All right, hear me out, Aston P4 and Constructors this year. Yeah, PY, I'm with you. Dude. Yeah, Sawyer, it's pretty cool. Are you out of your freaking mind, man? Mick was too expensive for them in repairs. Well, that's what happens when you... See, never seen... That's what it seems like at face value, right? Mick kept crashing the car. But Mick also drove that car that he was... I mean, that tells me that they clearly have the car tailored to Kevin. And Mick still drove that car into the points. I'm telling you, man, kid's got the gift. If you watched him in Formula 1, or not Formula 1, in Formula 3 and Formula 2, he's got it, dude. He's good. He's a good driver. He's good. Haas did him dirty. I'm like 100% sure. And, you know, Haas is an American team. And, you know, over here, you guys know good and well, America, root for the home team, blah, blah. Dude, frick them. Frick them. Frick them 3 ways to Sunday. Hülkenberg. Oh, my God. You have, like, Logan Sargent out. You have Nick DeVry out there. Mick Schumacher. You have all these prospects that are getting into Formula 1. Nico Hülkenberg. What are you doing? What are you doing? No. Gunter. The frick, man? What's wrong with you? Your Schumacher blindness is showing. Doubt it. If there's an American team I would rep, it's Andretti. Yep. They don't want rookies. Well, clearly. Yeah, Jacobs. Uh-huh. Bucket, you don't like Nick? Not quite. It was Ferrari that did him dirty. Yeah. Freaking Italians, man. What do you want? Yeah, Logan's driving for Williams, dude. They don't want to finish a podium. That's why they took me. I don't know, man. I don't know. But either way, I have to... Yeah, I'm conflicted. Because if Ferrari wins, let's be real, that's not happening. If Red Bull wins, I'll be happy because Ford. If Mercedes wins, I'll be happy because Mick. And if Ferrari pulls a rabbit out of their hat and magically wins through some weird thing, I'll be happy with that too. I think so, Tessa. I think they are. Logan is a token American. I'm convinced he's a marketing ploy. Logan's a little... He's a little touchy on the track, dude. Do you guys notice that too? Like, when he's driving that car around, he overdrives. Kind of does what I do. But I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Takes time, dude. The drivers develop. That's the thing. Formula 3 and 2 essentially training wheels for Formula 1. Novoraptor, Formula 3 and Formula 2 are minor league Formula 1. So, like, think about it like baseball. Or think about it kind of like FIFA rules, but no relegation. So, the drivers move up in the leagues, right? Not the team. Actually, Formula 1 with relegation would be actually pretty cool. That actually wouldn't be the worst idea. In fact, I think that's another another idea out of Europe that I think is really cool. I think there should be relegation rules for American football. That would be awesome. So what's the purpose of the front cargo bay? 95, I was thinking we could put the Kraken SAS up here, but and once again, this is the reason why I'm sitting here talking about Formula 1 and cars. I'm not entirely sure what I want up here. I mean, we obviously need hab modules, but I mean, the cool thing to do would be to do something like this, right? Right. The cool thing to do would be something like that. You know, so you have the windows right there. But do I really need like 400 Kerbals on this ship? I mean, we could do it. But see, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like this up here like that. We would want... I'm not that big of a fan of Formula E. I don't know. I just can't get into it, dude. Maybe it's just a stigmatism towards electric cars, which I'll be honest with you, that could be a thing. It's possible. But also, like... The new FE cars are just terrible hellfish. I don't know, man. It just... And maybe it's just that Formula E needs time to develop or something, dude. But I just... Not really that big of a fan. I don't know why, dude. It's just... There's something about it that I'm just like... It's like Uncanny Valley. You know, it's like, well, do you like Formula 1? Well, then you're gonna love Formula E. You guys ever seen that episode of South Park where the Chim Pokemon episode? Where South Park was making fun of Pokemon, and they're like, do you like Pokemon? Well, you're gonna love Alabama Man. Alabama Man! He's quick, he's strong, he's agile! You can take Alabama Man to the bowling alley where he drinks heavily and chews tobacco. Like, that's what Formula E reminds me of. It's like, oh, well, kids, you're gonna love it. How do you do, fellow kids? It's Formula E. It's like, okay. Alright. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, the XFL of motorsports. Dude, that's a good way to say that, dude. That's a good way to say that. That's just it. Development is more restricted than IndyCar. They sound like vacuum cleaners. Yeah. Are these EVs in the room with you right now? Yes. Like, Mason, I want... Formula E needs stuff like the Model S plaid motor. Like, I'm talking carbon fiber wound copper coil, electric motors, and like hot swap batteries or something, dude. Then I'd watch Formula E. Like, we need that kind of innovation, dude. Formula E is the ICPS of F1. That's good. But the XFL is back and half the teams are in Texas now. As a Williams fan, I once again say, please, let this be the year we start to come back. And Dragon Claire fricked that up right proper, huh? Indy cars look ridiculous. Fun fact about Dutch TV is that in the 80s and 90s there was a children's block if that was broadcast in the USA, then the broadcaster was fined by the FCC, and best of all, the block was on Dutch public television. Interesting. See, okay, another thing, fellas, going back to the ship design, right? What if we went full Expanse style and did something like this instead? Because the ships in the Expanse are basically built like a big skyscraper. Like, and I'm building kind of in the style of it. I don't hate that. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. I don't like how we attached them, though. I'm wondering if we can do this in a way that doesn't look completely strange. Oh, that, I don't mind that. I liked it more horizontally. Well, Jared, I can do, see, here's the thing now. Because I use this piece right here, the Mark III engine mount, that has a bunch of places to attach things. So we could... we could do a combination of both. And these could be basically a shipway to get back to the engine bay and then back down to the cargo bay, which I think would be kind of cool. What do the Mark II crew parts look like in there? Mark IIs might look good, but I was thinking Mark IIs would go on the top 95. Basically, same idea as Grissom. But the Mark II does... I know that the Mark II looks good in here. Hold on one second. We're going to need... I need to do something like this. Hey, DJ. Yeah, that doesn't look bad at all. Isn't there a Mark III to Mark II adapter? There is. The Mark III to Mark II adapter is curvy. It's this one. I don't think, I'm not sure how that part is going to fit into what we're trying to do. What's the purpose of this craft? Enzel, it's a grand touring ship. This ship is going to go everywhere, dude. Everywhere. Yeah, they do blend the shape nicely. They definitely do. Actually, hold on. Let me go in here. Set that to grandparent parts so we get the good strut. You know what I'm talking about? The good strutting. Yeah, I want this ship to be able to go anywhere. Either with the rocket engines or with the drives. That's why I have this engine bay here. This engine bay is going to be the engine room for the Kraken drive. It's going to be the reactor of the ship. Do you have an XFL team? I don't watch the XFL, John. Dude, I don't really even watch college too much, dude. The only reason I watch college is so like I can see players that'll make it into the NFL. And that's like being a lukewarm hand egg fan. I understand that. I don't like that. Can we absolute snap overlap these things? You're gonna get some pretty gnarly Z fighting on the textures there. Yeah, that looks terrible. Okay, cool. I mean, folks from the XFL make it to the NFL. Yeah, too many sports, man. Like, I would, dude, I'm sure I would like it. Like, John, I'm not hating by any means. I'm not hating it like I hate Formula E. I can't stand Formula E, dude. I can't stand it. I freaking, it's terrible. Yeah, I know I'd like it, dude. But I just, yeah. No, yes, no college football. Roll Tide, Sawyer. Toll roads, man. Drive down that toll road. Pay the toll, win a game. Am I right? Oh, sorry, you're a Georgia fan. Jeez. Will be interesting to see how Jamie Chadwick does in Indy Lights. Yeah, Dragon. Jamie Chadwick, she's a good driver, man. She's pretty damn good. She can wheel. Formula E is the Arca of auto racing. Ooh. It's in the name, Chadwick. Yeah. Are you telling me that she is an absolute Chad? I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Sebby, if I'm gonna do that, I'll watch NASCAR. If I want racing. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, I don't know, man. Formula E just doesn't do it for me. It doesn't have the... And don't get me wrong. Like, I know the racing is good, dude. I know it is. It just doesn't have the... that Formula One has, man. And I fully recognize that I'm just being stubborn about it. Like, I understand. I understand that that's what's going on. BTCC is better than all. BTCC reminds me of old school Trans Am racing. Have you tried MotoGP though? Rossi, baby. I'm not a motorcycle guy, Bobby, but I've been to MotoGP races, dude. I watched the MotoGP race at Laguna Seca in 2006, a long time ago. But yeah, motorcycle racing, I like bikes. Bikes are cool, and I appreciate them, but I don't... That's one of those things I just don't have the time. Like, that's, like, too much time. Like, I don't have the time to get into all of it. Rossi, man. One of my buddies actually met him a little while ago, Bobby. Yeah. I just got a picture from one of my buddies, Cold Turkey. And Chad, if you watch the stream, you know who it is. Just sent me a picture of him chilling with Valentino Rossi. I'm like, okay. I don't know what to do with this picture. Like, that's all right. How would it look if you use a Mark II inline? I don't want to use the Mark II inline. Nah, I don't want that. That would look like it has blisters on the sides. Mark IIs? Mark II payload bays? Isle of Man is the one bike race I watch. Isle of Man, dude. The closest thing we're ever going to get to pod racing, dude. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate this. And it does give us a little bit of an auxiliary cargo bay, but I hate that it's clipping. I really don't like that it's clipping into the tanks. I would want it to be like that. And then... The frick? Were we not on axis? We weren't on axis. Damn it. Yeah, I don't mind this. CubeSat. Yeah, we could put the probe dispensers in there. That's actually a good idea, dude. I like that. I think cupola at the front to cap it off would be pretty neat. The cupola ring.
Discovery,
Oh.
go at throttle up.
Interesting. Cryptech, 40 months. Thanks, man. If I could just bridge that part a little bit better. Come on. There we go. Yeah, that's not on center. Interesting. That needs to be right there. No wonder this looked so weird. Also, don't forget science labs. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, man. See, this is cool, dude. Philly, you know, we need science labs. I need ISRU. We need all the science sensing equipment. We need probes on this thing. It's, yeah, it's kind of Expanse inspired, dudes. Because I think, you know, the Kraken drive, the closest sci-fi equivalent of the Kraken drive is the Epstein drive from the Expanse. So I think that, building our Grand Tour ship in the style of the Expanse would be is pretty cool. I think that's a good idea. What are the quarter round pieces at the bow of the ship? Flags, Chris. It's a flag with a wing texture on it. Here, it'll make more sense if I put the EJ. Look, what's VSR3? I can't understand you. Yeah, so one of the things about the flags is that you can make them panels. You can make them into structural pieces. And it's pretty cool. If you attach one and then detach it, it'll assign the flag for auto strut on it. So that means you can auto strut the flags if you want. How does the drive in the Expanse work? The Epstein drive hip is it's a nuclear fusion drive. So think kind of like the Nerva. Actually, hang on. I have to go and refresh my Expanse lore. It's a modified fusion drive invented by Solomon Epstein around 130 years ago. Background. The drive utilizes a magnetic coil exhaust acceleration to increase drive efficiency, which enables spaceships to sustain thrust through the entire voyage. A ship fitted with the efficient Epstein drive is able to run the drive continuously for acceleration. Okay. Does it say, like, how... it's a magnetic containment magnetic containment plasma rocket. You know what the crazy thing is? Epstein drives are not that far off. This is, if we could figure out that whole fusion thing, this is definitely doable. So basically what this does is you have a fusion, you have a rocket combustion chamber, and you're making fusion, you do fusion inside of it, right? And you make a magnetic field, and that magnetic field is in the shape of a convergent divergent rocket engine. And a fusion reactor makes plasma. It makes a lot of plasma, makes a lot of heat, right? And you're shooting that plasma out the back. So magnetic containment fusion drive. That's definitely, like, there's nothing in practical physics that says you can't do something like that. It's definitely doable. We just don't have that whole fusion thing figured out. But if you create enough energy, magnetic containment fusion is absolutely a thing. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a fusion drive. Will that be in KSP too? I don't know. I think we saw something that looked like it in the trailer. Yes, yeah. Yeah, a nuclear, you could do it with a nuke. It's just literally generating enough energy, guys. That's the name of the game with spaceflight. How much energy can you generate? Your total impulse. How much energy can you get out of a propellant? It's in the trailers, Panta. Yeah, it's a Vasimir, yeah. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Yeah, like I said, this is not... That's not that far off, guys. Like, if we can generate enough energy, you could... You can make a fusion reactor that ionizes gas, that basically makes plasma, like a Hall effect thruster, and then you have a magnetic field in the shape of a rocket engine around it, and it shoots it out the back like a convergent-divergent nozzle. You basically use plasma as your propellant. You use re-entry heating as your propellant. Totally doable. Like, there's nothing in practical physics that says we can't do that. The only thing that's kind of standing in our way is the ability to generate enough energy to make that work. I'm pretty dang sure. How's your space life? Very good, Element. How are you? I was thinking before my nap time yesterday. Nap time? If you accept a key for early access from creators and buy a regular early access key later, the developers won't be scammed. You would actually be doing appreciation. Zhao, yeah, that's my running rule, always. So, rules about working with developers on stuff. Unless there's an NDA, I will always disclose it. And even then, after the NDA lifts, I will tell you. 2, if I like the game, and they've given me a key, I will buy it. I will buy it anyway. If not, I'll buy it for somebody. I will buy the game. I will support the developers. I don't care if developers like to throw around game keys like that. Here, have our game key so our game can get some screen time. If I buy it, or if you give me the key to a game and I like it, I'll buy it. I'll buy it, even if it's buying it for somebody else. I'll still buy it. I wore my KSP merch yesterday, Kiranov. Oh yeah, we got a bunch of swag from them, dude. Yeah. Actually, we got a special patch, dude. We got a mission patch for KSP 2. I'm not sure if I could show you guys that, but in good time. Yeah, like Kerbal 2, fellas, even if I do get some kind of gifted copy, I'm still buying it. I'll support, dude, that's my principle as a person that's been around video games for a while. And, I went to school for doing 3D models and stuff. Like, for instance, 3D modeling is not easy. It's not something that takes a good bit of time. It takes a good bit of time, and that's a lot of diligent tedious work. It's a lot of tedium with 3D modeling. But honestly, now as a gaming consumer, I'm not gonna sit here and say that the price points of games are, the price of games have gone up 50, 60, 70 bucks. That's a lot of money, dude. But also at the same time, for the amount of effort that it took, okay, let me put it to you like this. GTA Online, right? Or GTA 5. Dude, the modeling Los Santos like that must have taken years. It had to have. It's all 3D modeled by hand. There's no photogrammetry in that. It's that entire environment was done up by hand. I can tell just by looking at it because 3D artist, right? I'd say I've got my money's worth with GTA. With that, just on the environment alone. The environment is top notch. Frankly, if you're going to school for gaming or you want to learn environment modeling, GTA 5 should be studied. That would be something you would want to study, on level design. It's perfect. And Red Dead as well. Red Dead doesn't get better than that. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Right now I'm doing a farewell save. I'm going to put a space station around every planet and moon in the Kerbal system. So far I've done Kerb and even Duna. Yeah. Rockstar, the people that do environment modeling for Rockstar, those people, that stuff should be, I almost swore, that stuff should be studied in schools for doing environment modeling. That is the industry's, industry standard, man. Have you played Red Dead? Yeah, Cake. And Rockstar bought me a copy of Red Dead on the PC because I already owned it on console, believe it or not. But yeah, that's what I mean. But I still bought it. I still bought it because Red Dead is a masterpiece. It is a masterpiece. That is one of the best single-player campaign games around. Like, by a long shot. Yeah, by a long shot. And now soon we'll have GTA 6 to study. Yep. Yeah, Red Dead is... You know, I don't necessarily think there's a perfect game, but Red Dead is pretty damn close. That is a perfect single-player game. Yeah, those struts need to be there to tie the branches together. Dude, like, I have so much respect for Rockstar. I didn't watch the footage that was out there. I didn't even watch it. I could have. I didn't do it. I didn't do it because I have too much respect for the people that do the work there. Whoever works on those dev teams, man. Oh my goodness. Like, those people, like, there should be like the Grammys or Emmys or something for video games. I mean, I'm sure there is. There's like the VGA awards, right? Like that. But yeah, who cares? But also, the work that was done, man. Unbelievable. Do you know I already are Undead Nightmare? Negative. Your mothership reminds me of the Donager from The Expanse. Haven't been in stream for a while. Is that intentional? Yeah. It reminds you of the Donager because... Well. What do you think, Roscoff? Yeah, it's perfect. Red Dead is as close... I think Red Dead Redemption 2 is as close to a perfect video game as you can get. So, Roscoff, the reason why I'm Project Endurance, right? The reason why Endurance is ending up kind of looking like a Expanse or an MCRN inspired ship is because the Kraken drives that we have that I want to put in this thing, the closest thing is the Epstein drive in terms of how it performs. That's the closest thing. I think in terms of like the sci-fi, the Epstein drive is the closest one. It's not hyperspace from Star Wars. It's not warp from Star Trek. It doesn't really work like that. It's the most like the Epstein drive from The Expanse. So I think building an Expanse-inspired ship in KSP would be probably the right move. Skyrim is a good game, yeah. Skyrim is good. I'm not so much for swords and shields and stuff like that, and I didn't play a lot of Skyrim. I'm a Fallout guy, Tessa, but yeah. It's good. So yeah, Roscoff, this is how we're gonna send off Kerbal. We're gonna send it off in style. This ship is designed to Grand Tour, and just like the like the Donager or any Expanse MCRN style ship, I have the payload bay is kind of hanging at the back. So I have my payload bay, and then I have my drive core, and then I have fuel tanks for conventional landers that we're going to carry around in the payload bay. So the fuel tanks right here will be able to resupply landers, and just like the Donager, I have doors into the payload bay back here. Now, the jury's still out on if I want 4 doors here. I mean, we'll do the doors with hybrid tech, right? The jury's still out on that. I think I might just do port and starboard doors and not zenith and nadir. But, yeah. Does it have landers that look like the Rossi? No. It's the Tachi, by the way. Yeah, it's the Tachi, by the way. No, it's not legitimate salvage. You know what they call that? They call that stealing. Especially from a war grave. That's very frowned upon in real life. We could use them as air brakes. I don't know if I can make something strong enough to be able to hold this thing open, Mercs. It's legitimate salvage. Yeah, legitimate salvage. Yeah, you know what they call that? They call that stealing. That's called stealing. Ooh. What do you think? W, you playing some Stationeers? Nice. Nice. Give me 1 second, dudes. Alright. Would be interesting to see about closing it to arrow there. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I'm not sure how we would do that with fairings and stuff, you know? But if I dock something up at the front here, it will be occluded. Simultaneously, if we put something down at the bottom, it's going to be occluded. But that fairing is going to create insane amounts of drag. Yeah, but once again, Kraken drives, so I don't care. Also, for the Expanse fans, check this out. I needed some type of visual cue. I wanted some visual cue from when we were testing this out the other day for when the drives are on. So I'm going to bind, what I'm going to do is bind drive throttle. Bind these lights to drive throttle so the nozzles will glow when the Kraken drive is on. They'll do that, just like they would in the Expanse. Yeah, I was noticing that when we were piloting the Donager around the other day when we were testing this, it was really hard to say like whether the drive was accelerating or not, so I want a visual cue. Rocket Guy, I'm not sure how we're going to close the arrow here, you know? I'm not sure how we would do that. Yeah, we can put probes and landers and stuff in these side bays. Is it all SAS? Will you have control surfaces? I want to put a Kraken drive SAS up here, which is why I built this hollowed out. I don't want to just build it with more fuel tanks, S. But yeah, this thing should be relatively aerodynamically stable. It should be nice and stable on the way up because of the fairings making all the drag at the back. The center of pressure on this thing is extremely low, like back on the ship. What is a Kraken drive? Ansel, a Kraken drive is basically a game-breaking... It's a game-breaking drive in Kerbal where you can basically accelerate forever. Yeah, it's the Epstein drive from the Expanse, dude. If that makes any more sense. I meant more about using the doors as air brakes. Going through entry with them open should be fine by locking the servos out, but you certainly don't want to keep them open all the way through. So I don't know. Yeah, closing them. Yeah, Rocket Guy, closing those things is going to be... I'm actually kind of worried about the heat. I don't know if the wings can flux the heat like that, dude. I was thinking as the ISRU stuff would go in the fairing right here. Yeah, ISRU stuff basically right here. So the ISRUs, ore tank, etc., etc. And then I have my impulse tanks up here. So this is prop for the engines. I mean, don't get me wrong, the engines can pull from that tank too if it wants to. And I kind of made this payload base on purpose so, you know, there could be fuel lines running back here, like. And then I was thinking all of this touches this area where we'd want ISRU. So it kind of makes sense doing that. Is it something you developed with Kraken Check? Yeah. Ansel, basically, the Kraken drive... Alright. The Kraken drive is a drive that breaks the game. Like, you ever had wonky landing legs in KSP? Like, you ever go to land something in KSP and... a landing leg freaks out, or you go to land something on the runway and the landing gear starts sketching out and knocks the thing off the runway. You know what I'm talking about? The thing that does that right there is what the Kraken drive uses. It actually uses the weird Unity suspension code to be able to accelerate stuff instead of decelerated. So what does suspension do at the end of the day? Suspension is designed to absorb movement, right? So like if you're driving on a car on the road, the suspension is absorbing all the bumps in the road, right? So it's a damper by design. You have your spring, right, which is your rebound, and you have your shock absorber, which basically dampens out that rebound from the spring. So say you're driving over a pothole, right, in your car, right, thunk thunk, right? The wheel goes down, the suspension fully decompresses, and then it hits the other side of the pothole, and the wheel goes up, right? It compresses the spring, and that movement going up is dampened out by the shock absorber. It absorbs the shock. It decelerates. It's a decelerating or damping force, right? Don't say dampening force. Dampening means you're making it wet. It's a damper force, right? So you are basically taking that movement and absorbing it with the shock absorber via pneumatic compression with a shock absorber, right? So a damper is decelerative, right? It causes stuff to stop moving. Now, the suspension in Kerbal does that. But there's a thing in Kerbal that if you push landing legs all together, like if you take a landing leg like this, right? And, you can set the spring and damper rates if you want. You really want it to absorb a shock, you up your damper rate. But there's this thing in KSP that you can do, Ansel. If you take this and you put the damper and your spring strength to 0, that makes it so you can basically push this thing all the way to its bump stop. All right? Now, why is... Okay, so what? Now, remember how I said a second ago that a damper provides decelerative force? The way that the landing legs are coded in Unity, and this is in Summer Car, this is in Kerbal, any game that uses Unity, that has the Unity suspension package. If you invert the damper, so basically push this landing pedal past its theoretical bump stop, it starts accelerating. That's the reason why when you're coming down for landing in Kerbal, like if you land on the runway with a really light plane, you go to land and you touch the wheel down and the thing shoots up in the air because you bottomed out the suspension and the suspension momentarily went, it inverted. Because I was inverted, it inverts the damper leg. So it provides an accelerated force. That's why you bounce, right? That's what happened to me with Dart. Remember when I had Dart, if you were there for that? When I had Dart and it came in, and we'd always go to land it and it would bounce around on the runway. Literally that. We were bottoming out the suspension. I really should have upped the damper strength for it. Now, here's the thing. If you take something like a hydraulic, right? You take a hydraulic and you set it to same vessel collision, and then you set a landing leg to same vessel collision, and you have the hydraulic push on the landing leg, and you push it past its bump stop, you're going to accelerate. And you're going to keep accelerating. You're not going to stop. So, not only are the drives really, really efficient, obviously you're using electrical charge for the hydraulic, right? And then you need to keep the ship on an even keel. KRAKEN drives are a little bit unruly. You can move insanely big stuff around. That's my 1,000-ton Donager, which I'm basing this ship off of. The drive is down there. And with this particular drive that we're using, I used a payload bay to push in on the suspension. The payload bay, yeah, it pushes in and it compresses the suspension and it inverts the damper. And if you invert the damper, once again, a damper that's designed to provide decelerating damping force is now providing accelerative rebound force. So you can accelerate things. Were KRAKEN drive possible before robotic parts? Yeah, of course, Pogo. People were making KRAKEN drives back in 2014, 2013, sure. Yeah, the cargo bay door version, Rocket Guy, is what I want. The cargo bay one is just so ridiculously good. It's too much to pass up, man. But I'm thinking a good balance to that would be KRAKEN Drive SAS still uses electrical power because you have the control surfaces, right? You have to control the control surfaces. So it still does use electrical charge if we use a KRAKEN Drive SAS. But I was thinking RCS would be good too. RCS for rate control would probably be a good counterbalance to it. But yeah, that's what does it, guys. Yeah, just compress landing gear, push it past its bump stop, figure out a way to do it. And if you do, yeah, with certain designs, you can build insanely big stuff like that. Like this ship is already 2,000 tons. Drive will move it. It'll move it. Sure. Yeah, if we just went with a regular SAS S-Master, like gyros, I'm kind of, yeah, that would use up electricity to make up for the fact that the drive doesn't. I kind of actually like that idea as a game balance. Not because, like, you know, if we had a Kraken SAS up here, we could just basically free move around. And there's no such thing as free energy, and I don't want to give people the wrong idea, right? I want something in here to make it more difficult than just being it. Because if we just had a Kraken drive, like with the, I think we can go anywhere. I could go anywhere. I could land on every planet. I want some challenge to this. I want this mission to be like, oh crap, you might not do it. With a Kraken drive that has no electrical consumption, right? I can go anywhere. We proved that with the Nautilus the other day. I made it out to the moon in 10 minutes. And then we drifted around the moon going 10 kilometers a second, Razorback style. That was the last stream I did before I left. SAS spam, which is an old school Kerbal meta, which I thought was kind of cool. Yeah, classic Kerbal meta, which that's funny. That's funny to me. So yeah, that's what I want to do. I actually wouldn't mind using SAS to compensate for the drive. I think that would be cool, and it would give me electrical consumption, so you'd have to watch for it. That would make it so I need solar panels, fuel cells, stuff like that. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I think we should do that. SAS modules lining the cargo bays, massive arrays of gyroscopes. Can you imagine, Rocket Guy? The other thing I was thinking, and chat, we were talking about it yesterday. The other thing that I was thinking is, I could do a manual gyro. The SAS wouldn't be able to control this, but we could tweak the manual gyroscopes. That would be kind of cool. Could you, EJ, could you use fireworks as a Kraken drive moving indicator? I don't know if it's a good idea, just wondering. Erudite, we only have a certain amount of ammunition for the fireworks. If I could somehow make a firework that just has infinite fireworks, then yeah, we could shoot fireworks out the back. That would be kind of cool, but yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, we could cal control the gyro and control the rates on each gyro. Have a cal controller for each one that controls your RPM, right? And then we could bind each cal controller that controls your rates to axis control, right? But the problem is that SAS doesn't control. I'm pretty sure that SAS doesn't control a cal controller that's bound to axis, so SAS wouldn't work. Trim would work. We'd have to trim it out manually. Hey, Urban Venture, thanks for the raid. Mass under RPM needed for control would probably break the joints. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'd have to go and test it. Let me get the ship design figured out, and we'll go from there. Or your joints would deform during spinning. So, Rocket Guy, I figured out a way to not get around that, but a way to get that happening a lot less. Obviously, you have your attachment point right here, and we have spherical attachment points. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's going to do this, right? So, two things. We could hybrid tech the drive. So I could put a hinge over here with hybrid tech to make sure that that doesn't happen. Or an easier way to do it is put the counterweight at point of rotation, and that fixes that'll make it so it doesn't wobble as much. You think this is big enough yet? Nah. The ship's gonna probably end up going out to like up here somewhere. I gotta figure out what I want to do for the front, dudes. I'm not really 100% sure. I do like these side payload bays though. That's cool. Also, we have 7 streams left. I know. Don't worry. You don't need to remind me, dude. I'm more than well aware of the time. Yeah, I paid for the whole SPH. I'm going to use it. Literally just slap a full-size Grissom on the front. Make the Grissom a lander that detaches. Grissom, the front of Grissom 95 could fit inside of this if I was able to take the back of it off. Like if we were able to do something like that, right? Like unclip the back, which is not, I didn't build that into the design. I built it for side payload bay doors, but the KSP2 roadmap is there, Ansel. Put the science modules on the top and the bottom with the scanning equipment in a payload bay or something. It's not a bad idea. Just put the original Donager on the front. The original Donager on the front, Maz, has some real bad hierarchical design. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, there's some Kraken be lurking stuff going on in there. Nah, 95, I don't want to do that. All right. I didn't want these attached to the fuel tanks. I want them attached to the SRB. And then we could tie them into the fuel tanks like that. Alright, so no dates yet. There's no dates, but they do have the roadmap, Enzel. And something that they did say, and guys, I can't stress this enough. You know, like, we know good and well that KSP, when it comes out, is not going to have, like, multiplayer in it, right? But I can't stress this enough. And, Enzel, this is for you and basically for everybody else. And once again, this isn't insider information. This is something that everyone, you can go find out this information just by going and watching the KSP2 promo videos, right? There is most definitely, they are doing parallel development with the game, guys. So what does that mean? Parallel development means that multiplayer is in the game right now as a minimum viable product. MVP is what it's called. Now, if you work in like software or something, you know what that means. Basically, it's there. It's there, but it's not activated. They are... The reason why they... And once again, this is in the trailers. This is not insider information. The reason why they did this way, and this is why they went with early access, is because how the heck do you know how multiplayer is going to work? You need to get a good, like, you could put in the basic components, right? But you got to build to it, right? Because multiplayer was always a theoretical end game for KSP1. So it has the infrastructure for it built in from the start, but it's basically just not there. Most valuable payload. Yeah, the parallel processing, or the parallel development of modules for KSP2. So like colonies, interplanetary ships, or interstellar ships, multiplayer. All that stuff is built in as a minimum viable. So it's like bare bones right now. And basically as the game progresses, as you know, when they get out of early access, they'll start developing it based off of feedback. That's what parallel processing is all about. That happens in the spaceflight industry all the time, guys. That is literally how ULA made Vulcan. Vulcan was done with parallel processing. They were building the rocket as they were building the BE-4s. Tori Bruno talked all about it on Twitter one time, and everybody gave him crap saying, like, oh, where are my engines, Jeff? You remember that whole thing? But he's trying to explain parallel processing, but everybody just memed him, which kind of pissed me off, but whatever. One does not simply meme Tori Bruno, okay? Hey, Sock. What's going on, man? Yeah, everything is going just fine. You do not meme Tori Bruno, okay? Yeah, but those memes were finny. Also, big news with Stormworks. Basically, the game code sucks, and they have reached the limits of what they can do with it. So they announced they're working on a new game that we built better from the ground up. As a highly detailed physics-based vehicle building game with full modding support. Really excited for that. Cool. Whatever happened to that game? Actually, Rocket Guy, they did a lot of cool stuff with Stormworks, man. They added turrets and boats and stuff and all kinds of cool things. It's a pretty damn good game. Yeah, I don't hate it. For sure. Still doing a detail pass. Still doing detail pass after detail pass on your boat. My boat. Alright, I don't need that big sub-assembly there. Okay, so we have the payload bays on the port and starboard. What about the top here? I think on the top I'd want to put Mark IIs. So that's kind of a good visual indicator of up and down orientation with the ship, because the ship is perfectly symmetrical, right? I need something to show us what's the top of the ship and what's the bottom of the ship. It'll make it easier to fly it around. Hey, Linux, what's going on, man? Heard you had a trip last week. How did it go? The Netherlands was fun, if that's what you're asking. And for up here, I'll use the... I suppose it doesn't matter if we use the big node or not, huh? Oh, Shadow Man, this is gonna get sent in one shot, dude. Yeah, it'll get sent in one shot. Kraken drives, dude. I'm telling you. I'll probably use the rocket engines to get it up off the ground, and we might need some SRBs, some extra boosters, just to get our TWR up. But, once again, I'm designing this. The Kraken drive will be our primary form of propulsion, but we do have impulse drive, and the impulse drive with a full tank of gas does warrant us a pretty damn good amount of fuel. Like with this with SRBs, with 4 Clydesdales, should be able to get into space with no drive. You just need those SRBs to give it a little something something getting off the pad, you know what I'm saying? A little something something. Right there is where I want these to be. That's perfect. It's been a minute. Did you end up getting that house? Yeah, Ansel, I got it. Yeah. I got the house with the big honkin' frickin' garage, dude. I have the 59 in the garage right now. I'm trying to get it ready to go for the summer. I have all the parts here. I just haven't gotten time to really work on the dang thing. I would like to do it on stream, and I have the garage cameras all set up, dude. But the crazy thing about it, Ansel, is that I can... Here. The cool thing about it, dude, is that I can switch back and forth pretty much as I see fit. I haven't been doing it lately because I've been so into KSP. I want to... So when are we making that IRR rocket? I haven't been doing the garage stuff much, but here. Give me 1 second. I'm not going to take... Aqualex. Converted Prime to Tier 1? Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for contributing so much, dude. I know I give you a hard time sometimes, but I do appreciate it. Here, Ansel, give me 1 second. So, title screen. Give me 1 sec.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What do you think? I can switch back and forth seamlessly via OBS NDI plugins. So we can go... I don't need to shut the stream off to go work in the garage. It's a seamless transition. Ball and truck too? Hey, thanks, guys. Yeah. See? We just jump right back into KSP. Yeah, so we'll do more of that. I've just, once again, we've been so invested in KSP. Maybe we'll work on it a little later tonight. Hey, don't make a big deal about it. Wish it wouldn't pop up like that. I'm hoping if I play their game, they'll finally stop showing ads in the stream despite me being subbed with Prime. Yeah. Sorry, bud. Yeah, ads. I know. It's incessant and I hate them. Dude, Aqualex, I don't even care if it makes me money. I still hate them. I think you missed something. What? Your gifted sub? No, I have an indicator out there. So. Oh boy, Shadow Man redeemed ad time. And there you go. Alright, let's go. I gotta finish this. We gotta flesh this out. This has to be done by this week, basically. It has to be done. This ship has to be done and ready to fly by Friday. Not good to know. Just making sure you weren't ignoring me accidentally. Accidentally? No, no. No, no. If I'm ignoring you, I'm just ignoring you. It's because it's because I don't like you. Fryman, normally I wouldn't talk to you because I don't like you, but you're on TV, man. You're looking pretty good. Your chicken skin diet's really working out for me. You stay far away from this place. You hear me? Far away. You get a lot of nasty Z fighting doing that. Damn. Even if you panel it, still getting Z fighting. Crap. Oof. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. Alright, well this is coming along pretty good. We just got to figure out how we're going to make the front. You know what would be cool in this area right here? The science labs. So let me get... What areas could we put science labs in? I mean, we could always attach them right to the fuel tanks right there. And then, hold on, let me rotate the vehicle so we're working in the Z-up. That's how far they need to be sticking out. Put them like that so the windows actually work. I don't hate it, dudes. What do you think? I'm wondering if we can use a flag color swatch to match that. No, it needs texture. It needs texture. So I'm going to use... How does the truss texture look? That doesn't look too bad.
Discovery,
but
go at throttle up.
Yeah, the wing texture. It's literally a wing. The texture from one of the wings that you can apply to a flag. Do we need 4 science labs? Don't know. Doesn't matter. Probably better to have more than less. Or something. JDG, 1 year, man. Thank you. I like how this is coming together. I mean, this thing is going to carry a lot of Kerbals. Crazy. Does the weight play a role? Well, it's not weight, Sock. It's mass, because no weight in space, because gravity, right? No, I'm not going to say there's no gravity up there. There absolutely is gravity up there, but the motion of orbiting around a planet is canceling said gravity out, right? So, the mass, absolutely. But the drive should be good enough to move the ship. Yeah, the drives that we made should be able to move this thing no problem.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, that has to be like that. Okay. Sean, thanks, man. There we go. That's going to tie all those branches together. Seeing the SM-15 landing makes you freak out to this day. Why? Put a nose cone on either end and extend the lab out a bit. Fill it further. It should add complexity. I mean, it's crazy. All right, that's fair. Yeah, okay. Let's see. I think there's only one open attachment node on this side, dude. I'm not gonna lie though, that does look pretty damn sharp. Jeez, Soyuz has been hitting the gym. It did kind of end up looking like Soyuz, huh? Acton, how you doing? Can we radial attach a science lab? No, it's node. It has to be node. So that's going to make putting a nose cone on the back a little weird. I'm not sure, like with the hierarchy, how we're going to make that work. But yeah, I see what you're saying. That one actually clicked in my head correctly for a change. Hey, nephew. Yes, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I just want drills on the ship or if I want a lander. I think a lander would be kind of cool. A lander to go down and carry ore tanks that has a nuke on it. Like, we could do an overclocked nuke engine and make a lander that can literally go anywhere. But then again, that would suck on Eve, and it would probably suck on Lathe as well. Yeah, I can't radial attach to it. It has to be on a node. We could do some trickery here. Watch. So if I take the fairing, set it to a darker shape, and put the fairing right there, and then we turn on interstage nodes with no truss. Take one nose cone, attach it there. Take another one, attach it there. And then shut off interstage nodes. So the fairing attachment node, the forward fairing attachment node is still open to attach stuff to. There you go. Oh, we got to shut the flag off because the flag is kind of peaking a little bit. Yeah, fairings have tons of attachment nodes. In fact, it's to the point, guys, I would rather use a fairing for an engine plate. In fact, I do on most of my rockets over the actual engine plates because the engine plates have some weird freaking code in them to like force auto struts on certain parts. And I hate that. I can't stand it. I don't like it. I found that fairings make better engine plates than engine plates do. Have you heard about music by Waterfall? I haven't, no. Yeah, there you go. It looks like a little blister pod on the side. I like that. It makes it, yeah, breaks up the texture. Or breaks up the shape. Really looks good. That's a good idea, Aqualux. That was good. Good one, man. I might have to redo this strut a little bit, though. Because if we, like, go to launch this, it might run that strut incorrectly. So I'll run it in a place that I know is going to work. So we'll move it over here, and then we'll run the struts like this. I think it's breaking up the shape enough, S. I think we're good. Just got to make sure the struts are running in the right place. Like, see, I don't want the struts running through that fairing or that nose cone because that's a major structural piece that ties the branches together. Like, because I have this, I have the science lab here, and then we've radially attached these here. Yeah, that all needs to, this all needs to be tied together. Something that I did notice, though, is that I ended up doing this in, yeah. Well, like, yeah, I had to do that way. Where's Bill Nelson's pudding compartment in this ship? I don't know, man. We're gonna have to go find it. Getting a lot of washout on the top of this thing. Ah, crap. No, that's not going to work there. Dang. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's next to the gel module, Francam. The Ligma sprocket? Yeah, yeah. Gotta be careful, though. You can catch Ligma from it if you get too close to it. What's Joe is Ligma. Guys. Thought we've been over this. Sweet, don't want you... Yeah, no shaft issues. It's looking good, man. I like that. I like it a lot. Joe, mama, got him. Damn. What do you guys think about the inboard rotated payload bays in here? In the engine bay? Yeah, NX, I'm pretty sure the GT music is okay. We'll test it today. I'm pretty dang sure. But yeah, we'll... Yeah, the Sugma module is... Well, it's going to be in the back. It's going to Sugma all the fuel out. Yeah, everybody says propellers on Eve and stuff. If not, yeah. I hope we can keep it. It's actually really nice to build to. It's really nice. It's really nice music to chill and build to. Yeah, the open engine bay in here is actually kind of cool. I like that. Because this is the engine room. This is the reactor core. This is where the drives are going to end up. Mongolian throat singing would be better. What? See, the flags don't need to be panels here. They can just be physics lists here. And that gets the point across enough, but do we want to... Can we put it in a place where it's not going to block the payload bays? Yeah, that'll work. But then... Oh, you have a little bit of a line. I wonder if I can rotate the flag around. Nope. Is it okay that I shared the hierarchy visualizer with a KSP friend of mine? Yeah. I don't see why not. Gotta find something else to fill that gap. Gotta find something to put there, find something to put there, and then we gotta finish the payload bay. Wing, a smaller flag, and then the part count's gonna get insane. The wings actually take up less surface area, or they take up more surface area, so than the flags do. So the wings actually might not be the worst thing to put here. Yeah, I think that's how we'll do it. So let me just make a sub-assembly of these wings. Got them. Actually, hold on. So set the auto strut flag first, and then absolute snap. Copy 2. Absolute snap, and then copy 4. Then absolute snap. Now we have a nice long wing sub-assembly here. That looks good, man. That looks pretty neat. I don't hate it. And then do another one down here. Remove one, just one? Oh, I was thinking about doing this. I think that looks cool. No, we could just have one, Stuart. No, you almost had the funny number. Oh. Oh. Gotta figure out something to put right there. Cool. Ooh, I don't hate that. But we probably should do that. Because what I want to make it look like is, I want to make it look like the Kerbals have, a way to go through the crew tanks to get to the back of the ship. Because that's a big fuel tank. Those are 4 big fuel tanks right there for the landers, right? So I want to make it look like there's a way for them to get to the back. Just like what I did with Grissom, with the redesigned Grissom, with the tubes everywhere. Yeah, tubes. What is this, W?
The space sec.
How does the dragon work? What? Okay. What's yeah, it's like the internet. It's a series of tubes. Yeah, of course. What do you think I was talking about? Tubes. Like, here's what I want to do. In here... I'd like to put these, got them, here. So it looks like we have egress tubes that go all the way back. I should have selected Grandparent Park before I finished this. Yeah, that was the idea for these payload bays, yes. Not the ones that are facing in. The ones that are facing in are just designed to bridge that gap. Now, the doors, this needs to be payload bay doors so we could theoretically swap the drive out if we need to. So, I'm not sure how we're going to do up there. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But yeah, see, I want a way for the Kerbals to get to the back, or at least a visual way for them to get there. And then it'd be good if we had a way for the payload, for the end of this subassembly to be tied in like that. Imagine if you made a new Collins, but in the style of the original Collins, like made from panels with robotic doors, no Mark III parts. Could make it. Yeah, with the triangle tessellation, I can make any shape, dude. I really hope that triangle tessellation works with KSP2. I have no reason to believe that it won't. Oh, that needs to be in 2x mirror. I put it in 4x by accident. An S-58 just flew over your house. Cool. To be honest, I hope tessellation isn't necessary. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying, Aqualux, but what about if you... what if you use procedural wings for tessellation? No, Clayton, it's not necessarily based off of something real. It's based off of a ship from sci-fi, from a sci-fi series called The Expanse. It's on Amazon Prime Video, dude. Good sci-fi series, dude, if you haven't watched it, yeah. Looks good, though. It's coming along, dudes. And I love that. I love the truss structure texture. It looks awesome. Collins will be easier to make with procedural wings? Well, I certainly would hope so. I mean, Nova, think how much that would suck. Well, Drummer, the ships in The Expanse are actually built like skyscrapers, meaning that the decks of the ship don't go... Like, the ground is not... Like, if my hand is where the ground should be, right? The decks of the ships in The Expanse are actually going this way. Decks go this way. Bulkheads are horizontal. Believe it or not. Yeah, they're built like skyscrapers because they're constantly accelerating, right? And because the Epstein drive is constantly accelerating at 1G, the decks of the ship go this way. They go up and down. They go zenith nadir, not forward to aft, like a sailing ship. Yeah, because the ship's under constant acceleration. If you have this whole ship under constant 1g acceleration and your floor is... Your floors are that way, right? Then it's just going to be like walking around. And then the ships, when they get halfway through, they do what's called a brachistochrone trajectory, right? I think that's how you say that. When the ships they burn, basically they accelerate, like if you're doing a transfer from Earth to Mars. They accelerate halfway, and then when they're at the halfway point between Earth and Mars, they flip the thing around, and then they just decelerate, and it flies retrograde. And then your decelerative force, right, is doing the same thing. And then when they're flipping, right, when they flip the ship around, you have all the sailors on board have mag boots. So they have magnetic boots, so you don't go floating off when they shut the engines off. This is going to be Kraken drive, yes. But it also should have a good amount of delta V with regular impulse engines too. I designed it that way on purpose. Yeah, it's going to have both of them. So I have 4 rhinos up there for impulse control. So this thing actually has pretty good TWR considering it's 2,100 tons. 0.23 TWR with 4 rhinos is actually pretty dang good. That's in line with an upper stage, right? Like with upper stage TWR. So it's pretty good. But also we have the Kraken drive too. Do you think there's a possibility one day to travel to another star system? What is limiting us from doing that, Jackal? That's not the right question to ask. What's limiting us? That's the right question to ask. Power. Yeah, of course. With enough power, we could get to Alpha Centauri on, like, a reasonably expedient schedule for the distance that needs to be traveled, right? It's power. You can generate enough power, you'll be fine. I mean, money, too, if you want to be like that. Yeah, I guess. Is it going to use SRBs to get orbit? Yeah, Sebi, we could use... If we do 4 Clydesdales, I'll use that to get this thing up in the air. It's not power, it's will. No, it's very much power, yeah. It's very much power. I understand what you're saying, John, but it is very much... We don't have a system that can generate enough energy that's going to get us to Alpha Centauri on any reasonable schedule. It'd take hundreds of years to get there with our current systems. With chemical propulsion? Yeah, it'd take forever. But I do understand what you're saying. John, I get you. I know what you're getting at. Gotta want to do it, too, at the same time. I'm sure if humanity had a good enough reason to want to get to Alpha Centauri, we would get to Alpha Centauri very quickly. Right? Like, yeah, we would get there very fast. If we had a good enough reason. That works a lot better with the symmetry, the way those nodes are set up. We had Nerva, 900 second specific impulse. Okay. Yeah, Nerva, 900 second specific impulse. You want to get to Alpha Centauri, that'd take 150 years. With Nerva. That's what I mean. Yeah, no. You need something better than that. That's not going to get you there. I don't know if it's going to take 150 years. It's not anything reasonable, though, dude. Like... You know, when I say reasonable, I mean, could we do, like, a manned exploration mission to Alpha Centauri and not have to worry about not getting the people back in our lifetime? Yeah, like if we use Nerva, John, it's a one-way trip. That's what I mean. It's a one-way trip. It would be like trying to use a rowboat to cross the ocean. If you even manage to get somewhere, it's a one-way trip. You're not. I highly doubt you're getting back. You'd sign up for a generational trip, but yeah, okay. Not sure what that has to do with the original subject matter, but all right, cool. It's because they're both in 4x symmetry, Rocket. They should be all symmetrical now. Thank you. Just ask it. Aliens for a rocket to get back? So ask Elon. Okay. Yeah, that might work. I like this. I like this ship a lot. I think it's really cool. It's coming along. Yeah, exactly. The scale of the universe is quite large. Yeah. Elonian, yeah. Could we find a way to harness Elon's ego for power? I'm pretty sure Starship already does that, Sirius. Sorry. You're late to the table on this one, pal. The universe can't be that big. Oh, it is. Don't you worry. The universe is really large, guys. Large. You're large. I mean, tell me something I don't know. This thing looks sick, dude. I'm pretty hype on this. I don't know. I kind of like it with these being offset. It makes it look like there's a bulkhead here. Well, 42, remember. That's sick, dude. I really like it. This part of the ship really came together. It looks good, man. I'm happy I didn't decide to keep going with this last night and came at it with a fresh mind today. It looks good. Here, let's put it out. Let's see how it holds up structurally. I mean, we still don't have the front of the ship, nor is some of the payload base finished, but a rowboat, it's about 41 to 100 days to cross the Atlantic Ocean. I googled it. 41 days for a rowboat? Something like that, sorry, yeah. The front fell off, yeah. It's got no front. The front, I mean, it hasn't fallen off. We just don't have it. The supply chains or something. Well, that looks awesome. Time warp. You see anything bouncing around in there? Nope. pretty cash money. I mean, once again, this thing is going to need to be able to withstand an insane amount of load being put on it from the engines. So that's why I'm building it to be a freaking tank. Fat Soyuz. Bolshoi Soyuz. Bolshoi Soyuz. Da. Bolshoi. Ogromny Soyuz. Load. Chunguska Bolshoi. Da. How's it look with all the lights on? What is it with those freaking lights, dude? What's with the light bars, dude? Oh my goodness. Those lights down at the bottom are really, really freaking out. I don't think we're taller than the VAB. It's about maybe, yeah, half the size. Oh, okay, J-Speed, alright, gotcha. Lights make it drift harder? Yeah, oh yeah. But, J-Speed, now I'm worried because what happens when we go to land this thing? What happens if we go to land it? I might have to disable that CAL controller. So what's the first endurance class going to be named? Probably endurance. Yeah. Dude, with the strut texture or the girder segment texture, this thing looks awesome. It looks really cool. I didn't want it to be all wings, but nor did I want it to be all this. It just broke up the texture, so it's a bunch of different stuff. It looks like the ship was built like out of a lot of different pieces, which makes it look very realistic, I guess. I don't know. You have an endurance shuttle, you need a new name. Did I put an endurance shuttle in? I thought it was Pathfinder and Explorer. Well, maybe we'll have to call it Explorer then. Less aesthetics, more function. I have a Kraken drive. I can do both of those things, Pythos. Grounded is a better term? Well, hopefully not literally, dude. Yeah, and then when we get the payload bays working and we get them to open, this thing is gonna look cool, man. But does it fly? It won't fly right now. It's missing a bridge. We don't have any control point. Does it have the drives installed yet? No, the drive payload bay is not finished. So how big will the explosion be when it crashes? Well, if it does explode, Sock, you will be entertained. Let me put it to you like that. Yeah, it looks good, man. I mean, part of me is like, you know, there's only, like, if we continue to move with, like, chemical propulsion, guys, so... Oh, thanks for telling me. If we keep going with ships that are supposed to look like the Copernicus and stuff, like if this is kind of the future for what real life interplanetary ships look like, you know, the MTV. Facebook, gross. Get this off the screen. Like, if we keep doing stuff like this, I don't think it's unreasonable to kind of think that ships of the future will just be big fuel tanks strapped together, kind of like a or no, not an S4B. That's the third stage. A Saturn 1B. So Saturn 1B, guys, the first stage, the S1. This thing is literally a bunch of pre-existing it's Jupiter and Juno rocket fuel tanks, all strapped together. See how it looks like it's the most Kerbal rocket around, the Saturn 1, the first stages. Like, it's literally if you took a bunch of fuel tanks and wrapped them around a center core, like this. So that it's not unreasonable to think that maybe ships of the future like this are just going to be a bunch of tanks strapped together. I don't think that's particularly unreasonable. Yeah, the Saturn 1B, the S1 first stage was made by Chrysler. See? If you look at it, it looks like it's a bunch of fuel tanks strapped together, because it is. Yeah, it's built around a lattice. In fact, that's where I got the idea for building Grissom, and that's where I got the idea for building Neptune as well, for the older viewers. See? Just a bunch of fuel tanks strapped together. That's it. See? Technically, the Saturn is a redstone rocket. You can trace its lineage right back to... Actually, you could trace its lineage right back to the Aggregate 4. Von Braun's V2. Or Von Braun's A4. That moron that was his boss called it the V2. I don't like that guy. So I'm going to ignore what he called it. Frick that guy. Frick that guy. I'm going to call it what Von Braun called it. He's the engineer. He engineered it. He made it. So we'll call it the Aggregate. But it's the V2. Yeah, V2 evolved into the Redstone. Redstone evolved into Jupiter, and then into Juno, and then into Jupiter C. And then Saturn, the Saturn 1 first stage is just a bunch of Jupiter and Juno tanks strapped together. So, yeah, technically, Saturn 1 can trace its roots directly to the V2. It uses similar extended fuel tanks. Funny story. Not the Saturn 5, though. The Saturn 5 is clean sheet. Is it hollow in the center? No. It's a fuel tank with other fuel tanks strapped around it. Trying to get a good cross section. Somebody will probably find it before me. I type Saturn 1B first stage diagram, and all that comes up is Saturn 5s. You know what? Let's do this way. I can show you. Rocket research pictures, Saturn research pictures. I have a picture of them tooling up a couple of stages in here somewhere. There they go. So, if you look, there's a center fuel tank. The center fuel tank is a Juno rocket, and the outer ones are Jupiter C. Don't get me wrong, they didn't just take the first stages and kind of strap them together. They took the tooling, the tooling for the tanks, for the fuel tanks, and they made extended versions of the fuel tanks for each one of those things. But see that right there? See these fuel tanks that say, like, United States on them? Those fuel tanks are quite literally the tankage from... It's the same tooling. They were made on the same assembly line as the Redstone. That's what those fuel tanks are. It's the fuel tanks from... Well, it's from a Jupiter C. But Jupiter C is just a really, really upgraded Redstone rocket. Yeah, see? Yeah. And then they strapped it all together. See? In that picture. There it is. So they have just a jig at the... They have a structural skirt at the bottom that's designed to hold all the tanks, and then a structural skirt at the top that's designed to hold all the tanks together. And then they have struts triangulating every tank so the whole thing doesn't do this. What is this music? It's Gran Turismo music drummer. It should be good. It should be okay. But see, that's what the empty jig looks like. Look at it back there. It looks like a giant dumbbell. But see, you have a structural forward skirt from a Jupiter rocket. That's a structural forward skirt from a Jupiter C. Or from Juno, excuse me. And then there's the back skirt of it, and then they just put a ring around it and strutted it all together, and then each one of these has holders for the tanks. See that? That's the Saturn 1, man. It's literally made out of spare parts. Not bad for being made out of spare parts. Page 13, you got something? Oh yeah, I'm sure that's good. Yep, there it is. Yeah, see? You want to hear something crazy? So 4 of the outer tanks are locks, and then 4 of the outer tanks are RP1. So what if you go look at a picture of a Saturn 1 taking off, ice is only coming off of 4 out of the 8 tanks. Speaking of research photos, did you see the link I sent you the other day? Creeper, which one was it, dude? Links have been coming at me hot and heavy. I mean, you know, SLS, I would say, is a much more refined way, Rocket Guy, of using off-the-shelf parts, like leftover parts from the shuttle. But, dude, this takes it to another level, man. There were some pics from inside SpaceX in 2008. I don't remember you linking those. I may have missed that link, Creeper. It's the most recent DM. Oh, this thing is still just chilling out here. Let's bring it back into the hangar. DM. Oh. Cool. Give me 1 second. You reminded me I needed to send another message out. But see, that's how I make, if you look at this ship, this is how I made the Donager, this is how I made Grissom's, Scobies. It's literally that. Only I have an SRB as the center, and the SRB obviously doesn't work, but I have fuel tanks wrapped around a center. That, structurally in Kerbal, is the strongest way to make something. And I should have done that with the SSTO. Had I done that with the SSTO in Mirror Sim, radial attach in Mirror Sim, we would have been so much better. But I chose asymmetric tanks because I'm an idiot. I don't know why I did that. I don't know what I was thinking. Whatever. We learn from our mistakes. But yeah, this thing is actually remarkably solid for what it is. I'm actually pretty happy. Can we put a flag in here? EJ, is there Starship ISS plans? Not anything on the books right now, Erudite, to be honest with you. There's not, yeah, there ain't much on the books, dude. Like, there's no planned NASA mission to do something like that just yet. I think NASA is kind of hedging their bets, dude, before they send something as that big towards the ISS. I mean, I don't think that someday, you know, NASA wouldn't do that. Because if Starship ends up working like the shuttle, I'm pretty sure NASA would want to get their hands on it in some way. But yeah, there's no Starship yet. NASA's only real involvement with Starship is HLS, so the lander. So the lander is going nowhere near the ISS, right? So actually, you know what would be a better way to do this? Take this flag, put it on the SRB, and put it in 4x symmetry. And then I could use that as a tree branch to hold all this stuff together. There we go. And now, because that's attached to the SRB, 6 degrees of separation rule that we talked about yesterday, what we can do is I'll take the Mark III, because this is a 4x symmetry node, right? And some of these Mark IIIs are only built. Some of these are built, those fuselages are in 2x radial and that's in 2x mirror. The reason why I did that way is because I need different Mark II fuselages going down, because there's going to be a payload bay here. It can't be 4x symmetry. So I had to do 2 and 2 right there. So having those panels hold this whole thing together and act as a structural carrier is actually pretty damn strong. That should make it even stronger than it already was. Starship really starts pushing out one of the thing docking. Working to unwrap. What? How long is the ISS remaining operational? Well, NASA is committed to 2030 and the Russians recently committed to 2028. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's going to be stuff that comes after the ISS, like Axiom and Orbital Reef and stuff, and I'm sure, well, I'm not sure about Orbital Reef, but I'm sure there's plans there. I'm sure they have plans there somehow. All right, we can get rid of that. I was just saving that as a sub-assembly. Dude, how cool does this thing look? That looks pretty freaking sweet. We have to do the bottom of the payload bay and the top with the payload bay doors right here. And then I have to retool the payload bay, and then we have to do some work up here. I'm not sure what we're going to do up here, though. You know, 95 was saying make it look like Grissom. And I was like, okay. What's up? Nice progress. Thanks, man. How heavy is it? Parallax, we're at 2154. Good number. Yeah, she's 2,000 tons. This is a heavy, heavy, heavy ship. Just stick a Mark 1. There we go. Yeah, we're good now. There you go. I do like Grissom style cockpit, and I do like, you know, the whole Pillar of Autumn aesthetic. I think I'm gonna need some reference for the top. So let's go up here. Thank you. Let's see. I don't know why it auto-populated Canterbury. I don't want that. Let's take a look. Different ships from the Expanse. Yeah, see, the Doniger is kind of what this thing is supposed to look like. But I don't just want to copy the freaking Doniger and just be like, oh, yep, that's mine. Henry, ciao, come stai? Spaceball 1. It's gone to plaid. Yeah, Aqualex, I understand that. Yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, even the shuttle was a pretty tall order docking to the ISS. That's a lot of extra mass you're adding to the space station. Yeah. Dude, look at that. Look at that freaking thing. That thing is a chonker. It's a chonker of a ship. Look at the turrets on that sucker. Unbelievable. Alright. There's the bridge from the Pillar of Autumn. Cortana, all I wanted to know is, did we lose them? I think we both know the answer to that. We made a blind jump. How did they get there first? Covenant ships have always been faster. Since they were tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed, my options were limited. They were waiting for us on the far side of the planet. Are we getting Kraken railguns for probe launches? I don't think I have time to develop something like that working, John. I think I'll just deploy them with regular rockets. Oh, so cool. That is one of my... That probably is my favorite ship from sci-fi right there. From any sci-fi. The Pillar. From Halo. That's my favorite one. Like, more than any Starship Enterprise or more than the Millennium Falcon or a Star Destroyer or whatever, this is the coolest one. That's my favorite. It looks like a blanket wrapped around a rifle. That's funny because that's basically what it is. The Pillar of Autumn is a giant railgun. It's a giant railgun, dude. Yeah, see that thing right there? It's a railgun. So in Halo, the ships have magnetic accelerated cannon. So they have MACs. They're called MACs. Yeah, it's a railgun. The whole thing is built in, it's a gigantic gun that flies through space with point defense turrets on it. All this stuff is just armor plating. Titanium A in the Halo universe is what it's called. It's a nice ship. Tough little ship. It was originally built as a freighter and then they retrofitted it. Yeah, it's cool. Titanium A? No, not the Canadian version. No. That's what I modeled the Grissoms after. The Grissoms were inspired from the Pillar of Autumn. It's supposed to look like it. But I don't necessarily want to do that again. That's what I've done in the past. Yeah, I don't think the NDS was rated for that kind of load, for sure. I think the Pillar of Autumn was inspired by one of the ships from Alien. Yeah, maybe. So this thing, guys, basically two big drive motors in the back. They're called Shaw Fujikawa Translite engines in the Halo universe. It's their light speed. That's what the two big engines in the back are. But the two engines in the back are also capable of slower than light travel, so impulse drive. But that's using Star Trek nomenclature, but whatever. And then those two things are coupled to a gigantic reactor right here. And then the reactor is... And then in front of the reactor is basically a railgun. A gigantic railgun. That's what that relief is right there. That's the railgun. Yeah, it can shoot like slugs that are the size of... I don't know. I forget how big it is. I forget the caliber of the Mac. Don't remember. Yeah, and then all where the crew and the hangars go, everything else is just kind of wrapped around the reactor, the railgun, and the engines. That's it. Yeah. Oh, there you go. There's the cross section of it. See? See the railgun? And then it comes out the front right there. That's a pretty big caliber. Yep, and then you have turrets on the sides and stuff. The Mac could probably fire a Mac truck. Yeah, I think that's how big the slug is. I think it's as big as a semi-truck, actually, Tessa, now that you're reminding me. And it's cool because the designers in Halo really thought about this stuff. So, like, opposite the Mac cannon, you have the main elevator for the ship, the main grav well. Because in Halo, they have enough power to make anti-gravity stuff, obviously. Yeah, that thing. So the elevator's on the opposite side of this, so it balances out the design, which it's actually really well thought out. The guys that wrote the story for Halo were pretty hard nerds, dude. They were pretty dang nerdy. Like, see those right there? Those look like intakes. They're not intakes. Those are braking thrusters. They're thrusters that point forward. Tertiary thrusters that point forward and backwards so you can slow down. Cool. It's a slug of depleted, it's either ferric tungsten or depleted uranium measuring 9.1 meters long at about 30 kilometers a second. The high muzzle speed gives the 600-ton slug the kinetic energy and momentum necessarily to damage a target. That's way bigger than a Mack truck, yep. The big engines on the back are sublight only. They're involved in faster than light. Are you sure? Oh. Huh. Interesting. What the hell am I thinking? Dude, I'm crossing too many sci-fis together. So it's funny because the drive, so that means the Sha Fujikawa drive Aqualex is internal, right? And that means it's kind of like how we're doing this. You know, it's an internal piece. It's not like an actual motor that sticks out the back. Isn't faster than light a big no-no? In sci-fi, well, the Sha Fujikawa works in the Halo books. I think it's explained in the Halo book Fall of Reach how the drive works. It's an Alcubierre drive for the most part. That gravity wave drive, erudite. Yeah, Bobby, those cross sections are always so freaking cool. Like somebody drew all this out. It's really neat, man. And it's cool. The ships in Halo have a belt, just like modern warships have a torpedo belt. So the plating is actually there's an open area between the outer plating and the inner plating of the ship, which is cool. That's why it looks like just a bunch of plates kind of stacked all on top of each other. Because it has a torpedo belt. In this case, it's plasma torpedoes from Covenant ships. Is regular RCF enough to control this ship? Can one use say like an aerospike as RCS with a cal? Yeah, Sebby, you can do that. But the thing is that if you bind like thrust limiter to a cal controller and then bind the cal controller to axis controller, SAS won't control the cal. I don't know why it does. I don't know why they didn't put that design in or put that feature into this. But yeah, SAS can't control cals that are bound to axes. Only input from the player can. Although the Sha Fujikawa drive needs input momentum, which is why you can tell where someone is going when you jump. When they jump, that is. Interesting. New Glenn is Falcon 9 on steroids. New Glenn is something, man. It's going to be a big rocket. The slipstream drive is what they jury-rigged to blow Reach. Yeah, Tybot. Oh, good times, man. Dude, the Halo universe is so good. It's so well thought out. I love it so much. Like, you can tell that, who wrote it? Martin O'Donnell and Joseph Stanton, I think, were the guys that wrote the Halo Bible. Man, dude, they broke the mold when they made that, dude. Yeah, Reach was amazing, dude. Yeah, The Fall of Reach is a great book. Halo Reach is good. The game's pretty good. They talk about two different things, but stuff that happens in the book is mentioned. Marty wrote the music. That's right. It's Joseph Stanton. Who was the other guy, Limprod? I forget. You guys know more. You guys know better than I do. It's been a while since I've read any Halo anything. Alright, well, let's figure out how we want to do this. Yeah, Marathon, yep. They did Marathon as well. Marathon's also a good game. Good game for the time. Ernock, like, if I ever make a game, dude, and we ever make it like a single-player style game, I want to do that. I want to come up with something nuts. Like, a great story. Write an awesome story and then build the game around the story. Like what they did, like what Valve did with Half-Life. Like, you know, obviously Marathon. Halo is like that. What other games are like that? Well, Red Dead, if we want a more modern thing. But yeah, I mean, Red Dead would suck if it wouldn't suck. It wouldn't be as good if it didn't have the awesome storyline with Arthur and whatnot. Mass Effect, Fallout. Good games are built around great lore, right? Marathon and Halo were both made by Bungie. I know, we just said that. You can talk about Halo all you want, but my favorite spaceship is still the Brunhild from Legend of Galactic Heroes. Oh, it's cool looking. Magus, your weeb is showing. Put it away. Put it away. Destiny franchise. Yeah, I'm sure it's real good, man. The Bebop, Cowboy Bebop is damn good sci-fi, but it's not really a game per se. But it's so freaking good, dude. I love it how Cowboy Bebop was just one season and done, one and done. That's all you need. And then they literally broke the mold. It's what, 98? So it's 25 years old at this. It's 25 years old at this point, and dude, still holds up. It's still awesome. It's such a good story. The story is everything, man. Space westerns, dude. Cowboy Bebop had it right. There needs to be more space westerns. I think if I was gonna make a cool storyline game like that, we'd do a space western. That would be awesome. Have you built any Halo ships in KSP? Frilled, my Grissom is based off of a Halo ship. Yeah, absolutely. So, okay. Fellas, these are in 4x symmetry here. These panels. So, like, if I rotate this one, it's going to rotate all of them. We need to remove those out of that symmetry. I need to have them basically built off of something that's in 2x symmetry. So these side pieces are built in 2x. So I think I got to read. We're going to start working on this payload bay here, and we're going to. I know I'm going hot and heavy on the design, dudes. I want to get this ship done. I want to get it done by the end of this week, so the last week in KSP, we could just go to town with this thing. My weeb is part of me, son. There ain't no point in hiding it. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, I know. I'm just busting your balls, dude. All good. Filthy weeb. You filthy weeb. Weeb-sama. Why do we get overlap but no over? Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on in here. You gotta attach them all to the same piece because those are node attached and not absolute snapped into position. So that'll get me what I'm looking for right there. Oh, that's sick. Voltron? Well, Voltron is an American version of an anime in Japan. They basically bought the rights to an anime. I forget which one. What is it called? Megas, I know you'd know. What is it called? And they basically just took the footage from the original anime and just made a plot line out of it and dubbed it in English. Zoltan! No, it's not called that. It was like 3 different animes. Yeah, what's it called? What's like the original one? I forget what it's called. Beast King Go Lion. That's it. That's it. Yes. Yes, that's it. It's not Gundam. No, Voltron is not Gundam. I think that flag is backwards comparatively to the other ones. Cool. All right. Voltron was a heavy English bastardization of 2 shows. 100 Beast King Go Lion and Armored Fleet Die Rugger. Interesting. I remember watching Voltron way back in the day. Like on Adult Swim in the 90s, dude. That and... what else was on Adult Swim? This was like Adult Swim in the 90s, early 2000s, man. It was like, they had Yu Yu Hakusho on there, Cowboy Bebop, Rurouni Kenshin. What else was on there? There was a bunch of stuff, dude. Yeah. Trigun was on there, yeah. Yeah. C-Lab 2021. Well, yeah, they had like those shows, right? But they also had anime on there late at night. Because I remember playing Halo like late at night on a separate TV and having Adult Swim on in the background. And then playing that and like, what else? PlanetSide, Star Wars Galaxies. That was a little bit later in the 2000s. But Robot Chicken. Robot Chicken is, yeah, a little bit later, but... Harvey Birdman. You get that thing I sent you? Dragon Ball was on there, yeah. I watched all that stuff, dude, but I was playing video games while I was doing it. Yeah. Fun times. Last, it's being drowned out by Toonami nostalgist. Outlaw Star, yeah. Go Line was a very bloody, very violent show before it was edited down. The American company even ordered additional episodes from Toei to help one of their deceptions they made for the U.S. audience. Interesting. Where's the extra Kraken drive storage going to be? This should be plenty of room to store extra ones. Building the Toonami ship would be so cool. Oh, the Toonami ship. I remember that, dude. Man, no, that's Blast from the Past, dude. What's that, Chris? Now you want to make the absolution? Cool. Remember, guys, with Kraken drives, you can make whatever the frick you want. See last, Akira. Good. Yeah,
Discovery,
Akira's
go and
awesome.
throttle up.
Myth! Beep boop, I'm a computer. I don't see your last, Zay. Space ferrets. This is your favorite ship in Destiny 2. Ah, that's kind of cool. Say, I'm sorry, it's buried. It's buried in filthy weeb. Oh, sauce. I can't click on that. It's trying to take me to Discord client. Type it again. Myth, how you doing, buddy? I always take the time to place all the struts manually, guys. The reason why I do it is because sometimes Kerbal likes to just, if you like move to the SP, like out of the SPH, or you put it out on the pad sometimes, or if I move to the VAB, sometimes Kerbal just likes to run the struts for you in a not the way that you put them. So I know that every strut that's like perfectly lined up, like that has the strut mount like perfectly straight and not like super crooked, I know that those are parts that those are struts that I placed. It's a good visual indicator to see and make sure that like all the struts are where they need to be, because if it's not like perfect, like at a perfect, well, that's not 45 degrees, but yeah, like it has to be like at a perfect 45 like that. If it's not at a perfect 45, I know that that the game tried to run a strut in a different spot. Oh, that's cool, Zay. Well, that's good to know. Debuting in 2001, Adult Swim served as the nighttime identity of Cartoon Network, and it was established as alternative programming during late night hours when Cartoon Network's primary target audience would normally be sleeping. Yeah, Kenny, it wouldn't have been the late 90s. I said late 90s a little bit earlier, but yeah. Nuts, dude. Alright, so those are in place. Now we gotta figure out the drive payload bay here. Yeah, Kenny, I could have sworn it was like 98, 99, but there must have been something else instead of Adult Swim. Because I remember Cartoon Network would play anime late night. And I remember when Adult Swim came out. Like, I remember the first copy ads for Adult Swim. All kids out of the pool. Adult Swim. Saturdays at blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? And they'd show a picture of, like, a fat lifeguard or whatever. And pictures of just, like, a pool. I haven't seen episode 3 of Trigun or Cowboy Bebop. Pythos, you'd watch Cowboy Bebop. Wait, didn't you just say you like Cowboy Bebop? Feel even older now? I don't know. Whenever, like, you know, like we talk about how long stuff was ago, like I'm not, you know, it's like, damn, dude, that was like 20 years ago. Like, I don't see like, oh my gosh, I'm old. I don't feel old, guys. I feel just fine. Yeah, I'm good. Only 34, like, whatever. Who cares? It's a new 24 anyway. Like, I don't feel old. I'm just like, you know, where my mind goes with that, dudes, is like, I remember when like I'd hear stories from my dad or stories from my uncles or stories from, you know, older folks that are like, yeah, I remember 25 years ago, you know, like, and I'm like, there was no way for me to really tangibly see what 25 years was, like how long that actually takes, because I'm not old enough, right? Now I see that, I'm like, damn, dude. Now I get it when, like, you know, my parents say, like, oh man, like I talk with my dad about stuff like that from time to time, and I was like, yeah, I remember like 1978, could have thrown a football over those mountains, like, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes more sense now, because I can very distinctly remember like the late 90s, early 2000s. I very distinctly remember it, like, wasn't that long ago. It was, but it also wasn't, you know, like, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that as you get older, you really get a more fundamental understanding of time and how it works. If that makes any sense. Paganel, 62 months. You're lucky you fill all this out here. Yeah, you notice how 2000 through 2030 is all the same decade, right? Right? I've seen every single episode of both Trigun and Cowboy Bebop, just not episode 3. The universe deemed it not possible. Pythos, is this one of those things where I go, why did the universe deem it not possible? And then you go on a diatribe about how you weren't able to see episode 3, not realizing the irony in that we live in a world where you can literally just go find it in 5 minutes and watch it right now. It's not like it's a VHS tape, homie. You can go find it. Second time that the VCR caught it. Damn, I called that! Damn, I called it! Damn, I called that! Holy crap! I know you. I know you. I know you. It's like when you say, dude, when we were younger, all right? When we were younger, our parents would be like, well, back in my day, we had a rotary phone. And I'd be like, I don't know what that is. I don't know how to use that. Nowadays, I could go to like, if I go to Zoomers, I'll be like, yeah, you guys don't remember how to use you don't know how to use a VHS tape. Not entirely realizing that Zoomers can literally just Google how to use a VCR in 15 seconds and know everything that figure out everything that I freaking grew up with trying to use a damn VCR in 15 frigging seconds. VHS tracking took time, man. And it was a big deal when auto tracking came out, okay? Damn it. It's like we don't even get to be like, well, back in my day. We don't even get to do that. Because kids nowadays can just figure out how it works. Like if I say, oh, who here remembers Betamax? Like if you're younger, if you're 12, 13 years old and you're watching the stream and you don't know what Betamax is, you can just Google it and get like an explanation on it and be an expert on it in like 30 seconds. God dang it. Nice, Crab Shark. Betamax, Laserdisc, cassette tape, CDs. Oh, fellas, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I found this when I was at my folks' house the other day. Check this out. So, you want me to date myself? Look at this. Look at this. See that? G protection. G-Shock protection. So you could listen to music on the bus ride home and the CD wouldn't skip. Anti-skip, dude. Look at that. Skip protection. You know what I'm talking about? You know, if you know, you know. Anti-skip. Dude, when I was in high school, And I was in middle school. If you had the anti-skip, you were the man. And then if you had a CD burner too, like if you had a computer with 2 CD drives in it, and one of them was a burner, oh my goodness. Skip protection, bro. Skip protection. With built-in, it has a radio in it too, I think. No, I think it's just a CD player. Either way, anti-skip. I found it. I found my Walkman from back in the day. How cool is that? Yes, Dumbledore. Oh my gosh, that was the hustle in high school, dude. If you had a CD burner, you just burned CDs for people. And yeah, that's like super illegal, but it's the freaking 90s, man. What do you want? That's a CD Walkman, that's right. In 1998, I used a laptop in my backpack as an MP3 player. Whoa. Yeah, exactly, JSP. Yeah, the cassette tape. The cassette tape with the 3.5 out, dude. So you or the 3.5 in, so you could play your CDs through the cassette player in your car. Yes, dude. Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Did I have a deluxe Talkboy? My parents wouldn't buy me one hired. I wanted one. I remember when that Eminem CD leaked and the dudes are selling it all over the school, undercutting each other on price. Yes, right, John? Oh my goodness. Yeah, Slim Shady LP, dude. I remember that. Like, that wasn't that long ago, man. Oh boy. Fun times, dude. Fun times. That's funny. Alright. Let's get the payload bay figured out here. Your 3000 GT had a 6-disc trunk mounted CD changer. Bro. If you had the trunk mounted CD changer, you were the man. My truck still has a cassette player in it. Yeah, Kenny, so does mine. Yeah. Yeah, that truck has a cassette player in it. Should probably change that. Found a record player in your basement? Cool. It was 25 years ago. Shut up. Yeah, new cars don't even have CD players. They just have a headphone jack, a 3.5 in, and that's it. Throw the Walkman in the trunk, dude. Yep. G-Shock. G-Shock protection, bro. Oh, I found this and went, oh my goodness. I listened to so much music on this thing, dude. No ads, either. Think about it, man. No ads. But you have to lug around CDs with you. But also, no ads. 8-track, nice. Nice, 8-track. I do not have a car with an 8-track player in it. I have a car that has an AM FM radio in it from the factory that's like 53 years old. Yeah, exactly, Grav. You were cool if you had the binder full of CDs, and you were even cooler if it was not burned CDs. So if you had like all the actual albums, that's awesome, dude. That's so crazy, man. All right. Nah, bro, screw that. All burned. Yeah. And you own the music. Yeah, Pigzig. I thought about this the other day, dude. I'm like, you know what? I might go through the hassle of getting like a CD burner for personal use. For personal use only. Personal use. It's for personal consumption. And listen to music that way, dude. Because no ads. I would probably go through all that effort just to not listen to ads because I hate ads. How many seconds anti-skip? I think this is 10 seconds on this one. There's music service with no ads, right? Yeah. Was binders of CD-ROM games, and yeah, Yeah, some kids carried games with their CDs, with their music. Yeah, I remember that. I remember kids that had binders in their bag that had like mist in it and stuff. Yeah, good times, dude. Yeah, hardcore. Anyway, all right, let's get back to the ship. It does look good, dude. We still got to figure out what we want to do for the front of this thing. Simpler time. Yep. Yeah. See, like, these things are all built like skyscrapers. But I think the Donager looks way cooler than the Agatha King. The MCRN stuff is aesthetic as frick, dude. Remember CD keys? Yep. Yep. Sci-Fio ships. Ugh. Tessa got me the high-res version of the... There it is. That's not the high-res version of it. Yeah, here we go. Let's look around. Let's shop around. We can go a little more aesthetic with the front here, but I don't want to go too crazy with it. I want it to look like it's supposed to be there. Dude, that's not even the highest res version of that. Hold on. Oh, these Reddit posts are just from 7 years ago. That's good. Note the Eltrium from Gunbuster is bigger, at least longer than every ship on that chart. Yeah. I mean, this ship, Endurance, would be like a spec on this chart. These ships, all these ships comparatively to what we're making are freaking huge. Is that Spaceball 1? It's Spaceball 1. There was a high-res link in the comments. No? Let me check. Ah, high-res. South. Yep. Yep. There we go. All right, let's see. Yeah, freaking Zerg. Flying freaking maggots. You know what? I'm gonna save this image for research. We'll put that in the miscellaneous folder for for research purposes. Where's Spaceball 1? That is Spaceball 1. It's 11 kilometers long. It's not just a ship. It's a transformer. We break for no one. As president of Planet Spaceball, I assure you and your viewers, there's no problem with the atmosphere. I know, I heard the same thing. Yep, all right, bye. Shh. Colonel said, what? President Scroob. Salute. Hail, Scroob. Hey, Marlene. I'm Charlene. Hello, Charlene. I'm Marlene. Chew your gum. Star Wars stuff up here. I'll still say ISDs are the way to go, man. Super Star Destroyer is the coolest looking. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. But we talked about this yesterday. I can't help but think that, like, why would you go and make this stupid thing? Why would you make this? What the hell is the point of this? Literally, just make for one price of this, you could have just made 50 of those. Like, probably more. And now, don't get me wrong, the Empire is about projecting their power, right? But, dude, ain't nobody good. Like, if you see this floating around your planet, you're going to be like, oh, crap. But if you see 50 of these floating around your planet, I would be like, well, we're dead. You know, it has the same effect. And there's no way that making this was as cheap as making this. Not a chance. Is the Empire lobbying for jobs? Dude, you block buy ISDs then, for frick's sake. We've talked about this. Just block buy. You get the best bang for your buck. This thing is damn cost plus. Why the frick would you do that? Ugh. You like Warhammer 40k ships? The flying Gothic churches? Emperor clearly had a Napoleon complex. Yeah. Like, what? Look at all this stuff. Why the frick would you make this? And 3 A-wings took the stupid thing out. What are you doing? You're telling me there's no place to steer the ship other than the bridge? Who the frick thought that up? Oh. It's Star Wars' Yamato. Idiots. I still like the Republic class. Republic classes are cool. And then the Vindicator. Vindicators are cool too. That's cool stuff. Yeah, every ship, every sailing ship over the past like 500 years has had freaking a secondary place to steer the damn rudder. What are you doing? Moncals? Where's the Moncal? Moncal cruisers are over there. Yeah, the Mediator class up there. Yep. Intensify. No, wait. It's a trap. What did you know? Intensify the forward batteries. I don't want anything to get through. That's the Superstar Destroyer, right? So what I'm doing, guys, if you're wondering what's going on, I'm looking at research for the front of the ship that I'm designing. I want to give the ship a good forward bridge and stuff, but yeah, I'm looking at a bunch of different ships here to kind of get some reference here to figure out like what I want to make it look like. What's the Epcot sphere? Something from Star Trek, dude. Yeah, Sido. We gotta cap off the front. We gotta make it look good, dude. Naboo, the front of it. Just make it a sphere. I'm not doing that. Actually, what I would like, Grav, is a place for shuttles to dock to the front. Like, if we make, like, an orbital tug, I would like a docking ring up at the front in the design somehow. So in that regard, like, the front of the Donager, something like the front of the Donager could look cool. I don't want it to look exactly like that, though, you know? I don't want it to look like that. But something like the Donager where you have an opening up at the front. You know, it would be cool if we could get a tug in here and just... Keep the tower aesthetic. Yeah. UNSC frigate? Well, the front of the frigates, Lunprod, aren't the bridge of the ship. The bridge of the frigates are like back here somewhere. The Hammerhead Corvette. Oh, this frickin' thing. So stupid. That's so stupid. So stupid. Just... Now, 10 to 5. Now we're talking. That's a cool looking ship. How much power do you want? Yes. Actually, you know what? Republic? How about the Republic Cruiser from episode 1? Something like that. I actually kind of like that, dude. The ambassadors are Jedi Knights, I believe. I knew it. They're here to force a settlement. Distract them. I will contact Lord Sidious. Are you going dead? I'm not going in there with 2 Jedi. Send a droid. Yeah. This whole front piece is actually an escape pod. Never got used, though. Yeah, this is cool. I think something like this would look pretty right. But, yeah, still got to figure out the whole docking ring thing. That ship lived a long and prestigious life in the movies. Yeah, it literally dies in like the first 5 minutes. It is cool looking, and there's no doubt that they made it look like the blockade runner. Like they made it look like Tantive 5. It's probably made by the same company. You're gonna need the Expanse ship picture? Oh, okay. It's a long link, dudes. Yep, it's a long link. Have fun. Have fun with the link. Bye, chat. My eyes! Am I ugly? Ah! My eyes! And then it didn't even work. Just Google search Expanse ships and put on images. It's like the 4th thing that pops up. Yeah, I like this. I like that. That's cool. Freaking armor plating wings right there. Yeah, if we were doing a slightly different design, I'd probably build something like the Venator. The Venator is a good ship in Star Wars universe. That thing can SSTO, which is why it's cool. It's not too big to be able to not get like stuck in a grav well, and it can actually land. Fixed link. Thanks, Alexis. Discovery 1. Open the pod bay doors, Hal. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. Yeah, we could do something like this. Yeah. How about a Borg cube for the front? Nah, that wrecks the aesthetic of the ship. You could put the bridge on the top and then have like a docking. Yeah, kind of like that, dude. Where the escape pod is, on the Republic Cruiser, we could put a docking ring there, which I think would be actually kind of cool. Okay. Is wind friction? Wind friction. What is wind friction, Francam? I don't understand what that means. There's no winds in KSP if that's what you're asking, but aerodynamics, yeah. It's not a full fidelity simulation of aerodynamics, but it's good enough to get the point across. The cool thing is that if you know how to build in KSP, you can get stuff to fly how it would fly in real life if you know how to do it. Yeah, drag. Yeah, of course. Yeah, arrow. There is a primitive arrow in Kerbal. It's good enough. Like I said, it's good enough to get the point across. It's good enough to teach you the basics. Want to get into more advanced stuff? Yeah, Kerbal ain't gonna help you. Like if you put a board cube up front, wouldn't the drag from the flat surface prevent it from reaching orbit? With enough thrust, you can make a banana fly. With enough thrust, you can make a steam engine fly. Enough thrust, you can make a board cube fly. I don't know if I'm going to put anything in the center here. I'm not sure. But yeah, let's, we'll keep going here. But can it make your mama fly? Damn! You set me up? Set me up? Got him. With enough thrust, your mom can fly. Whoa. You ready for the H3 debut tomorrow night? Sure. Yeah, see, if y'all knew my mother, you wouldn't be saying that. Unless you feel like getting your butt kicked. What? I wasn't gonna say a bad word. I'd get my butt kicked for supporting a Japanese... What? I'm not... Never mind. I joined in and I don't have context, but yet you still felt the need to weigh in on the subject that you know nothing about. Bruh! Can you make a spinning gravity wheel in KSP? Sure, friend can. Yeah. Yeah, it's true, Sim. You're not wrong. I try not to be a part of that. Don't get me wrong, I still make mistakes. Alright, so the payload bay can be on the top, so we can close in the bottom here. I just got to figure out how we want to do it. So, this is basically the elevator for the ship. And, you know, it has to stop here because, once again, there's going to be a payload bay. So, let me think. Yeah, I want some kind of docking ring up at the front, Aqualex, for sure. Maybe. Big Zig, yeah, maybe. The other 1% are name movie quotes and idiots. Yeah, I'm right there with you with the movie quote stuff. I'm right there with you with the movie quote stuff, friend. Or maybe even the obscure Japanese shows. Oh. Yeah, I like those like that better. How many ticks are we? 1, 2, 3, 7. What was the Wild and Crazy Guys? Was that the Wild and... No, it wasn't. It was... But it could be. You know, 2 Wild and Crazy Guys. There, I don't mind that. That's actually pretty good. There we go. Cool. All right, yeah. I'm still not sure what I want to do up here, guys, so I'm going to finish working on the drive payload bay. I think the fairing should hold these wings in position. So I don't think we're going to need a strut there, but we'll have to keep an eye on it when we put the thing out on the runway again. How do you think it looks, though, from what we have? Not bad, right? That looks pretty good. This thing came together pretty damn fast over the last couple of days. Yeah, once again, I don't think we need to strut anything particularly there. So, okay, for the bottom, let's get the ship up here. How do we want to do this? We could make a corridor that does that on the bottom and then tie it all together. How many parts are we at? 500, or 491. That's actually really good. I am not unhappy with that. And then if we take the last one here and we turn that right side up, now it looks like we have ways to ingress into the payload bay. So we'll put a single strut there to the fairing, like the other ones. And then what we can do to really tie this whole thing together is go in. Yeah, we can do 2x mirror and tie the struts together that way, like that. Now, once again, I don't know if this is gonna end up like this, but like if this is the final configuration for these struts, got them. Actually, we only need one set there. One set is fine. But yeah, that's gonna really hold this thing together. Were you an AutoCAD dude? I'm a 3D artist by trade. If that's what you're asking, Kaza. Yeah, 3D artist. Everything that I know about engineering is self-taught. Yeah, I went to art school, bro. But I also learned how to use CAD, you know. Yeah, I just whiz around the editor, dude. Wonder what a circular bridge would look like on the front of this thing. So, dawn of your body like morphed into an enterprise bridge. So like a disc. Yeah, it does transfer, absolutely. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'm not sure how I'd like that, Rocket Guy. Remember, I want to try to make it look like a skyscraper. So, like, hold on. You know what wouldn't be the worst thing to go look up? Skyscraper. Like, that's what the Expanse is supposed to be, right? The Expanse is supposed to be flying skyscrapers. Dude, what if we made that? And then the docking ring is right there. That actually is... I don't hate that. It would look really... I don't know how it would look. It would look a little peculiar on the front of this thing. Oh, interesting, hired. How did the Kraken drive end up? Been stuck in a bus for the last week. The Kraken drive is good. I'm building a ship for it. How big does the docking ring need to be? Stubborn, I don't think we need to make anything crazy. You know, I want the ship to be able to loiter around in orbit around a planet, and then they could send ground teams down. Think Star Trek, the shuttle from Star Trek. It doesn't need to be nuts. And I don't know, maybe the shuttle will have a Kraken drive in it. Who knows? Like that. This is all stuff that's kind of up in the air. I want. So, yeah, I'm trying to focus on stuff that I know. Designs that I know, like parts of the ship that I know need to be finished. Right? Like, if that makes any sense. Yeah, it's either that or use Lander's Panta. I'm not sure. That looks pretty cool. Touching down is touching down, lander or not. Oh, well, yeah, if you're going by that definition, yeah. I want a flag on every planet. Send off KSP right. And I have like 9 days to do it, dude. So, like, that's why I'm kind of, like, hot and heavy in the design right now. I'm like, dude, we gotta finish this. And what I wanted to do is make the shuttles do, like, I wanted to build one of these with the space shuttle, but based off of what I saw, I thought it would be quicker to do it with the arm, but based off of what I saw, it's absolutely not. So, which really sucks, because, yeah, the time it took me to freaking make that stupid thing. But, yeah, it is what it is. Why 9 days? That's when KSP 2 comes out, friend. That's right, Shutzy, yeah. I actually might just SSTO it, or get it up flying with SRBs, and then activate the Kraken drive as my second stage, just to, like, make sure that it works. Flag on Jewel is going to be a challenge. Every planet within reason, doofus. Like, this thing will have no problem. We should have no problem landing it on the moon. It should be just fine. I mean, I don't know if we're going to need to develop some type of landing leg or something, but we'll see. Or just land it on the freaking nozzles. I don't know about landing it on the nozzles, but then again, fairings do have a pretty high impact tolerance, so not the worst thing to land on. I'm looking forward to KSP 2. I feel like I missed the boat on KSP 1. Have you made the drives that'll be inside this thing? Yeah, I have a prototype out. But, Shutzy, the reason why I built everything around it is because this bay right here, I want to make it swappable in case the thing breaks. So, I'm thinking how we're going to do this is we're going to have 3 pens right here. So, we'll have a storage bay here, or a storage mount here, a storage mount here, and then we'll have the drive in the center. And if the drive breaks, there'll be payload bay doors here. They just open up and you just eject the drive, and then I'm going to need some way to move the other drive into position and redock it. I haven't figured that part out yet. I don't know if we're going to do it with a tug or if I'll just make the drives like some type of robotic that'll just move it in, eject the warp core. There are really only 3 milestones. Eve, Gravwell plus atmosphere. Tylo, Kerbal Light, Gravwell, no Atmo, and Gilly. Tiny Gravwell is hard to stop. Everything else is within the bound. Yep. Yeah, because I don't want to be out by Jewel and have the drive break on me. You could integrate landing legs into the nozzle design, fashion style. I almost imagine each nozzle having structural columns extending down on the outside of it. Yeah. I know the MCRN ships do land, Rocket Guy. I'm pretty sure they land down on the surface. I'm not sure about the Earth ships. I know that Grav Shark, are you here? Or any Expanse people? I'm pretty sure the MCRN ships do SSTO. They actually land on Mars. So that means there's a way to catch them and hold them in place. The Rossi does. Yeah, that one has... It'd be cool if you could swivel the K drive and land it horizontal. Shutzy, we experimented with a gimbalable drive to get a ship to kind of just loiter in the atmosphere. Maybe if we have time, we can mess with it with this, but making a gimbalable Kraken drive where it can turn 90 degrees like that, like a dual axis Kraken drive, it'd be better to just have one pointing up and one pointing forward, dude, but yeah. It's better and it's less complicated to have a drive pointing that way and a drive pointed that way. Yeah, I don't know, Tyvon. I don't know. When are you expecting to launch this? Friendcam, I want this thing ready to go by the end of this week, so I have next week to just fly. So, yeah, I gotta get back to work, dude. We gotta finish this sucker. Where did our center of mass end up? Oh, score. Where does it end up if we drain the fuel tanks? Drain all the fuel tanks. Just out of curiosity. That is not bad center of mass deviation, so it's just something to think about. I think for now, if we can get to doing some testing, I think for now we'll just for now we'll just go with one drive facing one way. The bridge will play some role. Yeah, I think, yeah, just one drive facing front of the ship, you know, for now. In fact, you know what might be easier than doing a swappable one? Just having two drives in line and having one as a secondary. And that's it. And make, you know, not even really make them hot swappable, but have the second one stored already on the axis like that, and then have the two drives be able to be removed and put in as one unit. Yeah, because even like Rocket Guy, the only other way to do this is to put the drives like next to it, and then have a drive be able to eject, and then one move into position, right? Like, and then even then you're dealing with a drive being offset, and that is a little offset center of mass, right? Like, it's kind of, yeah, stuff to think about. Having two drives in line as one power pack, like two redundant in line, it might be a better idea. Yeah, so if one goes, if I break one, we can use the other one to limp ourselves home, right? And if, you know, something really goes down, I could figure out a way to activate both drives. I'm not sure how well that's gonna work, but yeah, totally doable. Will there be any fuel in the rockets? Well, yeah, Shutzy. I have my main fuel tank storage right there, and then I have my propulsion storage tanks right here. The whole idea is that the ship's going to have a lot of Delta V on its own. It has 4,800 right now. That's good enough to pretty much go anywhere. That's good enough to Duna and back. Like, go to Duna, land on Duna from low Kerbal orbit, recircularize and come home. Yeah. I don't know if that's going to be always the end-all be-all, Shutzy, because we're going to go way past 4,800 meters a second. The Kraken drive has way more Delta V, but I always want to carry the fuel around as a redundancy just in case. Yeah, Geek, I was thinking something like that might not be the worst idea. Alright, let me figure out the payload bay doors. How do we want to do this? Actually, these flat boy hinges might be good for what we're trying to do. This with some hybrid tech is probably, yeah, would probably work quite nicely. Oh, actually, I noticed that actually needs to go back. It needs to be over here, like this, in order for us to make this work. I'll tell you why in a second. And then this way needs to be the same. And because that Mark II fuselage is there, I don't need that, so we can cut some parts out of that design. Perfect. Engine thrust or personnel starve. Yeah. Indeed. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Yeah, that's where the pivot point needs to be. Okay. So that's gonna go, that needs to go right there. Actually, you know what? I don't need that part. I don't need that part at all. Give me this piece. We need 2 flags. Get rid of the strut on said flags. Oh yeah, there's still a little gap in the center. Will the angled Mark III nacelles have nothing in them? Yeah, they're structural. Yeah, those are just structural. I made it so, like, logically, there's a major structural connection and thus a fuel line connection between my prop tanks back here. So these tanks would be for the engines and these tanks are theoretically for the landers. And then how I want to have this set up is my refinement deck. So like where the ISRUs are going to go is going to be a deck that's right here. And there's going to be like catwalks that connect this, and then the ISRUs are going to be here. And then ore tanks are going to be here and here. And then on the outside of the ship right here, I'm going to have a radiator mount. So that's where we'll mount the radiators for the ship. So if the ISRUs are on, the radiators will shed all the heat off. Yeah, that way it kind of all logically makes sense. Like my ISRU, the ISRU in the refinement deck is at the top of the payload bay, and it is designed to be able to send fuel to the forward tanks or to the aft tanks with plumbing through these structural carriers. So yeah, I don't mind if stuff clips into these. That's totally okay. That makes sense why I did that. Like, that's what I mean about designing the ship in a way that makes sense. Like, plausible near future, I think, is a cool way of doing this. You know what? That one right there. Oh, snap. I screwed up. That was in symmetry. Damn. Alright. You know what? I don't like hitting Control Z. Control Z breaks the game. Especially when you're building a ship this complicated. I'm just going to reload. Hopefully we didn't lose too much work. Yeah, no, we didn't. Yes, I did. Well, it's alright. I'll make it better this time. So, remove that from symmetry. Dump that. And I want... because this kind of hab area over the tanks stops right here. So, I'm thinking something like this. And I don't want that as a fuel tank. It's just serving as a structural carrier. And then take these... I'm kind of bumming, dudes. I just lost probably about 20 minutes of work. That's okay. Guys, just so I can... Yeah, I'm going to try to get this done. Try to reclaim what I just lost quicker. So, I'm going to put my head down and just grind this out. Grind out all the work. Give me one moment. In the spirit of time, yeah, we'll just belt this out. I'm gonna shut up. So I'm gonna shut up for a second. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy the tunes. Yeah, all that strut work that I did down there is gone, which is no problem, but still annoying. And that was easy listening here on K1540 FM. All easy listening all the time. I'm your host, Derek Johnson. I hope you're going to enjoy this next one here. It's a special one. Going out to all the people that are fine car connoisseurs. Once again, this is K1540 AM, your easy listening. One-stop destination for all things easy listening. Thank you, Rocket Guy. I'd actually prefer that to just be an open node. Nothing really looks good there. So you know what we'll do? I'll just put that in there like that and we'll call that a day. Save the part. What are we at? 500 parts? Not bad, not bad. Alright, so we're pretty much back where we were. Mods, you can take it out of emote. Emote only. Yeah, I just got that bottom bulkhead. I had to redo that because I wanted to cap that off. I didn't think that having the Mark II just kind of delete itself right there looked
Discovery,
good.
go at throttle up.
Freedom! Make a taco ship. But this is like a burrito ship. You see, it's cylindric. So, I mean, kind of. And then smash that save button. Looks good? Cool. Excellent. Yonk yonk! Guess who's back? And then the other thing that I did here was move those that way, move that way, and then down on the bottom here, move that to right there. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, so if we move that down into position here, right? Like, how's this going to work? That's an okay pivot point right there. Is this game modded? Manny, I have some visual mods here and there. And then I have custom flag textures. That's what a lot of these pieces are that look like they're modded parts. But for the most part, no. No, these are all vanilla parts. Like, if I put this craft file up on Kerbal right now, if I put the Endurance up on like a craft file share where like you could share ships, you could download it right now. It just, the flags would come up blank. But you could just assign a texture to them and it would work. JSpeed, the NT not being able to hit Control Z is actually, believe it or not, you know, I actually kind of dig it, if that makes any sense at all. I actually don't mind it. And the reason why I don't mind it is because it really makes you think about what you want to make. If that makes any sense at all. Thanks for answering. No problem, Manny. Manny, I always try to talk to you guys. If you have a question, just tag at EJSA. Talk to me. I'm here. I don't just play the game. You know? I never liked that. But you know, every streaming community is different. But yeah, I don't do that. Talk to me. Believe me, man, I'm here for 10 hours a day. If nobody talked to me, I would probably go insane. Does the salami lid fit? Always. The salami lid always fits. So yeah, Manny, don't be afraid to ask about something, dude. It's not a problem. Talk to me, Goose. Indeed. What's our theoretical maximum opening? Wow, that's actually a pretty damn good range of movement.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Chops! What's up, man? What trip, S? Is my Coke can supposed to be magnetic? I don't know. Is the thing made out of aluminum? Is this ship inspired by the Donager? Yep. So, cleanup guy, my ship is going to have something in it. A game-breaking drive in it. We call it a Kraken drive. And the Kraken drive basically works like an Epstein drive. You can just accelerate stuff for near infinite amounts of time. So flip and burn, you know, like building the ship like a skyscraper, so like the Donager, yeah, absolutely. This is inspired by the Donager very heavily. Because I like that style of ship, because this sci-fi game-breaking drive that we have also in the stock game, you can make one with 15 parts, is what I'm going to work on, is what I'm going to put in this. In fact, this payload bay that I'm working on right here is going to be my drive core. It's pretty much where it is on the actual Donager. So yeah, it's inspired by it for sure. And this ship has an Epstein drive. It's going to have one. Oh yeah. And I have regular rockets too. If I have regular rocket motors, we have Rhinos in there. There's 4 of them. But yeah, it's inspired by it because if we look at this screenshot that I took the other day, I actually built something like the Donager and put a drive in it and landed it on the moon. It's 1,000 tons and like 60 meters long. Yeah. So it's inspired from it. I kind of wanted to make my own kind of Kerbalized version of an Expanse style ship. And the Donager just looks amazing. It just looks awesome. So yeah, man. It's inspired by it. And in fact, I'm basically going to send off KSP 1 in style. I'm going to fly around on a grand tour in real time. I'm going to use my Epstein drive to go everywhere with no time warp. That's going to be fun. Are you going to have the tug to move around Kraken drives? I'm not sure how we're going to do it, 95, to be honest with you. Not 100% on that one. Why are those freaking out? Oh, they're backwards. Yeah, there's a seam on them. Interesting. Well, you can still see it. Maybe that's just the light. The reason why I wanted to switch this to like a solid gray color is because I could just do this. And we wouldn't,
Discovery,
we don't get Z fighting with this. I mean, if I set this to a different color, I probably will. Yeah. Hey, Ish, what's going on, man? I don't mind that. With the gray stripe. That's actually pretty cool. And, yeah. The outside of the flags here, I switched them to just non-panel. Because if we switch them to regular panel, they'll look like that. If we just keep it at flag. Ish, how you been, man? I haven't talked to you in a little while. What if you put wings instead of flags on the outer part and clip a flag with a wing texture inside for the inner part? Well, the flags... Well... one... Hold on. I mean, are the wings the right size? Yeah. You know what? We can... How are we gonna do this? There's something... I know there's a part somewhere that we could put in here and it would look pretty cool. I mean, we don't have to worry about aero or anything. We can make it whatever. This is more for aesthetic at this point. Like, I can make it out of radiators if I really wanted to. Things been swamped with work last few weeks. We got to stop by. Right on, man. I'm wondering if the small flag panels are the right size. Oh, they are. No, they're not. Maybe if we turn them. But then again, it would be like 400 parts to fill that whole thing in. Oh yeah, of course they're good that way. I'm absolutely baffled right now. When did Coke start making their cans out of iron? I don't know, man. They don't do that here, as far as I can tell. I mean, it's possible that it's an alloy, Sebi, that there's some ferrous metal. I honestly don't mind doing the offset like this, and then if we did something cool like... Ooh, great panel. You son of a gun, I'm in. Yep. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, maybe Sevi, I don't know, dude. That's cool. So we got to make a stopper for it. We got to make Kraken Tech stoppers for it so this thing doesn't drift. Oh, that looks cool. Yeah, the Parallax on it, 95, looks really good. What will the cargo be? Well, this is where my drive core is going, Dalsina. The drive core is going here. I'm going to use a game-breaking drive to get this thing, because it looks like a ship from the sci-fi series, The Expanse. Because it looks like one, I'm going to get it to fly like one. And there's a drive that you can make that basically breaks landing gear so you can accelerate for days. Like the Epstein drive from The Expanse, if you're familiar. Long story short, this is the engine room. Yeah, or the reactor. Think the reactor of the ship. Power comes from here. No, not with the 2 docking ports. The 2 docking port one isn't powerful enough to move a 2,100-ton ship. We have other ways to do it. Mine uses landing gear and payload bays. Actually, it's not my design. Raid is the one that designed it. Raid16 in chat. A viewer designed it. But, yeah, this is going to be the engine room where I have multiple drives. And the reason why I made it into, like, a payload bay is so if one breaks, we could swap it out. Yeah, that's not a cargo bay. That's the engine room. The cargo bay is back here. It's a 15-meter cargo bay. And what I want to do, how I have this set up, and I'm not sure if there's going to be 4 doors, but how I have it set up is it's able to do that. It's able to open up. And you could... So why the doors for the drive bay? So we could swap out the drive if it breaks, Morrison. Because Kraken drives do break. That does happen. if you don't use it right. And since I'm relatively inexperienced with a Kraken drive moving around a ship this freaking big, I think it would be prudent to make it swappable. So yeah, pretty cool, right? And don't get me wrong, I have the Kraken drive in there, but also this ship has a good amount of Delta V on its own. And I'm going to put ISRU refinement, we'll put ISRU stuff and ore tanks in it, so, you know, we could like deploy a little lander out the side of this thing, and the lander will go down, drill, come back up to the mothership, plug some ore into that thing. You know, I'll put a docking ring right here so we could plug ore into the ISRUs, and yeah, we can refine more fuel for it if we need to. But yeah, I'm thinking we should probably hybrid tech this thing just so it doesn't move around. This reminds me of Scobie's payload bay from way back when. It's cool. Very cool. Cargo bay big enough to house an asteroid? I mean, we could make it so this thing could stop at asteroids if we wanted to. We'd need to grab the asteroid up at the front of the ship somehow. Or maybe grab it from the back and have the asteroid right here. And, yeah, figure out a way to drill. But yeah, we could. Can you imagine this thing docked to like a Class D asteroid or something? Thanks, Manny. Yeah. My build, I like doing form and function with my builds. So I like them to look good, but I also want them to perform. So like, you know, I'm doing this so we can send off KSP 1 in style, right? I want to go everywhere, and I want to do a grand tour, but I want to do it in real time. We're talking trips to Duna that take a couple hours instead of, like, if you didn't time warp, it would take a year. So how I usually build is I try to make it look the part, right? I call it plausible realism. I try to make it look the part, but I also try to make it work like its real-life counterparts. I'll give you a good example of this. One of my favorite things that I've ever made in this game is this. Hey, Manny. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Speaking of throttling up, see, this is more garden variety of what you'd normally see from me. Look at the shuttle. Here, let me shut the fairings. I really would like a blanket mouse over fairing option. But yeah, take a look, dudes. This is my shuttle. I call it Collins. Collins class shuttle. Collins is a really old naming convention for me. It's named after Michael Collins and basically Eileen Collins. One, because I didn't think Michael Collins got enough credit for what he did during Apollo 11. And Eileen Collins was the first female shuttle commander. So this is a Collins class space shuttle. It's about as close to the real space shuttle in terms of flight and performance characteristics to the actual one. And for the most part, it's built entirely in stock, except for flag textures. And I did tweak the SRBs to be able to have the same amount of gimbal that they do in real life. Hey, Trog. I can't talk about KSP2, guys. Yeah. Sorry. But, yep, see? We got the robotic arm. The robotic arm works and moves exactly like the real one. The KU band antenna is in the same spot that it is on the real shuttle. The S band antenna is in the same spot. The short band, it's in the same spot that it is on the real shuttle. Shuttle can hold up to 8. It has a crew tank buried in the Mark III cockpit inside of a fairing. Its avionics is right where the shuttle's avionics should be. Forward RCS fuel tank, aft RCS fuel tanks are exactly where they should be. The RCS is more or less, because I didn't want to spam part count, in the exact same positions that it is on the actual shuttle. Heck, my tiles are made out of panels, and I used equilateral triangles to make a convex shape with my shuttle. And the cool thing about it is that these tiles actually flex heat, just like the real ones. So when I'm re-entering, these tiles get the hottest, and as you go further down the train, tiles actually get cooler. My tiles, these panels, serve like a giant heat sink. It's a giant heat sink for re-entry heating, just like the real one. Thermodynamically, it works exactly like the real shuttle, at least on principle. It's not exact, but you get the idea. No, I want to get back to working on the ship. Show them the twist. That's my favorite part right there. That you have no idea how hard this part right here was to make. That part. So yeah, if this is like one of your first times watching me and how I play, this is what we usually do. We do cool stuff like this. And then I put my shuttle to work. We put the thing to work and we built a space station with it. But I ran out of time before I wanted to do this big grand tour project. But that's what we were doing basically up until this point. This is what we would be doing if KSP 2 wasn't coming out. But I wanted to do this crazy grand tour ship to send off KSP in style. And sending off KSP in style with KRAKEN drives I think is hilarious. That's kind of funny to me. So, yeah. This is Pathfinder. Pathfinder is my 5th generation Collins shuttle. I've had 5 generations over the course of 8 years. First shuttle that I tried to build in KSP was... Actually, it's more than 8 years now. It's 9. First shuttle that I tried to build in KSP was an actual, like, appropriately sized space shuttle was 2014, summer 2014. So, yeah, 9 years. My 5th generation shuttle. This thing flies exactly like the real one. It'll fly exactly like the real one. Like if you played Orbiter, for instance, and you knew how to land a shuttle in Orbiter, you could use this and you could fly it just like the real one and it would make it. It would fly perfectly. Exactly like the real one. How many more days? About 9, Franken. So badly. Oh yeah, no, Contra, it flies terrible. It flies terrible. This thing has a 2-to-1 glide ratio. It's absolutely atrocious, but so is the real one. But at hypersonic speeds, this thing flies excellent. You can surf this thing through the plasma and do the S-turns like the real shuttle does. Yep. And here's the kicker. It has a docking port for an attachment mechanism, and if I figured out a way to be able to build another stack, we could fully reuse this shuttle. So like I could pick it up, put it on a 747, craft file, fly it around wherever, bring it back to the launch site, pick it up, put it on a transporter, make a crane to pick it up and put it on a new external tank and new boosters, and fly it again. It is fully reusable. Yeah. My integration mechanisms. I use an RCS bearing with same vessel collision on to hold the back end of this thing in. And then Kerbal Construction will just attach a strut there. See? And then, of course, when you undock over here, that strut undocks from itself. It is fully reusable if you really wanted to. If you really wanted it to be. It's fully reusable. Yep. You know, the SRB hold down points are in the same spots that they are in the actual orbiter. The thing does the thwang when you go to take it off. It's really cool. But yeah, that's what I usually make. I usually make stuff like this, and then we do cool stuff with it. Yeah, all kinds of good stuff. I go through a lot of prototyping and a lot of design on this stream. I teach people how to build. How to build in Kerbal and give you a somewhat knowledgeable understanding about how real spacecraft are put together. But yeah, the endurance class here is what we're working on right now. So yeah, hopefully you saw that, and you know, if you're a shuttle fan, me personally, big shuttle fan, so if you saw that and you like shuttles, yeah, it's cool, right? It works exactly like the real one. Yeah, Erudite, right? The shuttle doing that little wiggle off the pad and so freaking cool. Alright, we're almost done with this thing. Almost. Hang on. I'm opening the door to let a little bit of heat out. It's actually warm here today for a change. Let a little bit of heat out into the garage and we'll call it a day. Yeah, so I don't know, guys. Should we hybrid tech these doors? It probably is better just to be safe because, like, under acceleration, that thing is definitely going to move around. So it's probably better to do that. $47 heats in your heat account into your garage. Yeah. This thing does look pretty cool, though. I'm really happy with how this thing's coming together. Yeah, like I'd say one or two more streams, like probably one more good solid build stream, and this thing should be fine. We should be ready to go. Actually, you know what? With the doors hooked up on it now, I think we should do a structural test. So I'm gonna take the cal. Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. We don't need the cal. Let's just throw it out on the runway and see how solid it is. This thing should be pretty solid. You know, you just gotta tap it 2 times. That ain't going anywhere. And you know, that usually makes it work. Usually. And by usually, I mean the last time I said that, it blew up in my face. Not this ship, but other projects. Put it on the pad nose first and see the balance. You want explosions? Because that's how you get explosions. Alright, let's look at the doors. Ready? They didn't even move. Ready? Payload bay, or engine bay. Doors open. His arms wide. Okay, we let enough heat out. I don't know, Sean. I know there are viewers in chat that would be able to get you that information, but yeah, I'm not sure. A little bit of click through with Kerbal Konstructs there. Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool. We don't have the TWR to take off, man. I mean, I'll hit it if you want. It's gonna overdrive the sound. Yeah, we'll see how it works under thrust. Ready? 5. Well, actually, you know what? Headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. You've been warned. Yeah, we don't nearly have enough thrust with these motors to take off. Cool. Yeah, a little bit of A little bit of weird texture rendering through the fairings with that, but that's okay. It might be because that particular piece is backwards, but or it's just Parallax being weird. Cool. That is a big ship, man. 9 days, Myth. How does it look with the lights on? I know that I can just hit the lights key, but there's something with that right now that makes the game lag. Yeah, that's pretty cool. There's no KRPC drive aboard right now. She's just a hull, believe it or not. What exactly am I looking at here, Ian? Oh, this is Project Endurance. Final send-off for KSP1. Grand Tour ship that goes everywhere. Ian, over the course of the next week leading up to KSP1, I'm building a ship that's going to go everywhere. Albeit with landers or landing directly on the planet, down to the surface. And we are going to go everywhere in 5 days worth of streaming. No time warp. In real time. So the Endurance here is... Remember Project Husband from back in the day? The Rick Husband class ship? It's basically... It's a husband, yeah, with a KRPC drive on board. Yeah, that's what this payload bay in the center here is. It's not a payload bay, it's the reactor core. Yeah, I have a nice strong fairing mount right there for the drive. I still haven't figured out what I want to do for the bridge, so I'm basically finishing everything else. I'm going to thermo bearing this thing. I did see it move around a little bit, but we'll use 3-sided thermos for hinges, and that'll work a lot better. That's the only one. Oh, there we go. Full thermo bearing. Fish tank on the bridge for the dolphins. Huh? Who's a dolphin? So here's a hinge to hold the door in place. The hydraulic, the robotic parts in Kerbal do like to move around a little bit. So what I like to do is use same vessel collision over certain parts on certain parts to kind of hold them in position. And we'll use a 3-sided thermo bearing right there. That'll work. That would probably be... This would probably be the best place to put this. I know a dolphin. Does that count? Snowflake? Here, Snowflake. I got a little snack for you. Is Einhorn. Oh my god. Okay, that's in symmetry. It is. Cool. Back half is held on the back fairing. The front ones are held on... Actually, the hinges are attached to the fairing, so maybe we should figure out... We should find another part that... Well, that part has mirror sim. Yeah, you know what? I'll use that. We'll use that piece. Because I don't want the hinge guide to be attached to the same thing that the hinge is attached to. Because if that thing moves, then the... Well... No, that's going to be a lot stronger. And that's further down in the hierarchy. This is on the mainline hierarchy. So actually, I think my gut... The way... my gut's telling me do it this way. That's the right way. This is the way. So yeah, we're going to be building this ship for probably 1 or 2 more streams, guys. And then the last week of Kerbal, we are going... The last week before KSP 2 comes out, we're going to send it. Oop, that is not what I wanted to do. Yeah, erudite, that's what happens. Alright, so now I want the hinge on the rotating bits of this. So okay. Now what I do is we go in here like this and we absolute snap, and then those thermometers should act as a holder to hold that piece in place. And then this door won't move around. Won't move around anymore. And then all I got to do is go into action group 1 and then just check and make sure that these are all, these have same vessel interaction. Like that. That music is awfully low. Do you think people will stick with KSP 1? Sure. Absolutely. There's always going to be a crowd that sticks with KSP 1. And I guarantee you and Rain, this is based off of nothing that I've seen or anything. This is just what I've noticed in the industry, like in gaming. Like, there's always going to be a bunch of stubborn people like me that'll be like, nah, I hate KSP 2. KSP 1 is so much better. Like, there's going to be people like that. I can see it coming. And even if KSP 2 is arguably better in literally every facet, there will still be people that says that. Or that say that. So, man, it is what it is. Don't worry about it. I mean, I don't think that I will stop playing KSP 1. What I do think is that I'm not going to be playing KSP 1 for a little while when KSP 2 comes out. I think that's probably the right way to say that. How many parts are we at? 544. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, like I said, I was thinking about 700 parts for this ship yesterday. It's probably going to be about 1,000 with the landers and stuff, which is fine, whatever. This computer can handle 1,000 parts. It's not a problem. They're the same people that get on city councils. Indeed, Cherokee, yeah. I'm thinking of setting up KSP 1R SSRO install and having KSP 2 stock. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, we still got to figure out the front of this thing. But like from here back, man, she is a looker. I'll tell you what. The same people in the city council for Clarkson's farm. Yeah. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I'm with you. Nah, Drader, it's already happening, dude. I ain't worried about it. Oh yeah, the other action group. I gotta get the light strips. All the light strips need to, yeah, they need to come out of that action group. Brimo and I started watching it. We haven't seen the whole thing, but yeah, it's good. Clarkson's Farm is awesome, man. What a good show. Are you going to have any garage streams in the near future? Yeah, Galactic. I think once we get over the hump of KSP2 coming out, I'll start putting truck streams back in. But I'm not going to lie to you. This stream is basically all Kerbal for a good amount of time. But I need to finish the truck. I have all the parts, dude. All the parts are there. All the parts are in boxes. See the boxes right here? They're all there ready to go. I just got to put it together. I just got to find the time. And I do need to find the time. That's important. How many parts are we at? 544 right now. This ship's probably going to end up being about 700, maybe 750 parts when I get everything finished. Yeah, probably around there. No, it's not bad at all. Yeah, I forecasted yesterday when we started building it, I forecasted probably about 800 parts. So right now I'm saying, yeah, you know what? I think final thing for the day is probably like 750 to 800 parts. No problem. How did you do that with the fairings at the back? What do you mean? If you build a fairing, dude, and you... So here, I'll show you. It's not complicated. That's an easy thing to do. If I can find the part that I'm looking for. So if you want to build a big fairing and I want to just completely break the game because of click-through, right? You want to make like a rocket nozzle or something, right? Right? If you hold left alt and left mouse button, and then select the mouse over option, there you go. Left alt, left mouse button, dude, that'll fix it. Actually, hang on, I can fix this. Yeah, I don't need to. There we go. Save. No problem. Well, you guys, if you have questions, I will say it once, I'll say it again. You guys have questions about what I'm doing here, what I'm building, how I built stuff, how things are made. Guys, I have 15,000 hours in KSP1. I've been literally streaming this game for a decade. Please pick my brain. I'm worried that all the stuff that I know about KSP1 and its editor and how it works and how to build ships and stuff is going to get lost in KSP2. So, right now, I'm like at the height of my game for experience in the KSP1 editor, dude. So, if you guys have questions about how to build stuff, why I'm building things a certain way, why stuff is going together, like why I used flags here instead of like wings or whatever, and why I have Mark III bays here and stuff instead of like a fuel tank, just ask. Yeah. Write a book, KSP1 manual. Yeah. How do you make a Kraken drive? Wally, you gotta find a way, and there's many ways to do it. You gotta find a way to take a landing gear and fully compress the landing gear and keep it fully compressed. Gotta find a way to do that. There's plenty of ways to do it though. What's the selected part delete quick key? Delete. How is Jebby formed? Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. That does not pertain to KSP in any way, geek. Yeah, if you take a part and just leave it over here and take it and select it, and you hit the delete key, it'll go away. I find that it's easier, it's quicker to move my hand over to the delete key on the keyboard than it is to drag that all the way over here and click off the screen. Does Brimo play video games? Yes. Nice, Forge. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I'm disappointed. Book title, KSP for Microgravity Brains. Do you do YouTube? I upload my VODs to YouTube, Will, but yeah. I would want, maybe when KSP2 comes out, we'll will explore YouTube content a little bit more. I would really like to do that, but it's hard to stream like 10 hours a day and also edit videos on top of that. But if I can convince my stupid caveman brain that that's a worthwhile endeavor, it'll probably happen. But you know, just like any other thing that you should do, but you don't want to, you just got to convince yourself to do it. Make a video from the stream. Yeah, Secret. Cutting up a 10-hour VOD is kind of a pain in the butt, though. Can you simulcast? No, I don't think so. We could put Kraken drives on these doors. It's not a bad idea, man. I'm just keeping this here for when we need to go make other hinges. Would this require refueling at some point? Yeah, predominant. It's going to have RCS just like any other ship. So, you know, I'm going to have RCS blocks. But this whole centralized fueling area right here, that's for refueling auxiliary ships. That was the idea. Right here, I'm planning on building an ISRU refinery deck above the payload bay. Yeah, so basically something, we'll have a small ship and the ship will fly in here. And then it'll dock in, and that the lander will be just a dedicated lander carrying ore tanks. And we'll put the ore tanks, you know, we'll attach the ore tanks here. And I was thinking ISRUs right here, and it'll look... what I wanted to do was actually make like a catwalk up here over the payload bay, so when the ship's like landed on the ground, I wouldn't use girder segments, but... Right, so just bear with me here. Pretend that these are catwalks, right? Like, so when the ship is like landed on the ground, dude, I wanted, you know, catwalks like this, and then the ISRU straight up and down, suspended right here, like one there, or we could do 4. I don't know. I don't think we need more than that. I don't think we need 2, right? And then have like an onboard ore tank here and here. And then the docking ring, right, for this stuff would be on the back of the catwalk. So I'm actually loading ore up next to the ISRU, which makes sense, right? Yeah, and then when the thing, if we go to land this thing like down on Duna, right, Kerbals will be able to walk around on these catwalks. And maybe we'll have a ladder down into the payload bay or something. But yeah, that's what I want, dude. I think that would look really cool. And I was thinking, you know, at first I was like, oh, you know, a bunch of doors, having 4 doors like this would be cool. But I think in an effort to save part count, I might just do 1. I might do 1 door on one side. The Donager actually has 1 door, 2 doors up top, 2 doors down the bottom. There's no doors on the sides. It would be nice because then I could have more room inside of the docking bay for activities. Is this capable of landing on Duna? Well, this theoretically with the drive should be able to land anywhere. I know what you meant, dude. I've been reading chat for a decade, dude. I can extrapolate what you're trying to say pretty easily. Yeah, Aqualex, if I remember to do it, dude. The thing about doing long format content is that you kind of got to go with the flow, dude. If I try to sit here and regiment content and say, I'm going to do this then, and this then, and this then, dude, it is very easy to lose. It's very easy to lose track of what you're doing. So with long format content, I kind of just go with the flow. That's how I'm able to stream for so long. Like people ask, like, oh, how do you stream for 10 hours? Like, okay, so first of all, caffeine. Second of all, I carry the conversation. Just keep the conversation going. Talk about whatever. I don't care if I'm talking about cars and we're playing Kerbal, whatever. That's fine. It's engagement, dude. And you have to do everything to get people to stay. But I'm not going to ask people to stay either. You know what I mean? 1 door in the rotary rack. If we have the part count, dude, I'd like to do the rotary. Yeah, that'd be cool. Is speeding up and slowing down how travel in space works in KSP? Yeah, you can time warp, Surge. So, like, say you're going out to the moon. If you went out to the moon in real time in KSP, it would take a couple of days. You'd need to just leave KSP on your computer, right? And then come back in a week, depending on the transfer, right? Actually, I think the moon in KSP takes 6 hours in real time. It's not bad. But, yeah, there's time warp. So you could just time warp to when you circularize and go. What's the TWR of it at sea level? The TWR for this thing right now is 0.23. Oh, that's KSpedia. This is nowhere near enough to take off on Kerbal. We'd need the drives. Will. We would need the drive units. We'd absolutely need the drive units. I could either use the drive to take off, or I was thinking SRBs to get up out of Kerban's atmosphere. I do mean time zoom. That's right, Tessa. So yeah, predominant. That's how I want to set this all up. I think that'll look cool. And then what I want to do is right on this open area right here, I want to have my radiators. And I don't want my radiators that far away from, hierarchically, from the ISRU, right? So we'll have two gigantor freaking radiators that pop out here. Or we could do, like, finned out radiators or something, right? And, yeah, so we could pop those things open when we're refining, or pop them open if we fly too close to the sun or something. Yeah, well, I'm glad you like it, dudes. I'm glad people are getting hype about this. This thing is cool. This is one of the cooler things that we've made. That's for sure. Erudite, you can make something that works like Stoke, but it won't work on the same operating principles because there's no fluid dynamic simulation. So if you made something with rocket engines around the size of a heat shield, yeah, that'll work. It'll work. It won't do exactly what the real thing is doing, but it'll work. Oh god, no, it's soft jazz. Yeah, Aqualux, I don't know, man. Condensing down a 10-hour VOD like that and getting all the things cut and clipped correctly, that's gonna take a good bit of time, dude. Like, if you think about it, cutting down a 10-hour VOD and make sure it's cut right, make sure the audio's right, and then exporting that up to YouTube, that's gonna take a couple hours, man. A couple hours after a 10-hour stream, dude. I love space, man, but I don't, like, after 10 hours of talking about space with you guys all day, it does get, I'm like, okay, I need to do something else, you know? It is Arctic, yeah. Could you simulate something like spin launch in KSP? It's been done, Pop. Yeah, you could. Kerbal's atmosphere is a little bit different than Earth's, though. That's the thing, so, yeah. I was saying let the bot cut it up for you like it already does, just use it more. Oh, yeah. Maybe in good time, dude. Are you planning on starting early on the 24th? Oh, Ryan, I'll probably start a little ways right before Kerbal comes out. Yeah, like how you wouldn't start right at T-0 for a launch, right? Ugh. Spin launch with people on board, chillin' would kill you. Yeah, any living thing that you put on that, save for like a microorganism or something, is, yeah, that's not gonna work. Cool. Do we know what time KSP2 is releasing on the 24th? I don't have specifics, Lunfrod, I don't remember. I'm thinking about how we're going to set up the aft payload bay. Guys, one door is probably good enough. I think we should put one door on the same side as the payload bay for the drive, or the drive core bay. I think that would probably be a good idea. The reason why I want to do something like that is because, honestly, we don't need 4. 1 is fine. It's just going to waste part count, dude. Yeah, like a tardigrade wouldn't care. Yeah, exactly. One door in the rotary rack? I'm not sold on the rotary rack, but it does make sense. I would prefer to have like an open area Aqualux and then just like some type of docking port mechanism on the sides or whatever. Yeah, you can make rotating stuff, Serge. Yeah, sure, why not? There's rotors. Yeah, you can do that. Rotors, hinges, hydraulics, you can make whatever, dude. Dude, KSP 1's amazing. You don't even need to make spaceships. I've made tanks in KSP with treads using the robotic parts. You can make whatever. We make boats. You can make boats. I'd say opposite. That way yard work would be easier. Yeah. Everyone talking about spin launch and stoke, but to be honest, Otrag is better.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Yo, what's up, Italics? I was just watching some Expanse yesterday, actually. This is looking sweet. Thanks, man. How you doing, dude? Yo, dude, that RCT, man. Old school. Old school. I was hyped when I finished work the other day and I came in and I saw Brimo had RCT on it and I'm like, oh, yeah, let's watch this, you know? Oh, those are cool, man. Those scenarios you're playing, though, are nuts. Like, bro, you crazy. Hell yeah, building coasters never gets old. Indeed, man. I played Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and 2 and 3 back in the day. I still have the CDs for RCT 1, Corkscrew Follies, and Loopy Landscapes at my parents' house. I was telling Brimo that, she's like, yeah, okay. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I have the CD, you know? She was like, okay. I'm like, no. Listen to me, woman. You know? That's cool. You guys, Italics is in chat. He's he's playing some Roller Coaster Tycoon, some classic RCT over on his stream right now. It's a pretty good playthrough, dude. Pretty good playthrough. It made me laugh. You need to play Open TTD. Yeah. Italics is a good streamer, guys. Go give him a follow. Real good. And you know I don't endorse people unless I absolutely believe that. I won't just be like, oh yeah, follow this person because they rated me. Nah, I don't do that. I wish the KSP team would make a spin-off DLC for deep sea parts. That would be cool, Galactic. That would be very cool. I mean, Open RCT too. Yeah, I think that's what Italics has been playing, W. But yeah, you know, games like SimCity, you see me play like City Skylines, you see me play a bunch of different sandbox games, dude. I cut my teeth on RCT 1 and 2 and like SimCity 2000, SimCity 4. I spent a lot of time playing video games. Not so much going to school. Yeah. Oops. Hey, Sage. There you go. What's going on? Dude, it's a party in here. That's awesome. Open RCT is great. Love that people are still updating it. It's Alex, you know what? It's good. Like, I remember like in 6th, 7th grade, dude, people, like my teachers, like I would just bring Roller Coaster Tycoon to school, and this is before like they were like super cognizant of this. Like nowadays, I'm pretty sure you could, you know, sysadmins at school not gonna let you play games, but I installed RCT on the PCs at school, and I would just play it. I would just play it. Like I wouldn't show up to study hall. I would cut class to go play Roller Coaster Tycoon in the library, and I'd tell the librarian I was studying. And then I got caught, right? I got caught, and my teachers were like, "What the frick? What the hell are you doing?" And I'm like, "No, you don't understand. This game teaches you life lessons." And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "This game teaches you life lessons. It teaches you how to balance a checkbook. It teaches you the hospitality business." And so, like, as punishment for cutting class, 6th grade EJ wasn't the smartest person around. As fun as we were cutting class, I had to write a I had to write a paper on Roller Coaster Tycoon and being a responsible person and managing money correctly. Dude, who the frick would make that up? Sage, anyway, hey, Sage, thanks for the raid. There's another good streamer right there, too. Give Sage BB a follow. Trust me on that one. You did that with Tribes? Yeah. Why are the two front tanks facing the same way and two are facing the opposite? What? Did you write it? Yeah, of course. I wrote an essay on how Roller Coaster Tycoon teaches you market economics and stuff. Yeah, because you have to balance the budget in RCT. That's such a big deal. Yeah. This community is a vibe. Yeah. Guy in your comp class tried to put but these tribes levels are written in JavaScript and I'm learning excuse. I definitely did that too with making maps for tribes. Yeah. Yeah, definitely did that. Kid teacher said, telling me it's fine to play Oregon Trail but not RCT2? Yeah, Alex, yeah, exactly. I was like, nah, this is bullcrap, you know? Like, everyone's playing Oregon Trail. I'm like, let me play RCT2. I won't die of dysentery in this game because that's a life lesson. That's what, that's required for being an adult, not dying of dysentery and losing your cattle. That's what a modern adult needs from school. No. Balance the checkbook, baby. Yeah. They still wouldn't let me play Roller Coaster Tycoon after, but they did. They were like, all right. I got off light. Halo CE. Stubborn. Yeah, Halo CE. This is 6th grade EJ, so this is like 1998. So yeah, Halo wasn't out yet. It was, actually, at that time, it was supposed to be a PC game. Yeah. Yeah, Starsheet's Tribe, Surge. Old school. I've said this story on stream before. My neighbor, a kid that was much older than me down the street, gave me a copy of Starseed's Tribes in like 1998, dude. And he's like, you like GoldenEye on N64, right? I'm like, yeah, man, I love it. I love GoldenEye. That's a great game. He's like, no, this game puts GoldenEye to shame. And he because it's the 90s, he burned me a copy of it, and I had Starseed's Tribes when I was like 10. I've been on the internet for a very long time. Yeah, sure, Will. Here, we'll put it out. We'll put the thing out on the put the thing out on the runway, dude. I'll do that for you. Oh, Katra, yeah, that's not a big deal. Though we're not going to use those hatches anyway. Yeah, you're talking about the Mark III fuselages. Don't worry about that. Brood War. No Wrath. Nice. I didn't play Brood War when it came out, but I did play Brood War, or like the original StarCraft and then Brood War. I played it in the like early 2000s, so like 2003, 2004. I got my butt handed to me, dude. I still suck at RTSs, man. I still suck at them. I'm terrible. Pretty solid. What do you think, Will? That thing ain't weeble wobbling around at all. Here, let's open the pod bay doors, chat. Yeah, I still haven't built the front, fellas. I gotta figure out what a cool looking bridge, and I gotta figure out what I want the bridge of the ship to do. And then I don't know. I had to make a cool noise. When did KSP2 become Skyscraper Simulator? Yes. Thermo bearings are working just fine. Nine days, Diog. 9 days. Diog, I can't say much more than this, but dude, I got to play KSP2 like 3 or 4 days ago. Yeah. Yeah. Private Division, the publisher for KSP2, and the developers of at a company called Intercept. Intercept is the company that's making KSP2, that's developing it. So them and Private Division invited a a bunch of people to go and play KSP2 at the European Space Agency's Experimental Technology and Design Center in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. So, yeah, that's where I was last week. Should have rotating red lights. So, yeah. Diog, we got 9 days for KSP2 to come out, but I've played it. No, I can't say what I did when I played it. I had to sign an NDA. They did fly me to Amsterdam, so at least I can do is abide by the rules. Not that I wouldn't either way. Tell them to do underwater stuff as well. Okay, I'll convey that message, dude. Was it fun?
Go and throttle up.
Crazy that early access is right around the corner, dude. I know, man. I know. It's weird, dude. Like, that's how, I don't know, dude. I have, like, anxiety about, like, am I going to be able to adjust to KSP2? Like, is it going to play like KSP1? Oh, God, I hope it plays like KSP1. I really do. Like, dude, it's keeping me up at night. I'm like, is it, you know, will I be able to do crazy stuff? Could I build a skyscraper in this? Like, a skyscraper ship? Like, could I do that? Like, do we have robotics? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm like, it's freaking me out, man, that we're actually here. I'm from the Netherlands. Could invite you. Yeah. They wanted to keep it secret, man. I assume you build and launch rockets in KSP2. I think that's a fair assumption, yes. At Quake 1 and Quake 2, all the Civ games, X-Wing TIE Fighter. Good call, Serge. Hell yeah. Relearning hierarchy. I'm so scared that all this knowledge for KSP1 Dead Crew is going to get disregarded. But if you played last week, you should already know some of those answers. We didn't get to play it for that long, Chaos, so still a lot of question marks. You know what I mean? All right, Will. See you, buddy. Looks good, huh? Like I said, this ship should be done by the end of this week, and then the last week going up to KSP2, that's when we'll take her for a spin. We're actually close to doing test launches. I just got to figure out what I want to do with the front of this thing, and then we got to figure out the payload bays. I got to put reaction control system blocks on it. We have to put the drives in, obviously. We need solar. I need fuel cells. We need the ISRU stuff. Yeah, that's all small stuff. That's not like the main structure of the ship is pretty much good to go. And what I'm looking for, guys, right now is parts wiggling around when we come in and out of time warp. Because that'll show parts that are potentially flimsy. I don't see anything moving here, really. The only parts that I see kind of moving around a little bit are the nozzles that we're on. And then the wings move around a little bit right there. But that's because that's going to be the door, so... I think so, Aqualex, but is the editor the same? I don't know, Xerax. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, dudes. Like I said, I can't talk about what I did when I played it. You know, we can't talk about what we saw. I can tell you that I played it. But yeah. I guarantee you, you know, when the game comes out, I'll be able to tell you everything I know. Yeah, that's right, Ernok. It was supposed to be Mac exclusive. Yeah. What are you going to do for the very end of KSP? Going to crash this? I think, Karanov, a good way to send this thing out would be to try to land it back on the runway. First rule of the Amsterdam trip is that we can't talk about the Amsterdam trip. I did like Amsterdam. I like the Netherlands for what it's worth. Seemed like a nice place. I hate these kind of NDAs. Tell people about our game, but don't tell them the opinions you formed about it because we would hate to lose customers. It's not my game tech at the end of the day. I don't make the rules. If I made the rules, I would be... if I made the rules, dude, if this was me, and once again, different strokes for different folks, man. I don't hate the way that they're doing it because I got to play the game. So I might be a little bit biased, but... Yeah, if it was me, I'd be super transparent about the whole thing. But, you know, in the modern gaming industry, you gotta work with the marketing team, dude. You got to. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Man, look at this thing. Look at what we built over the course of 2 streams. This is pretty freaking good, man. I mean, but yeah, we're gonna have to test fly this sooner rather than later, just because it can sit here and go in and out of time warp doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna be good to fly. Yeah, Kiranov, we can't say what we saw to whenever they decide to release the NDA. They didn't say. So build the saucer section. Yeah. It'd be cool to try and design something that could land on a water planet, dive to the bottom, do its stuff, rise to the surface through the atmosphere, sea and all. There is a YouTuber diog called StrattonBlitz75. StrattonBlitz had a build like that. StrattonBlitz made a Hellcarrier from something like the Hellcarrier from The Expanse, and yeah, sent it to Lathe, and it landed down in the water, and then it could go up and fly and launch planes off of it. It was really, really, really cool. Part of it is also content distribution, i.e. content creators who didn't get to go probably enjoy the NDA because then everybody gets to start making content on the game at the same time. Yeah. I get it. Alex, it ain't gonna bother me, dude. It ain't no race. You know, like, I mean, I know some people will look at it like that. Like, dude, I know good and well when Kerbal 2 comes out, it's gonna get swamped. Like, my stream will most likely get lost in the static, which is fine. What are you gonna do? Get mad that more people are playing Kerbal, right? Like, that stuff don't bother me. I never let that bother me. Because it's Alex, you know good and well, the people that let that bother them don't last in this business. They do not last. You're gonna let that wear on your conscience, you will go insane. You'll go bananas, dude. Black Suit, I don't know if I want to do horizontal landing. This thing really isn't designed to do it. Yeah, maybe Kiranov, who knows? Anyway, let's finish this, guys. What was I working on? The payload bay is where I wanted to go with this. Because the payload bay, I have a good idea about how I want this to be made. The core views will always be here. Sure. I never will doubt you guys for a second. You may be surprised. You're pretty entrenched here, and a lot of people remember that. They go, oh, KSP 2 is out? Let's see what EJ thinks. Maybe, dude. Maybe. But yeah, I mean, either way. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Like, yeah, I don't let that stuff really bother me. There's ebbs and flows to streaming, and you just kind of gotta learn to accept the failure sometimes. Because yeah, sometimes you go into it, you're like, I'm gonna play this game today. I'm gonna bring my A game content. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna have such a good time. No one shows up. It's just like, oh, damn it. But yeah, hopefully I entrenched myself enough, dude. I'm sorry, Serge. I'm afraid I can't do that. Alright, payload bay time. Leave the front flat-nosed. Well, I want to put at the very least, Aqualex, I want a shuttle docking ring up here so the shuttle can dock and bring Kerbals to this. No, I'm not going to have like 35 shuttle missions that deliver this ship to a full capacity. I would say the crew for a ship this size could probably be like maybe 20 Kerbals or something. I made a bad decision and now I have to deal with it for another 7 hours straight. Too real, bro. Too real, dude. Too freaking real. Oh, I hate it when that happens. Read the second half of your mention. Some offset modules for dorsal ventral flight decks, an extension of that SRB keel. And that's what... Oh, okay, so we're on the same page. Yep. Yeah, dude. It happens. That happens. You can't let that crap bother you. And Lord knows, there's definitely people out there that let They let that bother them. That's for sure. But it is what it is, man. I'll try to go with the flow. Alright, so the payload bay back here. I think everybody's kind of on the same page. I mean, John, you said one door for the reactor this way and one door for the payload bay down like that. I don't know, man. I mean, it really doesn't matter, but I don't know. What if there's a scenario where we need to pull a tug out of the door? We need to pull a tug out of here, and maybe we need to grab a Kraken drive and jettison it out of there, you know? Like, what if there's something like that? Then what do we do? Yeah, Serge, exactly. I try not to let that stuff bother me, dude. I'm not going to say it doesn't. It does screw with you from time to time. Like, oh, it definitely messes with you. But, yeah. What are you going to do? But, yeah, hopefully I'm entrenched enough, man. But, see, on the other hand, I want more people playing Kerbal at the same time. I want more people because that elevates us in the directory. A lot of people go on Twitch, they sort by game. Kerbal's higher up in the directory. If we get 10,000, 20,000 people watching KSP2. Oh, dude, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're the second, third, fourth, fifth biggest stream. People will come. Oh yeah, games will get to a critical threshold, and then it'll spiral out of control with viewership. So that's good. That's what we want. All right, Diog, see you, buddy. If you're doing tandem inline drives, you're not going to be replacing one in flight, right? I mean, yeah, not necessarily, dude. I feel like it's going to be way higher than 20k. I certainly hope so, Zombie. I've rode the waves of new games coming out, dude, but nothing like Kerbal. Right? Like, when Formula 1 Manager came out, I played it. Picked up a couple of pretty good viewers from that. We got some good days with good view counts. And then when Frontier announced that they said that they weren't going to update F1 Manager anymore because they were focusing on next year's F1 Manager, the view count went pfft, and I'm like, nope, don't need to play that anymore. But yeah, I mean, the other thing is that sometimes there's games that you want to play that your stream doesn't want you to play. Like, I love Hearts of Iron. Stream hates when I play Hearts of Iron. I think that's funny. Stream can't stand it. You know? But sometimes, dude, you just gotta play the game that you want to play. Even the games that you're known for, sometimes you're just not feeling it. You're like, I don't feel like playing this. Chab, you missed the Hearts of Iron streams? Well, alright. That's good to know. Here, I'll start working on the catwalks here. Dude, yeah, no, the Hearts of Iron streams are good, and you guys, people always say, oh, the Hearts of Iron streams are really good, man, really good. Then when I go to play Hearts of Iron, no. It's not good. Hearts of Iron is impossible to follow unless you play the game yourself. Interesting. Yeah, Karenov, yeah, maybe. Oh, I know who's playing. Yeah, I know who's playing right now. Yeah, that guy's cool. You know what? I think it would be better for the catwalks if I attach them to an interstage node. So let's see. How about what interstage nodes do we have open? I need to save some of these for the ISRU. There we go. Yeah, dudes, I could honestly sit here and play Hearts of Iron for like 15 hours straight, no problem. The problem is that people would be like, all right, I hate this, go away. What I gotta try to do, like, the problem with Hearts is that I don't understand it like I understand KSP. I don't understand it like that. So, like, I can't explain it as good as I can explain KSP. That's my big thing with it. You know, and because I can't explain it as well as I can with KSP, it doesn't... You know, it's hard. Like, Element, you said it, dude. It's hard for viewers to follow. Oh, God. Please, no, not Subnautica. Don't do that to me. Minions, they come here, they no buy. Nobody buys. They come here, they mess up my store. Hey. Alright, I don't think we need this wing here, so I'm gonna get rid of that. Hit save. When Finland Simulator 95. Perhaps soon. Alright, now I need this to kind of... Okay. Any plans to pick up railroads again? Apparently railroads went under new management, Creepers, so I'm more inclined to play it than I was in the past. New engine pick by Tim. Hey, Aquila had a 47-month resub in there. Didn't you go to Nordwijk? That was RE the Netherlands, Aquila, right? We went to the Aztec, wherever Aztec is. It's a little ways southwest of Amsterdam. Hey, Dex, thanks for the raid. Oh, yeah. Nice picture of the Aeon engine. That's cool, Thomas. Hey, thanks for the raid, guys. I appreciate it. What's going on? I'm not familiar with Dex effects. What's, Dex, if you're here, what do you do? I'm trying not to make this weird, you know? Like, thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. Scam baiter? Oh, hell yeah. All right. We good. Thanks, Mohawk. Yeah, all right, cool. Anybody that scam baits is a friend of mine. You're doing God's work, scam baiters. Aztec is in Nordwijk on the border with Katwijk. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Morton Aztec is in Nordwijk. Been trying to get an internship there for months. Lucky you. Yeah. Really cool facility. Anyway, Dex, thank you for the raid. Right on. Keep scam baiting. Scam baiting is hilarious. Watched Hitch in Amsterdam. It seems like a very pleasant city. Amsterdam's cool, Serge. It's cool. Yeah. Bikes. Bikes everywhere. Yeah. Bikes. Bikes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Actually, you know what? Just because of the way I have this set up, what I want to do, fellas, is the catwalks are going to be here, and then the ISRU and the ore tanks are going to be here, and then the docking ring is going to be behind it. What I think would be cool is that if we go land this thing down on the surface, I would want a ladder that goes down to the bottom. So you could like, climb up. But the thing about doing that is... that's a lot of parts, and that means we can't put the payload bay door up there because the ladder's going to be in the way. Warlord, 45 months. 4 or 5-star industry. Hey, very nice. Nice, Panther.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Mohawk, 2-month resub. Just make an elevator? An elevator. Put the ladder on the outside. Creeper, that's all fine and dandy, but what happens when a Kerbal climbs up here? How are they going to get onto the catwalk? The ladder has to be facing out, or else you're not going to be able to climb up and in. You'll go to let the Kerbal off the ladder, and then they'll just fall. Right? Could you use robotic parts to fold up the ladder? Yeah, we could, Fia. Yeah, absolutely. Your forestry is named I've Got Wood Incorporated. Lovely. You must be very proud. I meant on the outside of the ship. Oh, on the outside of the... Nah, it's got to be inside of the payload bay. Yeah, Aqualex, maybe a ladder is more in line with what we need. But even then, do you think I should move the main payload bay door down here? Should we do the payload bay door on the nadir of the ship instead of the zenith? And put it opposite this? That actually would probably be a good indicator. Because that gives me something at 12 o'clock to indicate that it's the zenith of the ship, so the top. And then the payload bay down here is a good indicator when we're floating around in space at the bottom of the ship. It's good for orientation. It's cool to put little cues like that so you can tell what the sides of the ship are. I think that's a good idea. Hey, Space Toasty. What about extending the catwalk over the wall on one side with the ladder against the wall? So, like, have it go out into the side and then the ladder... I don't know if you can... if the Kerbals can climb 90 like that, dude. Yeah. You know what? You want to know what the crazy part, Sam? Collins is 550 parts with a robotic arm inside of it. Weird, right? Why do I see the Donager? It's based off of it, Karama. Yeah, learn the ding. It's supposed to be like it. I'm working on my payload bay right now. I'm kind of taking the ideas from the Donager, obviously not making it a warship, and adapting it more for Kerbal. Excuse me. Those catwalks are going to need some type of railing, because you know me. I'll have Jeb walking around and it'll fall and crack his head on the damn fairing. You know that's going to happen. Like, it is inevitable. Yeah, an elevator probably wouldn't be the worst idea. Inevitable. Honorable. Shut up! What do I need to do to shut you up? Do I have to hose you down again? Yeah, that's true, Creeper. We could screw with it. I'm just more looking at it from a time standpoint. I know if I put the ladder facing inwards, right, that it'll work. It's eliminating an extra thing that I need to test, potentially. That's all. Rip Val. Yeah, I had a bad experience once, dudes. Alright, here, while we're here, let's, the interstage nodes are on this thing. So give me a big boy ISRU. Those are both attached to the same interstate set of interstage nodes. And now this one needs to go. If you made an elevator, you could make it big enough to hold a rover as well to explore the planets. You also know that transferring internally is reliable and it's less time in the design for you. That's a good point, Aqualex, yeah. The latter would be kind of cool, though, but yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, if we build it like how we built our crew access towers before, I don't know if you were here for that, but yeah, either way. Okay. Now, I want to put these on a mount and make it look like they're suspended here, so I would like something in here to make this not look as weird. What should we use? Honestly, just a structural, a 2.5 structural fuselage should be fine. But the 2.5 is going to clip into the engine room a little bit. You know what we'll do? I'm going to have to reattach this. I think that's 30. Does that look right? We can cap the top offs inside of the engine bay here, so it doesn't look ridiculous. How we power the ship. Fuel cells, solar. I don't want an RTG. RTGs, guys, on ships with people on board is not really a thing. I mean, it's been done with like the Snap 27 ALSEP experiment. It's definitely been done. The Apollo missions had an RTG that they used to test RTGs on the surface of the moon. Yeah, it's called Snap 27. See? It's been done, but I don't know if I want to do that. I'd prefer to just battery, solar, and fuel cell. Honestly, like, battery, solar, and fuel cells should be able to get me to do exactly, like, that should be able to generate enough power. I mean, we could, but if I was going to design an RTG into this design, it would have to be as far away from the crew quarters as possible. So, like, the reactor would need to be built into the bottom of this thing. So, because that's, like, super far away from everything. But even then, if there was a reactor back there, you'd basically irradiate all of your payload. So, I don't know about that. See, Rad shielding something in space is pretty difficult. Because it's not like you could just put a piece of lead in between you and the whatever is giving off radiation. Lead absorbs radiation. So now you're absorbing radiation from the outside and from the inside. That would be bad. You don't want to do that. You want something that bounces it. Like water could bounce it, but water also does absorb pretty well. Aluminum bounces most radiation. That's why, like, the Apollo astronauts didn't come back looking like they got a suntan from Florida, you know what I mean? Modding is awesome. What's that for helmet? What do you got? Okay. I can show you the world, donkey. It's pretty funny, dude. Cool, so now it looks like these things are kind of hanging here. Actually, you know what? Maybe we can set it to local. How far can... It'd be kind of... It'd look cool if, like, it was all the way hanging, you know? Like that. But that means we would need to make the structural fuselage just a little bit longer. Ooh, I like that. Yeah. Okay, and the fuselage is Z-fighting a little bit, and I don't like that. Can we make it just a smidgen shorter? Smidge? Ah, there's still a little bit of a gap right there. So maybe we could just go up one with it like that. There we go. That looks good. Cool. I thought it'd be kind of cool so the Kerbals are walking around where the moving parts on the ISRU are. How do you switch from local to absolute? F will do it, Morrison. Yeah. You know what? I don't like the pie plate. I like that. That looks cool. That looks like it was mounted on the bulkhead. You know, I don't need this extra attachment node, so. To be honest, my favorite is this. What's that? Yeah, I've seen this. Oh my god. Oh. What? Oh. You know what we have up in here? We have a bunch of diesels. It's a bunch of diesels. Actually, flipping that like that leaves that little gap right there. But then again, no one's going to freaking see this, so it's not that big of a deal. So yeah, when the ship is down, like landed, if we landed on the moon or we landed on Minmus, the Kerbals can walk around on these catwalks. I mean, I'm not sure if I should put some type of railing in or something. Probably should. But there's no railing that we could put there that's not going to be like an exorbitant amount of parts. we'll leave it like that for now. I'm sure we can figure out something. I-beams? Yeah. Sure, I'm not sure if I-beams are gonna give us what we want. We might get a hatch obstructed from this Aqualux. Yeah. Put the Rocco Max node over there. That doesn't look too bad. Yeah, see, struts aren't collidable though, dudes. That's kind of like where I'm at with this. It's like they're not collidable, so you know, we'll have handrails that look nice that don't do anything. Actually, these with the Rocco Max nodes on the back don't look bad. They look okay. The micro node, yeah, that does not look bad. And then we can make it look like it's tied in here with a, yeah, with an octag. And then just move that down just a little bit. There we go. And then maybe we should actually hold this thing together with a strut. It's probably a good idea. Yeah, Rothan, it looks good. So... Ah, that doesn't look bad at all. Yeah. Why have we never done this way? Because that, yeah, no, it looks good, man. That doesn't look bad at all. I don't know why I never thought of doing this. I mean, you know, the reality of that situation is that chat probably told me to do something like this at one point and I ignored them because I thought it would look stupid. That reads a lot more... that reads a lot more like me. That sounds right. Like, yeah, it's true. And since this is the end of the branch, you got to tie it to something. There we go. Or my part count. But see, the thing about this is that this is less part count, you know? Like, wait, is that a catwalk? Yeah, strange for when, if I land this thing down on a low-grav planet for resources, Kerbals can walk around, and they can oversee the payload bay. But also, my ISRUs are right there. Yeah, ship's a monster, dude. We've been just messing around inside of the payload bay. This is what the thing looks like. I just got to figure out what I want to do with the front. We'll figure out something, but yeah, gotta figure it out. Yeah, it's all stock, Strangelove. Yeah, I just have some textures for flags, but these are all stock parts. Like, you could load this craft file up in a stock version of KSP, like right now, no problem. It's just the flag textures would be missing. So it would probably just load up like a blank flag or whatever. But yeah, if I set all these to like minimalistic flags, it'll work. Yeah, it'll work just fine. Everybody wants a hammerhead-shaped bridge. I'm not sold on it, fellas. Everybody wants a hammerhead bridge. I don't think a hammerhead bridge is going to look right on this thing, especially with the back. Like, if we had, like, another set of engines here, and then a hammerhead bridge so it looked like a Terran battlecruiser from StarCraft, that would look cool. But I'm not sure about this. Starship, you just want it to be a point? The thing will literally look like Vostok. It'll look like a Vostok rocket. See? I don't want it to look like that. No. Handle bridge, like from that one skyscraper. I do like that, J-Speed, yeah. You always like, I like that. No, shut up. Imagine how much crap I get if I make it look like that. I'm good, man. Thank you. You like the flat front, like yesterday's video? I mean, I will say that would look pretty cool. But it's not exactly what I'm going for, you know? Yeah, Hip, I don't just want to copy Grissom, you know? I've been trying really hard, and it was kind of, you know, the shuttle in the station is kind of, you know, but I've been trying to not trade on my greatest hits album, you know what I mean? Like, I want to get to the, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, remember EJ used to make shuttles all the time, look at this new shuttle. I know that's like basically what I just did, right? But my new shuttle wasn't the same thing. I redid it from the ground up, and we built a kick-butt station, and it was awesome, right? Like, I don't want to just build another shuttle, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't just want to be like, oh, just put Grissom on the front, because that's me trading on past EJ's success. I don't want to do that. I don't like doing that. The ascent stage of the LEM? Oh, that picture though, predominant, yeah. Have you considered having the front be a separate ship? No, Rotham, I haven't, and I don't really want to. You know what? I'm just gonna take one of the ladder pieces and just put it here, and then we'll figure out what we want to do. Aglex, I'm thinking the, you know, just a tube that goes down and having a lander can down here. That might be the right move. That's gonna be by far and away the least amount of parts, and you know, might have to make some concessions, you know. What's that, Nova Raptor? What's David up to? Oh. Now the next question is, do we want to be able to drill, baby? A front like this. Could it work? What, painting the EUS white? Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah. Predominant, the ships in the Expanse, yeah, like this kind of feeds into that. The ships in the Expanse look, are basically flying skyscrapers. They're just flying skyscrapers. That's what they are. It is literally a building with some rocket engines attached to the sides. All of the ships are, because they're designed to be under constant acceleration. They're flying what's called a brachistochrone trajectory. I can never say that right. We'll just say a brach trajectory, okay? And because of that, the decks are actually this way. They're not that way. It's not like horizontal decks. The decks are this way, and the bulkheads go that way. So they're basically flying skyscrapers. That's how they work. So, I was thinking like maybe using some reference from skyscrapers. Like if they look like buildings, not that. You know, there was a Handle skyscraper, and I think it, oh, that would be kind of cool. There's a skyscraper, I think it's in Shanghai, I think. with like a handle on the top. It looks like it's got a handle on the top, and that you know, that what you just linked kind of feeds into it. I was thinking, you know, like Republic Battlecruiser might be a thing, or that's just a Republic cruiser, or we could make it look like the Burge right there, with just the exposed structure. That could be cool. Yeah, the consulate. Yeah, I already had that. The Shanghai World Financial Center. There's a picture of it in here somewhere. That's the Petronas Towers. Those are cool. That's like one of the highest bridges in the world or something. That's the Sears Tower. I don't give a frick what anybody calls it. It's the Sears Tower. I don't know if I could make something as crazy as the Empire State Building or the Chrysler Building's front, but those do look cool. There it is. Yeah. See that one? That would kind of look cool. And have the bridge up at the front, and then we have an open, like, docking ring for the shuttle or whatever. That'd be kind of neat. I don't know how I'm going to make that shape into that, though. And I was kind of just working on the payload bay. Huh, let's play up here. Let's play up here. We can do this. Let's play. Let's see what we can see. So, let's just, you know what? I'll try something. I'll try an old school technique. We'll use I-beams to kind of draft out what we want. This is a really old style of building that I used to do. Nowadays we just use strut rulers, but I-beam rulers are cool too. Yeah, you can make the flags. You can put the flags on an alpha channel, guys. Absolutely. Yeah. Here, check it out. Ready? Yeah, you can put most of them on an alpha. Like that one right there. Oh, that's got stuff attached to it. Never mind. Dude, I dig that. That shape looks money. If we could just figure out something to shape it like that, that looks really good. Some of the hull is flagged, Strangelove. Yeah, some of it is. Most of it isn't. I just don't know what parts we're going to use on this to make this look like this without, like, tripling the part count. I have 550 hours in KSP and I've never built with such a method and I'm mad at myself. Here, Ronnie, I got a better one for you. This one sucks. Don't use this one. Here, check this out. Want to see something cool? So, place down a cubic octag, right? And then put another cubic octag on it. This one is even better. This is an even better way to do things. You can use the I-beams. The I-beams are good for doing a quick shape, right? But you really want to get good at like measuring things and stuff. Take 2 cubic octags and then select absolute snap. Make sure that's snapped into position and then make sure the second one is snapped into position. Ruler, baby. Want rulers in KSP? That's how you do it. Make a ruler. If you're trying to sculpt a fairing, trying to get the fairing to be a certain shape, duplicate a bunch of these. And then make the curve out of strut lines. That's how I do it. Yeah, Tessa, one of my moderators, came up with this. So watch. Ready? You just make another one, right? Duplicate it, Alt left click, build another one, and then say you want to make a curved shape. Right, so take a bunch of them. Okay, watch. Ready? Let's rotate that one. Let's say rotate this one 5 degrees. 5 degrees, and then you rotate the next one. 10 degrees. 15. Right? Now, they're all intersecting at the same point. But now, move this one in. Now you got a perfect curve. So if you want to like sculpt the fairing into a certain shape, do this first. Oh, dudes, I got all kinds of tricks like this up my sleeve. So 15,000 hours in KSP doesn't, you know, exactly teach you nothing. You know what I mean? Oh, you should see my panel tessellator, Strangelove. Oh, yeah. I can make convex shapes out of anything with triangles. With the triangular wings, triangular panels. Hey, Whitney, how are you? Just don't have the patience. You need that for this game. You need the patience for this game. Dude, it was only until like maybe the last year or two that I could just make something in KSP and have it work exactly how I want. That is a really hard thing to do in KSP. Most of the time, you build it, you put it on the pad, and it blows up in your face. And Lord knows that's happened to me plenty of times. I'm fine. Très bien. Merci, Whitney. Yeah, I'm good. Except for the whole stuff blowing up. I'm alright. Send help. Let's try to angle this in a little bit. Yes. Yep. Launch tower arm was clipped into the booster. Can relate, man. Yeah, it happens. I don't mind this style. That looks really cool. We just got to figure out a way to make it look like that and not look stupid. Yeah, that kind of taper in on the top. And heck, it doesn't even need to be hollow. I mean, actually, alright, I'll think about this. Yeah, what do you think? That tapered nose actually looks really cool. Oh, another pro tip, guys. In this, if you don't know metric, then this probably should learn it. So if you hold left shift in Kerbal, right? So, and you set to absolute or local. I mean, absolute, whatever. It doesn't matter. If you hold left shift and start moving it around, it moves in small increments. Those small incremental move is 100 mil. So 100, you move. This is a 100 millimeter movement. So that's 10 centimeters. So you tick something 10 times, you moved it a meter. Just on a side note, yeah. The small I-beam, and Ronnie, this goes back to you. The small I-beam is 1.5 meters long, and the long I-beam is 3 meters long. Could help if you're measuring things later. Of course there's things other than metric, Shutzy. There's Kelvin. Damn. How am I going to make that shape? I'm kind of like, I don't know how we're going to make this. Let's just start placing stuff. What if we put the bridge of the ship like right there? Thanks for the tips. I wonder how many people will play KSP 2 early access and be like, dope, and then go straight back to KSP 1. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wish I could say I ever had to worry where the bridge of my ship went. Yeah, that patience pays off, man. KSP is a game of perseverance, man. And I ain't got nothing but time, baby.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alt X, Pigzig. Flip up, 16137. All right, this is gonna look a little weird when I place it, but maybe it'll come together correctly. How do ships in the Expanse handle the viewing angle point of the ship? Cameras, Dvorshak. The bridge of the ship is in here somewhere. Yeah, there's no like bridge like what you'd think. With that being said, I'm doing that. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, Clark, that wouldn't look too bad. The whole fuel tank out the side thing, yeah. Wouldn't the cupola make more sense? I actually think this is a cooler looking bridge than the cupola. Because it's a two-person cabin as opposed to one. But it's like the ceiling, yeah. Maybe we'll have a lander bridge. Maybe we'll put cupolas here and here on the sides so we can land the thing, you know? Solid rocket boosters make really, really nice structural components. There's supposed to be space intermodal containers as well as some pocket shuttles, the idea being extra storage. I'll think about it. I'll think about that, dude. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, synonymous hippopotamus. Yeah, baby. I like this. I think this kind of tapered in shape looks cool. It matches the style of the ship. I mean, then again, a circular fairing would probably be the coolest looking shape. But then again, we ain't dealing with a perfect circle here. Yeah, interesting running, right? Take those off for a second. That's cool. Will this craft have wings to act like it could work in the atmosphere, or would it only land nose up? Vertical landings, Toasty. Unless we put some Kraken SAS in this thing, it's not going to be able to do that. Yeah, the front actually ended up... You know what, Aqualux? The front ended up looking like a Battlestar. Interestingly enough. But Battlestars have the bridge internal as well. But I don't want that. We don't need to worry about fighting Cylons or anything, you know? So say we all. You nerd. Have you done something before, like a Paris or KSP class frigate in KSP before? From what, Karama? If you made the nose with flags, could that withstand max Q? Yeah. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, it definitely ended up looking kind of like halfway between a Donager and a Battlestar. I don't care. I think that looks cool. can make Kraken tech railguns. We could, if we had someone to fight. Kerbals are like the Dutch. They wage war not against other Kerbals, but against inanimate objects. The Dutch are waging war against the sea. It's just water. Don't tell them that. They might get mad. Kerbals wage war against the environment. Space, you know? Find better ways to go into space. I mean, it makes sense when you think about it. It's science, guys. It's science. How's the docking for other ships worked out? Payloads go inside the payload bay. I don't have that entirely figured out, the docking ring figured out, but we have our ISOU area and catwalks figured out, Doom. Yeah, I don't have that exactly figured out. But yeah, I thought that building out the front of the ship was a little more pressing than finishing the back there. But the drive bay is pretty much finished. That's all finished, tested, it works. So this thing can open up, and we have a swappable Kraken drive payload bay in the center of the ship. Will it be able to self-right in atmosphere? Ronnie, I'm not 100% sure this thing will be able to fly very well in Atmo. I mean, unless we made the front out of wings. That center of lift is a good ways away from the center of mass. Running lights. I haven't gotten to that just yet, chillin'. You want it to belly flop like Starship? I would have to make this out of wings to... How does KSP handle render range? Well, there's render range and then there's physics range. Render range is 2.5 kilometers away, so 2,500 meters. And then physics range is inside of 200 meters. Yeah. Phys range is when the vessel starts physically being simulated. That's why that's part of the reason why KSP multiplayer is difficult. The Adama maneuver would be the most Giga Chat thing in KSP ever done. Yeah, Rain. Well, they figured out something, supposedly. They've got something figured out. I mean, they wouldn't put it in the roadmap if it wasn't, like, why would you even mention it if you didn't think you have a solution to that, right? Like, Paris and Stalwart and Carrier class frigates are some of the most famous frigates in Halo. Forward Unto Dawn being Amanda Keys' flagship. Yeah, that's right, Karama. Yeah, they're the frigates from Halo. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if I want that. That's not really the vibe that I'm going for here. The front end looks like a Battlestar. This design does look like a Battlestar. I'm saying, did you pull off something like that before? Never made a frigate from Halo. Tried to make it. Tried to make it. I built out some of it, and it ended up being like 1,500 parts with no engines and then just a shell. And I was like, no, screw this. To make it look right, you have to use certain parts in certain places. Hang on, guys. It's getting hot in here again. I gotta open the door, let some of the heat out. Yeah, they're a very intricate shape, Karama. That's why I never did it. Maybe something like the Halcyon in Star Wars. Yeah, maybe. I don't mind that either. I mean, it's not gonna fly very well, Karama, but it'll do a re-entry. It'll do it. It's not gonna fly. It ain't gonna work very well, man. But it'll do it with this design. But you guys got to take into account that I'm not done building the front, so that center of mass, when I put everything up here that I want, it's probably gonna end up moving a little bit more forward. But yeah, it's possible, dudes. It's possible. Like, it's not. Like, I don't really want to belly flop it, but if we were going to build that capability in, now would be the time. And since I kind of decided on this shape anyway, it's not the worst. It's not the worst idea. Like, it's doable. Yeah, we're gonna need some gnarly attitude control thrusters if we do this. See what I mean? Because I don't know, man. So this thing during re-entry will just naturally want to stay right around here if I'm looking at this right. I mean, this isn't even including the aerodynamics of the other parts, but come on. So that's gonna make it want to go this way, and then it's gonna want to stay right there. That's where it's gonna want to end up, give or take. I will admit, seeing this thing Adama maneuver would be righteous. That would be amazing. Maybe when we're test flying it in a little bit, we'll screw with it. I don't mind it. It looks nice. Now, how do we close the shape off? That's what I'm wondering. $9,000 triangles as usual. PY, I was kind of trying to avoid doing that. I could build out the bottom, dude, and then on the top, I don't know, something. But yeah, if we do wing tessellation, what's today? Wednesday? If we do wing tessellation, it'll probably take me till the end of tomorrow's stream to get that all dialed in right. I'm confident that I can get it done. Like, this isn't me saying, oh, trust me, I'll get it. No, I could probably finish it. We still got plenty of time left on this stream, but part count, first and foremost. Part count is going to be nuts. That's definitely going to put me up over, like, we're at 650 right now, give or take, and I think I've been saying, like, 750, 800, because you guys got to remember, this ship needs landers. We're going to have landers and stuff inside of it. So, and I haven't added solar panels, I haven't added fuel cells, I haven't added batteries, I haven't added radiators. If I could do a design here for, like, if we could do this out and get it to 700, so I'd need to do it in basically 50 parts. I mean, we'd take the I-beams away and stuff. After I build the bathtub of wings, so to speak. We could take the I-beams away so we'd get some parts back, but you ever made anything like the Hermes? Yeah, Ronnie, of course. I used to make space trains back in the day in older saves, dude. I called them, I was building gigantic bases on Minmus, and I called it the Minmus Express, and we made like 100-meter long ships that you could couple together and fly around. Let me see if I can find a picture of it for you.
Listen,
Rain?
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Maybe that? Oh yeah, there's one. Let's float around. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, delivered all these parts in like one shot, dude. And these are my old dual-axis landers and stuff. That's the launch pads that I made. F-15. No comment. Trying to find a picture of the entire Express. There it is. Yeah, look. See? I made that thing fly. It's like 4 or 5 things all combined together. 4 or 5 upper stage, like big upper stages all combined together. Yeah, there's a couple of rovers for Minmus, a couple of pieces, different pieces, like plumbing and piping and fuel refinery and stuff. Yeah, Minmus Express, dude. Yep, see, there it is again. I've never made something exactly like the Hermes, but that would probably be the closest thing. Barring what you see right now. Yeah. Dude, we made some pretty gnarly stuff, man. And just think, fellas. Guys, I'll be honest with you. With Kerbal 2, I just want to play it. So I want to... Part of the reason why... Like, people ask me, oh, how are you going to play Kerbal 2? How are you going to play Kerbal 2? Part of it is, like, I'm trying to kind of remember how I used to play, right? You know, just building ridiculous things. Just absolutely nutsoid stuff. Like, that thing moved. I moved that entire thing to Minmus. And these are all just pieces of, you know, a base that we put together down on the surface. We did this with no robotics. There was no robotics in the game. I did this with no robotics and no knowledge of hierarchy nor docking vessel hierarchy. And then it blew up in my face when I was done, which is good. I want to do this with Kerbal 2. I want to do stupid stuff like this. We should be able to. It shouldn't be an issue. But this time around, I can do this ridiculous stuff, and I don't have to worry about the hierarchy screwing me up too much, as long as KSP2's hierarchy is similar. I think it is, but I'm not sure. A mid-deck with windows along that front piece sticking out would be cool. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Imagine a game where your min-max mining bases were not subject to sudden rapid disassembly. Yeah, we would have kept going with that damn save. That would have been great. Dude, Doom, I get to a point, I basically spar with KSP. I get to a point where I can't do it anymore. Like the point where I throw in the towel. And then I'm usually like, okay. But, you know, I keep sparring, keep going, and then we get further and further every time, dude. The launch pads being the one exception. But I am a very good builder because of that, so. Like, look, we've busted this out in 2 streams. 2 streams. This was nothing. This was no craft file. This is not based off of anything. This is a scratch-built design from me. And we've busted it out relatively quickly, and it works. See last, maybe. Okay. I say use 4x fairings to taper those rounded edges to a point towards the front. Yeah. Yeah, the Battlestar nose looks freaking cool, dude. Yeah, it looks pretty neat. Yeah, predominant, like windows going along the sides and then... I just had an interesting idea. Oh, hi. I don't need that tab open anymore. I don't need that tab open anymore. Don't need that tab open anymore. There's the actual tab. Sorry, Dave. Afraid I can't do that. Yeah, see? Predominant, you were with this one, you were kind of going with what I was thinking. Some, like, taper in, like, Battlestar almost. I wanted to do something like this, but... Actually, that wouldn't be too hard to do because of the fairing. And then we could build the top piece off of it. Like, I could make this all a fairing and then close the fairing on a plate. And then build around it. That actually wouldn't be the worst way to do that. Also, something like 10 forward. I could do that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, just put a bunch of windows up at the front. Build 10 forward. Build the Ishimura next. Well, this is technically the zenith of the ship. That's the top, because it's the whole ship is a lander, technically. Yeah, exactly, Karama. Yeah, you like this? I'm kind of trying to stay with with designing things similar to the Expanse, where the decks would be vertical. Changes designs. Yeah, Jason, the Expanse did it. Yeah, that's right, dude. That's how interplanetary ships. If we ever get to the point where we make like an Epstein drive, I guarantee you ships look like that. That is the best and easiest way to artificial gravity yourself. You know, you're not making artificial gravity. You're using the accelerated forces to mimic the force of gravity, right? Or accelerated and decelerated forces. That way makes the most sense in my mind. That's the most clear-cut way of solving that, like a muscle atrophy problem in space. Yeah, Jason, yeah. Well, I was thinking maybe putting cupolas like right here and right here on either side, so we could have like a landing bridge and then we could have an in-flight bridge so it looks cool, but I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll think about it. Well, the ship is under acceleration. Can Kerbal's EVA and walk around if the floors are like a skyscraper? No, Lunprod, I'm pretty sure they can't, but rovers can. That's true. So if I make a floor, if we make a bulkhead or a deck down here at the bottom of the ship, right? And we're under acceleration with the drive, if we have a rover, we should be able to drive the rover around. I've seen it done before. But then again, I've seen it done in a much older version of KSP, so I don't know for sure. Yeah, Uncle X, right? Yeah. But you know good and well if I said artificial gravity, there'd be a bajillion people saying it's not technically artificial gravity. But now that I said it's not technically artificial gravity, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, man. I'm dead, like I'm screwed. There's no way I can answer this question right, man. Last, what's up, Hellfish? Check this out. NASA's evolved structures radically reduce weight and weighting. Whoa. Whoa. Dude, this is what relativity does this. Seriously, relativity does this. What the frick? Hey, Bandit. Esther Glore, what's going on? Yeah, Rocket Guy, you see that? Dude, look at that. Can you believe that? If the acceleration is 9.8 meters a second per second, it's a pretty good simulation of gravity. Exactly, Voyager. Yeah, exactly. Heck, guys, even NASA's concepts for, like, Mars vessels. So, I'm bringing it up again. I'm bringing it up again, dudes. I'm bringing it up again. So, you see the Copernicus here, right? This is what they wanted to do for Constellation, but they canceled it because some bonehead thought going to Mars was too expensive. Yep, I'm not gonna not get my dig in there. I'm sorry. Sorry, you can hate me for it, that's fine. So, this is what they wanted to do. This is what NASA was gonna come up with, right? So, you have nuclear thermal rockets that work off hydrogen that puts you on a trans-Martian injection, right? So, you have two tanks. One is for going from Earth to Mars, and then the second one is for going from Mars back to Earth. But after the burn is done and you're on trans-Martian injection, it's going to take a couple months to get there. This thing after this, if you notice there's RCS front and back, this thing spins end over end. Like think a boomerang. It'll spin. The whole ship spins, not like having a ring on it, right? No, the whole thing will spin to do that. Like that's not that far-fetched of an idea. It's absolutely a thing. Yeah, Ronnie, this whole thing is supposed to tumble. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then, just like our Expanse ship, or Expanser Star, or Battlespance ship, the floors in this inflatable hab module are actually this way. They're in line with these lines right there. So they're floors. So you don't get muscle atrophy by the time you get to Mars. Yeah. Just use the RCS to spin it. All you got to do is start imparting the forces. That once the thing starts spinning, nothing's going to stop it unless you hit something. Yeah. All you got to do is just fart the RCS once, get the whole ship spinning at the right revolution, and you will create an outward acceleration, and you'll just be able to walk around in the ship. That's what they wanted to do. But yeah, that's what happens when we don't take spaceflight seriously. It's much different now, which is good. My question is, how would the sign docking port stand up to the shear load? And Pythos, that right there is the precise reason why the IDSS exists. I'm serious. Yeah. There's a reason why, with commercial crew and going into Project Constellation before commercial crew, why they decided not to just keep using APAS ports or CBMs. And NASA adopted the NASA docking standard, which also known as the IDSS, because they needed to engineer a docking port that can take load. True story. Dragon has this, so does Starliner, so does Orion, believe it or not. Yep, that's part of the reason why the IDSS exists. Yeah, because it's designed for compression load, gateway. It's designed for compression load. It's designed for shear load. It can do everything. Yeah, it's purposefully designed like that. See all the stringers that they have around the rim of the docking port? See? The hard capture mechanism is really reinforced. See that? That's entirely on purpose. Yeah, it's designed to do that. You mean barbecue roll or tumble end over end? No. If if this is the Copernicus, geek, I'm not talking this. No, I'm this. It's supposed to do that. That's what Copernicus was going to do. And there's just floors. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 floors here. And then there's a ladder to get into the Orion. Yep. That's what it was supposed to do. Does that make more sense why I get pissed off when we talk about Constellation and it getting axed? Does that make more sense? Yeah. It's bullcrap. This thing would be... They would be working on the preliminary design review for this right now if we didn't be stupid. Go figure. I believe the idea was Martian gravity, so 1/3 of Earth. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that makes sense. Maybe even less. Just enough to give gravity to make working easier to keep things working body-wise, so rotation speed would not be that fast. Yep. Yeah, that would be like, think like if you've ever played like Call of Duty, like old Call of Duty, you have a Stengrelhatten, a stick grenade, you throw it, and it tumbles end over end, just like that. That's what it's supposed to do. And it would just keep doing it until you corrected it. It's a passive system. Passive system to mimic accelerated forces. Smart. Freaking smart, dude. Still Handgranate. Yeah, that's what it's called, Jazos. I said it wrong. Sorry, man. I said it wrong. Alright. Alright, let's see what this stupid thing does. Can we... EJ playing KSP 2 yet? Well, KSP 2 isn't out, Yo-Yo. I already finished the game. You think so? Alright. So you want to hear another cool building trick? Another good one? And guys, I'm only going to test it. I'm not fully committed to doing tessellative wings like this. But watch. So you have a row of wings. You see how I flipped the second one like that? Check this out. So let's just get ourselves lined up here and then rotate it like that, and then actually just take that thing and fold it down for a second, and then take the tessellator wings, right, attach it to it, and then absolute snap them into position, and then we can rotate this whole thing back up. That rotates all the wings up into the right position. Now watch this. Ready? Oh, I messed up. Hang on. It has to be on local. Local rotation, not absolute. That's not attached to the right thing. I screwed up again. Check the hierarchy, make sure we're good. Okay, cool. Watch. So, rotate this up. Rotate it into position. Now rotate this the amount. We have to make sure we're set on local. So, like, it'll line up with the curved piece right there. And now rotate this so we think it where we think it's going to be when it lines up with the curved piece. That's good enough. And then rotate this one as well. Like that. That's more or less okay. And then I don't think we will need the top one necessarily. Right? So now you could just do this with regular wings. So what's the deal? Well, we're not following that I-beam very well, are we? So here's what you do. Take this. Let's rotate it 5 degrees and then switch to local and get the butt of this triangle lined up with that I-beam. Now you take the triangle, rotate it down. Actually, I made this hierarchically, I made it wrong. You're not supposed to connect that to that, but it's okay. We can make it work. Actually, you know what? I'm going to remake it one more time. Get rid of that. I'll remake it one more time, and this time I'll make it correctly. The wings are a little different than the panels and how you set them up. I'm used to doing the panels from the shuttle. So let's attach that to the second wing instead of the first one. Jeez, DJ, play KSP much? No. You know what the crazy part, Rocket Guy, is? Like, I know you're kidding, right? It's pretty funny. Like, yeah, okay, all right. Well, this is what 15,000 hours in the editor gets you. Dude, there is so much stuff in KSP 1 that I still would love to mess with. Like synchronizers, Kraken Tech synchronizers. We never got that far. All right, so how this is going to work is that we rotate that 5 degrees, move it up 2 ticks, right? And then we take this piece and we rotate it down. Cool. Now we take this piece, we rotate that up for where we think we need it to go, and then take this piece and then translate it to where we think we need it, right here. And then rotate that one so the back of the triangle is more or less lined up, and then rotate this into position like that. And now, well, that one seems to be a little bit tapered in, so we got to rotate that one back just a little bit. And now we take this one, rotate that up. So the long story short is that you can use these the triangles, and you can bend them a little bit to make a concave shape. If you kept doing it, I could make a curved or a convex shape all the way up to the front. I don't know if I want to do that, though. I'm already noticing some issues. And I'm thinking maybe use the panel tessellator, but I'm not 100% sure if the tessellator is going to work with what I'm trying to do here. And I definitely screwed up on that second panel somehow. I mean, part of it is that the wings have a stupid collider. What do you mean, Aquilix? As what spins? What's spinning? Two rotors instead of using a physical synchronizer. Oh, yeah, I don't know, man, maybe. Yeah, that was just an example. wing tessellation is gonna take so freaking long. It's gonna take a long time to get this freaking right. I don't know if we should do it, dudes. If only we had more time, dude. I would absolutely do it, but... Estimate the ROI. Yeah. Systems engineering in a nutshell, dude. You ain't wrong. Yeah, J-Speed, yeah, I know. In the spirit of time, guys. I mean, I'll leave the wings. I'll leave those there. Those are cool. I don't mind putting those there. But yeah, we're going to have to find another thing to build for the sides. Yeah, this is a better way to do it, and then I'll just find stuff to fill in this shape. Cool. All right, so I don't think I need the side beams anymore. The save button. Yeah, the open structure aesthetic is actually pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's neat, Wolfie. Yeah, Aqualex was saying, dude, you know, taper 4 fairings in. Might not be the worst idea. Some of the tracks on this playlist are like really, really soft, and the other ones are really, really loud. Yeah, sorry about the weird audio. Nah, Wolfie, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I know what you meant. That's actually perfect right there. See what I mean? What if you just went straight in from the panels, creating a 90 inside corner and then filling the space with external tanks and storage? Mutter, I'm thinking some payload bays or something here might not be the worst idea. Yeah, like I might be able to fit some Mark III payload bays. I mean, we were talking a little bit earlier in chat of doing something like this. Hang on, I gotta find the attachment point. There it is. It's on the fairing. All right, so, you know, you got your Mark IIIs, right? And then you rotate this thing 45 so you can gizmo these correctly. Hold on a second. I'm covering up the attachment nodes that I don't want to be attached. That I don't want it to attach to with nose cones. There we go. And those nose cones are temporary. They will not stay. It looks like a space whale. A space whale. You. Out of all the things you got from this, you got space whale, Steam? What do whales look like where you're from? A swale. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, swale. That's a thing that exists. It does have a blue whale? What? How? You guys are silly. No, still flat Soyuz. You know what? I don't hate it. That doesn't look bad. And we have a lot of empty space in here to do whatever. We've got a lot of room for activities. Are you hyped for Starfield? Maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of worried, Yam, that Starfield is just Fallout in space. But then again... But then again, I like Fallout. And I like space, so, you know, I don't know. Alright, let's get rid of the I-beams. We don't need those. Let's see how this looks without it. These blister payload bays are actually pretty cool. We don't talk about Fallout 76. Sometimes you just gotta get some good vibe and music, Steve. You know what? Maybe not curvy. How about... don't like just using fuel tanks like this for aesthetics, but it's gonna keep the part count down. But yeah. Actually, you know what, Butter? Hold on. Flip that thing up again. Yeah, this way, now the payload bays are nice and straight, dude. They're not tapered in, so they'll be easier to put things in. We have become one! Why make 4 orbiters when you could make 1 combined? It looks ridiculous. I mean, it does... No, it looks like I pasted 4 shuttle cockpits there. I hate it. I hate it with a lot of passion. No. Bad. We have become one! Gentlemen, behold! SLS heavy. EJ, that thing isn't going to turn into a giant vacuum cleaner, is it? No. SLS heavy. Nice. Nice, Creeper. Oh, we're going to go to plaid with this thing. Yeah, absolutely. That, dude, it looks good, man. That looks really cool. I got to clean this all up a little bit. But yeah, I don't mind it. SLS heavy would not get off the pad, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Rocket Guy. I mean, if you were gonna do a single stick SLS, you... Okay, let's do some fun math out here real quick. Calculator. SLS makes 35,000 kilonewtons of thrust. The shuttle engines make 2,000 kilonewtons, or 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust, right? So divide that by 2,400. You would need 15 shuttle engines for it to take off. It is, Wookiee, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would need 15 shuttle engines for it to take off. And, guys, I'll be 100% honest with you. You would need, your fuel tank would need to be way bigger. You would need to go with a bigger diameter. You'd need a bigger diameter tank. You're getting, and pushing the tank diameter past like 10 meters, you're gonna run into some serious, like, dude, I can't say for certain, but I'm pretty confident that you're gonna run into some serious material science constraints. Yeah, it's gonna get bad. What about this? SLS heavy, including the SRBs. Boeing proposed something like that, Aqualux, at some point. Is there anything else that I can... I was like, I don't want to waste fuel tanks there. Is there anything else I could... Oh! Alright. Hang on. I'll do us one more. No, that's not gonna work. Grab something like this, Bo, and go... Holy balls, man. Look at that thing. I mean, rocket guy, yeah, you're gonna... If you go past, like, 10-meter diameter, you're gonna... Especially with aluminum, you're gonna run into some real big problems. You know how I know? No one's ever done that. That's a pretty good indicator of why you're gonna run into problems. No one's ever done that? So, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying you're gonna run into problems, which is, I think, is a pretty dang safe bet in the aerospace industry whenever you try something new. But jeepers creepers, look at this thing. Go steel then. Now we're talking. Yeah. But now you're running into using steel with hydrolocks. Like, we don't know. You're running into a lot of unknown unknowns. And this is what I mean. You're getting into a lot of problems. It's going to take a lot of testing. I'm not saying it can't be done, Aqualux. Oh, it absolutely can be done. I just don't know what solutions need to come up with, needed to be had to actually get it done. That's pretty damn cool, though. Shuttle engine aero spike. That's cool, buddy. How much is this clipping into the wings? Actually, really not too bad. What about stainless steel and methane? Yeah, that would be a much smarter way of doing that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That's 88 months, dude. 88 months in order of the W-88, America's most modern nuclear warhead, until the W-93 comes along in the 2030s. Yep. Yeah, that actually doesn't clip too much, and we could smooth out these wings. Yeah, that's not a lot of stuff that we really have to iron out with this, guys. That's not too bad. I'm wondering if I could, like, let's open this up. How is that as far as we can sink this thing in? Can we go any further? Oh yeah. That's about as far as you can go before it starts to clip. That's not too bad, to be honest. Thinking. Oh, Leop, I don't want... You're right, a little clipping isn't a big deal, but I don't want this. I don't want the front to look like a vacuum cleaner. To look that much like a vacuum cleaner. Maybe only a little bit.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Some mirror symmetry. I mean, Aqualux, we could always... You're talking about, like... Just look at that fuselage. You're talking about doing that, right? It does, yeah, it does kind of look like Spaceball 1. You know what? That's fine. Translated out horizontally. This way? I can see that. I get it. Go wider. I don't want to make the front of it wider. I don't want to do that. Oh, okay. Hold on a second, guys. I don't think it'll look good. I got an idea. So, the interesting thing, fellas, is that we have all this extra room in here, right? All that extra room. We got a lot of extra space. How about we do this? I'm gonna save a new version. We'll call this revision 1, okay? And this was modified on, what is it? It's February 15th, right? Let's try something, okay? Here's what I'm gonna try. It mostly is going to consist of doing this, this, and that. Now, why don't we take a bigger payload bay, you know, and then rotate it 45, and then kind of go a little ways up with it. And then let's see, where does it get us with those closed doors? Okay. Okay. $250 from Jordan. Thank you. Oh, there was a tip in stream a little while ago and I didn't read it. I'm sorry. Let me go do that. I'm an idiot. Sorry, I'm hard in this design right now. Rain. Can we name it Battlestar Donnager BSG 154? Oh God. No, please, no. Jordan, you just got a gaming laptop. Testing it out now. Nice. Just in time for Kerbal 2, buddy. Okay, this idea needs a little bit more tweaking. Have you ever at any point played any of the point-and-click Space Quest games? Nah, I haven't. Dude, I like this. Here, actually, let me see if this looks any better with the rotated spot. Like that. That looks cool. Also just got to work on the GE9X. Absolutely mind-boggling. Now that's a big rocket engine. That's a big freaking turbo fan. Alright, can we go down with this just a little bit? Just where would we ideally want this, right? About there. Yeah, rocket, it's not bad, dude. It looks good. I do not mind it. It looks good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What about using short wings for the last wing segments and turning it in sooner? That's basically what I was thinking, Mutter. I'm not really focusing on this. I'm kind of looking at how this shape tapers right here. This makes the illusion that it's curving inward, despite the payload base not doing that. So if you looked at it from certain angles, it looks kind of weird. But if you're looking at it from the side, which this is the view that we're mostly going to see it from, it really doesn't look too bad. 777XSN1 comes to my airport all the time. That's a cool plane, Jordan. It's big. Are you building a MCRN ship? War Tank, it's inspired by the Donager. Yeah, that's, yeah. Pretty much. See, now I'm kind of wondering, like, do we bridge the gap with the Mark IIIs? No, I like the brake. The brake looks good with the fuel tanks there. That looks cool. It looks like there's a huge structural bulkhead here. The Demogorgon. How did you... Why does it look like it? What the frick, man? Why does it look like it? How does that even happen? Are Demogorgons stronger than Krakens? Asking for a friend. Feed me, EJ. Feed me! A mosquito? How do you get a mosquito from this? The graboid. Graboid. Nice. We gotta find another home for the science labs, though. Oh, the grave mind. This one is machine and man and has its mind concluded. This one is but flesh and faith and is the more deluded. No? Alright. Cool. Having fun? No, sir! I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good! Yeah, everything's fine here. Now. Here. We're all fine here. How are you? I'm not putting the meat cube on this Vulcan. I'm not doing that. You and your damn meat cube. Go back to driving Carla in your beige Volvo. That's freaking killer, dude. It does look cool. That's a cool looking ship, man. And this thing's gonna work too. We're gonna make it work. It's gonna be sweet. Those bays need colonial vipers. Any of the shuttle payloads that we engineered out, Electron, for the station and anything else, like Centaurs, Pumas, stuff like that, that'll all fit in here, by the way. Just saying. Can you imagine us carrying around a couple of Centaurs, and then it sends the Centaur... and then it sends the Centaurs out to launch a probe or something. And then the Centaur just turns around, comes back, and we refuel it. Hins the panels at the same point that the bay's open. One giant mount. Oh, jeez. It has the bay for the drive, Rem. It's not equipped with it just yet. We're almost at that point. Once I finish up the structural hull, we'll put the drives in. But yeah, I have a payload bay here in the back, or a midship to be able to swap the drive. Damn, that thing looks cool. We just got to finish the front, man. Look at this. That's cool. And you pass the Centaurs in mid-flight. Yeah, send the Centaurs out, rocket guy, and then just go and get them. I mean, we have 4 payload bays up in the front, and guys, I have a 16-meter payload bay in the back with ISOU capability. This thing's a beast, man. It's an absolute monster of a vehicle. We have blue lights on the engines. Yes, they are there. The engines will glow when the drive comes on. You need at least 8 different landers. Yeah. All right, let's get rid of these front pieces here. With the Kraken drive, this is the lander. Jason, I will certainly send this down to certain planets. Yeah, absolutely. Jordan?
Tranquility Base here.
Hey.
The Eagle has landed.
Thanks. It's been crazy work in the aerospace industry. I've been watching since I was a kid. You definitely inspired me. Also, I got to see the Happy Gilmore jersey. The jersey's in my house, dude. My house is not near the garage. But yeah, right on, man. I'll bring it back. When KSP 2 comes, we'll bring it back. I'll get it, dude. We'll bring it back. Don't you worry. Okay, so how are we gonna shore up this shape here? If we Demogorgon it. Yeah, the wings clip a little bit, but these bays are not going to open. It's these ones that can open. You want to put something in there, open the payload bay and put it there. We also need room for the science pods. I need another spot for them now. It's actually pretty damn cool in here. Look at this. MV Doug and a shortfall of Gravitas have arrived. Cool. Yeah, Karama, I think so. What should I be doing with your life? Illness, are you okay? I don't know, man. What do you want to do? Yes, why do you ask? No reason. How did the runway project with Scott go? That was fun. Yeah, go over to Scott's channel and watch his last VOD, Eukerman. Yeah, it was a good time. I had fun. Almost there, dudes. Cupola? I don't know if the cupola really works with what I'm trying to do here, guys. Like, the cupola looks fine, but I don't think a circular cockpit on this really... Well, anytime I use the cupola, it just looks like a damn TIE fighter. Like, you fill this gap with air intakes. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. It just looks like a TIE fighter now. Jens, it's like a combination of a bunch of different ships, kind of combined with what I think we need to do a grand tour with a Kraken drive-based ship. Yeah, Grape, I'm with you. Good luck, have fun, time to focus on work. Alright, Brahman. See you, buddy. Yeah, Wookie, I want to put more windows in here. I gotta replace the science modules. I had science modules in this, but I took them out. Yeah, the cupola doesn't look exactly right, guys. Something is uncanny about it. I don't like it. Do you have room for the legions of Kerbal Space Marines, half of which will betray you in the Kerbal Empire? That would be very chaotic, don't you think? Yeah, 2x2 vertically, put them together. 2x2 of the one you were using before. Oh, well, 2, you suggested that now. You couldn't tell I work for GE. Just got my clearance, so I can't speak furthermore. I know. That's cool, Jordan. I'm happy. I'm happy you found something, dude. I remember back in the day, you know, you wanted to do what you wanted to do, and that didn't happen, so... Has anybody bought the Foundation's sci-fi series on any streaming platform is it worth buying? I've heard good things about the Foundation series, yes. Okay, how would I do 4 of those cupola modules? Okay. Jeez, now it looks like it's got missile tubes up at the front. Something about that. I don't like it. There's something about it, and I don't know what it is. I don't like it. There's something, I can't put my finger on it what it is exactly, but there's something about it that makes me kind of cringe. Hey Leglander, thanks for the raid. Too bug-eyed, yeah. Right, Tessa? Yeah. That was weird looking, man. Yeah, Linprod, I'm kind of coming down in favor of that. The Expanse vessels have no windows. Well, this isn't the Expanse, Ginny. I know. Yeah, I know. The bridge is internal. I don't really necessarily want to do that. Mark II? No. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So, Still think we need a big antenna up front, okay? It looks suspiciously like a railgun? No. No, it looks fine. There we go. Ship it. Yes! No, I'm not doing that. There was going to be a shuttle docking ring at the front? Yeah, Pigzig. I'm not sure how the heck I'm going to do that. But yeah, we might. That's what I mean. I might want to put it here and put the shuttle docking ring in right there so the shuttle can come up and just, you know. Hellfish, actually, when I was toying with the idea of doing panel tessellation, I was actually thinking about making a replica of Collins, the front of Collins, like the panels, but just using the bigger panels, similar idea that I had with the SSTO. And just literally making an exact replica of the front and making the nose of this thing a gigantic space shuttle cockpit. Yeah. The thing is, I would have had to make a good deal out of it out of fairings, and I would have had to made some of it out of, like, there's no Mark III cockpit, so I would have had to change that all up a little bit, but yeah, the whole front of this would have just been a big, gigantic Mark III cockpit, and the front of it would have been my space shuttle. That was I was toying with that. Too much, not enough time, dude. Not enough time. But I was toying with that idea. That's when I was sitting here looking at the wings, and I was like, oh, I could do it. I could do it if I just had more time. But we don't have time. But we don't have time. And that's a damn shame. Mark II curve. Well, that's for landing, Chief. That is for when you're going into land. Actually, no. Control point up. That wouldn't be what we want. We would need something like this. You try arching your shoulders? No, he's trying. Yeah, maybe, Brahms. I think you should fill the remaining gaps with inset 90-degree angles, like Mutter suggested. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. I don't know, Forge. All right, let's get rid of these here. I'm not exactly sure if I'm gonna do that. Well, it's not entirely true. Here's what I want. Let's do this. Take this. Put a crew tank up at the front, and then put this up here, and it'll help. It'll help us round off this shape a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's get rid of that up there. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. The cupola, I'm telling you fellas, the cupola isn't gonna look good up there. I mean, maybe with the Mark III fuselage around it. Hold on. Yeah. Not front, but top. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Hold on. Please hold. All right. So I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay. Because for the same amount of parts, I should be able to put, actually for less parts, believe it or not, I should be able to put these here. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of the front one right there. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to need more of these. That's radial 4x. Okay. Good. Good. Yeah, well that's why I got rid of the fourth one, Stavros. I want the science labs up here. So now because I have an open attachment node, I should be able to take the science lab. It's in the science category, idiot. Go Pastrana, that's who you're rooting for in the 500. Cool. I hope I put that thing on the right way. Like, I hope it's not upside down relative to the ship. So, if I took these pieces right here, right? These pieces, and we just angled them down, it's pretty good. That's not bad. You can angle that up there. That ain't no problem. I could even get away with it doing wings, so we could go in here, get a little wing-a-ling, you know? How will crew ingress happen? In the payload bay, they could get in through that. But I wanted a shuttle docking port up at the front. That's why I left this blank. We're almost there, dudes. We are almost there. I almost have this right. Boss, those lines of teeny wing pieces you have filling the gaps, replace those with a 1.25 fairing tube. It'll save you like 40 parts. The wings are up here for a reason, Tessa. I'm just toying, guys. Trust me, we'll hone in on it. We'll get it. Sure the sax ain't messing with your creative vibe? It might be. The sax is pretty good. Yeah. It's a pretty good saxophone. What playlist is this? I got you. It's good studying music. And if you know the music, then you know. If you don't, well, one of the greatest soundtracks ever made. I saw the orthopedic surgeon today. He said my fracture was very good, and I really don't even need to wear the sling. Just stay off my bike and stay easy on the arm till like April. Well, that's good. call is very important to us. Please stay on the line. Our operators will be available shortly. Bill knows. Bill, you know. Definitely changes the vibe of the ship a little bit, doing that. So how will it deploy cargo? Well, the cargo bay is back here. No, public. Let me finish. Can I finish? Please, can I finish? Okay, I'm finished. Oh yeah, demo. Yeah, Maggie, I think this is cool, man. I think it's good. What a piece of junk! It'll do 0.85 fast light speed, kid. Doesn't look like much, but it's got it where it counts. What's the huge thing in front that looks like a TV? That's where the docking ring is gonna go for a visiting craft. Where are the flags? I'm not done yet. Not done yet. Be patient, you butthole. Butt dumpling. Butt dumper. Are we there yet? No! Launch escape system. Oh yeah, the quiet, soothing sounds of K1540 AM.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just thanks. Platinum resub. Thanks, buddy. Panels? There's no panels up here, Taco. These are wings. There's not many panels on this entire ship design. You like it, Kirsten? Something about it. I don't like it, dude. This is just me, honestly, just trying to do something. Because, I'm worried about time, so I want to get something on the books, so to speak. Yeah, I don't hate it. It reminds you of the Deku from Zelda. Yeah. There's still something a little uncanny valley about this thing, and I don't know what it is. The Dutch train that I saw? Yeah. I don't know, man. Try pushing the nose in, man. Yeah, maybe. In a demo, that's kind of the idea. Yeah, I know. Extending the line from the labs all the way to the front might look nice. Yeah, Sega, I just don't know with what. It's a pog face. Oh. Yeah, dude, there's something weird about it, and I don't know exactly. Ooh. That was definitely one of them. You bug squashed one of them, dude. That's definitely better. Yeah, that angle kind of lines up. That's actually really good. What if you move the shuttle? What if you move the cockpit to the nadir side, Grissom style? I mean, I'm not against it. We could. But the angle doesn't line up as good that way. But I have to put something in there to make it look, to have to round off that shape. Is the nose going to stay stubby or extended out with a Mark III payload bay? It's going to stay stubby like this, dude. Yeah, imagine. Dude, we gotta find a better way to close this all up. I don't. This isn't bad, but. What about having the bridge just below the flat edge of the shuttle mount? So the top edge of the bridge is just hitting the white edge. Like that? Was that delay, KRPC? Yeah, the bridge at the very front is pretty cool. I'm leaving the front open demo for that, dude. But I'm honestly not thinking about like I got the general place for docking ports, but I still haven't completed like the whole payload bay attachment system and everything. We'll do that, but yeah. Why don't you give it canards, Wookie? I will slap you. I mean, the thing is though, just on a side note, it probably would look kind of cool with them, but they literally serve no purpose. See what I mean? Yeah, like I said, it'd look cool with them, but it just, all right. Yeah, Jeff Tor, right? It's like, you know, we just got to find a way to just kind of bring this all together. And it might be just because that I've been working on this for a little while. So, you know what? You know what, dudes? Here's what we're going to do. Let me go into struts. And we'll take what we have. We'll leave it like this and let it just chill. Let it simmer overnight. I don't think I'm gonna redo it tomorrow. I'm gonna redo this tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to do that. And I'm just gonna run some kind of messy little struts in certain spots here just to make sure this is all working correctly. All right. And then just for fun, we will throw an RGU. Somewhere. An RGU, a battery, and then a Mondo big docking port, just for old time's sake. We'll just do that. Save this. yeah, I lost kind of how the hierarchy goes together with this, fellas. And yeah, let me put the drive in. I'm just putting struts in, and I'm just placing. Oh. All right, I'll leave that as a mental note for tomorrow. I can put one of those in there. Yeah, I think I'm just kind of struggling a little bit because I'm getting tired. No stretch break, no stretch break. Where's the yeet brick? There it is. There is our drive, mates. Is that the way we put it together? Yeah, I guess it is. There's your actuator control. Okay, so now save this. Only 10 cylinders. 10 cylinders should be enough to move this. If it's not, well, I have other ways. If you're part Italian, how's your cooking? Excellent. I can cook as primo. It's in my blood. You can add up to 14 legs in that bay in case you need more power. You know what, Raid? This is 2,500, so I actually think we might need more. But you know what? We'll try it like this before we go any further. I can cook Nova Raptor, like on top of being Italian. I worked in a restaurant, dude, for a long time. Well, ain't nothing left to do. Ain't nothing left to do it, but to do it, but to do it. I don't know. I'm tired. Leave me alone. Okay, 2,200 tons. 718 parts. Yeah, we're gonna come out right at 758, around 750, 800 parts. I gotta do a detail pass on the front there, guys. I don't like it. That's a stand-in. The final ship won't look like this. All right, crashing. Twelfth was best, Wookie. Yeah, we still gotta outfit all the systems in the payload bay, but... let's see. Okay. Why do I have a feeling it's gonna blow up right now? Why would I even say that out loud if I thought it? Okay, yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired, man. I'm getting freaking tired here. Those damn lights, dude. It's gonna be super laggy, dudes, but... alright, let's see what she does here. We don't have any RCS, so... yeah, that's gonna be a problem. It's the light shining on the ground, dudes. It freaks the game out for some reason. Okay, here we go. Bring up the accelerometer. Here we go. Once we hit the inversion point here, we should start going up. Here we go. It wants to go. Come on, baby. Oh gosh, we just fell. Okay. Do it without the crew tank wobbling around too much. It wasn't, the drive wasn't secured. It was bouncing around. Come on, baby. All right. It wants to. It's trying. We're not getting a good seat on the legs. The only thing to do is just give it more power. Give it more power, Captain. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Give it all she's got. We can't get off the ground. It wants to. Dead, Jim. Alright, let's try it with the rocket motors. Ready? Holy Mother of Jehoshaphat! I think we lost a couple of struts. Lost one. Oh, jeez. Undo that. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna die. This is gonna be one heck of an explosion. Waiting for the Kraken strike, and just boom for it to obliterate itself. Ah, there it is. That was awesome. That was awesome. We need a bigger Kraken drive, dudes. I think we should change the name to Hindenburg. Or maybe Typo. How's the runway still intact? I don't know. But it, yeah, most of the crew modules were okay. Yeah. Something weird was going on with the lights, and I'm not 100% sure. I could have sworn my cow controller told them to... I told them with the cow controller to, maybe I have to go look at it again. Hold on. Look at all the attributes, because I don't want them to shine white like this. Hello? Can you stop being yellow? Jeez. There. I don't know why it set them back to 223. That's very weird. The encabulator is okay? Yeah, it didn't like that. When the drive starts doing this, yeah, that's Kerbal's way of saying that you don't have enough TWR, but there's no coded action to show that because nobody ever expected to make a drive out of landing legs in a payload bay. Shoot at RNG to 0. Yeah. Yeah, like, right, yeah, you're probably right. I'm just kind of, I'm losing my patience a little bit because I'm, not because I'm mad about anything, it's just I'm tired. I can only sit here and just nose to the grindstone for so long before I'm just like, you know, like,
SpongeBob, but I'm a bit more complicated than that. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Yeah. Like that. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. Hey, it got off the ground though. On the first try. Something broke, but it was on the first try. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. You know, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Rogue, she's a beast, man. I need to do a detail pass on the front. I hate the front. I don't like it. At least right now I don't like it. Maybe if I wake up in the morning and look at it, I'll be like, that's okay. I just don't, it looks thrown together. But there's a reason why it looks thrown together. It's because it is. But actually, you know what the other thing, dudes? Before we actually just go in there and start placing more landing gear, I never strutted this thing into position. I never ran the fastening struts for it, so I'm actually kind of interested to see if we strut the ever-loving Neo bejesus out of it, will it work? It might. Oh, I copied the cal controller, I think. Okay, no, we're still good. Copying cal controllers makes the game go crazy. It makes the game very unhappy. Do you think something like this could be launched from Earth like real life, or would it make more sense to assemble it in orbit? I think something like this could be launched from Earth, and you use up all its fuel, basically making a gigantic one-time single stage to orbit Rogue, and then refueling it in space. Starship. Starship is basically doing what we're doing here. It's how I launched Grissom's back in the day. What is my Grissom but a Starship? It's the same thing. The only difference is the Grissom doesn't come back down and land. This seems a lot bigger than Starship. This is about the size of Super Heavy, actually. Yeah, Super Heavy is about this size in real life. Starship's like 2/3 the size of this in real life. For real. Yeah. We have this is a 10 meter. The skinnier part is 10 meter. The outer part is 15. So yeah, Starship is almost this big. Just back from watching Cleater, you get the KSAS sorted out. No, Tess, I didn't. It also takes less delta V in Kerbal. This would not make it anywhere near space. On Earth. Not even close. I mean, Kraken drive notwithstanding. Alright, so we're going to try it with the secured drive and we'll take it for a test flight here. And hopefully we fix the problem with the lights. You might not want to watch Cleaver today. The title says it all. Thanks for spoiling it. What do you mean you might not want to watch? Like... Bruh. Come on. Tessa. The frick, dude. I wish I was a bird. Remember, the plum does not resent the hungry man, but the farmer. What behemoth are you making today? Grand touring ship. We're gonna go everywhere with this supernova. Okay, here we go. Bring up the accelerometer. Bring up the fuel load. What's our current mass set to? Ship current mass is set to 2257. Stand by for drive engagement. What's the part count like? 680 B0? Yeah, it's not bad, considering how big the thing is. In fact, the weird frames are from the lights shining against the ground. Yeah, the lights shining against the ground really do some weird stuff. Alright. Let's see. Same exact drive, but with some struts in place. Reduce game settings. It's the light. The light won't... No. Nope. No, there's no need to do that. Believe it or not, once we get up off the ground, it'll be fine. If we get up off the ground with this. Yeah, the legs doing that is no good. Yeah, see that? That's the... We're not getting good engagement. Sometimes giving it a little... Oh, we blew through it. It wants to. Come on, baby. Get up off the ground. Give it a little bit of help. Nope. I'm watching right here to see if that number stops going back to 0. Yeah, we're blowing through the drive. Alright, that's not going to get us anywhere. My rule of thumb, guys, that drive, the thing is that drive will probably work in space, but if it can't take off here, like, once again, man, I don't want to go send this out to Eve or something, right? And risk, like, going to Eve and have it break, you know? Like, it should, if it can't lift it up off Kerbal, I don't really, the drive ain't good enough. This thing do be looking good, though. Yeah, it's the lights that are screwing it up. Mark 2 big bay drive, 20 leg. I think so, Tessa. I think that's what we're gonna need. Just gotta get the positions right. That looks correct to me. Why not just stack two 10-leggers? I mean, yeah, it'd probably be better if I didn't make the main drive propulsion like when we're half asleep, Wookie, now that you mention it. So, inline drives usually don't end well, but kill it with fire. What's that, T-Bro? Ugh. Bro. Yeah, you can do negative cal output. It does weird things, but yeah, you can do it. We got it to refuel an SRB one time, Fia. Serious. Yeah, we refueled an SRB. We inverted the thrust limiter. So, you know, like when you fire an engine, if it's producing positive thrust, it's going to use fuel. If you produce negative thrust, you can refuel SRBs. It's pretty funny, actually. So it's finally come down to this. Yes, yeah. What does negative do on the bay doors? I don't know. Probably nothing, of course. Did you do that to the springs and damper? Nah, not a toggleable axis field. All right. Oh yeah, yeah, Van Horizon. Yeah, I blanked that as much. I blanked that out of my head as much as possible because frick that movie. You're last. Oh man, I'm losing steam. I stayed up way too late with Scott last night. Frickin' me and Scott were doing the runway project stuff. We got a lot of coverage of Starship Test a while ago. What are they doing now? I only really followed through here. They static fired super heavy the other day, Slackster. First time they ended up firing 31 out of 33 engines. And honestly, we're probably in line for a couple more static fires from super heavy, but SpaceX is getting ready to send it, dude. They're getting ready to send this thing. The whole stack. The whole thing, dude. Which is just freaking crazy to me. When I was in Amsterdam, they did the static fire, dude, and it was pretty damn impressive. Yeah, it was pretty dang impressive. Yeah, I watched it with Tim, with Everyday Astronaut, Scott, Das, Matt Lone, the Kerbal developers. Okay. What the hell's going on? Hello? Oh, there we go. I'm gonna say, why can't I control it? But I was alt tabbed out. Synergy thought I was alt tabbed. Alright, guys. Let's see. Let's see where it gets us. I've never had really any luck stacking two of these on top of each other, but we'll see. Maybe this is the day our luck changes. Hold on to your butts, indeed. Starting to get engagement. It wants to. Come on. Double drives. She's bouncing. There we go. There it is. I need the engines for gimbal. Oh, she's drifting. Pretty solid for an inline drive. Oh no, the hangar. We're gonna need that KSAS. He said, not entirely realizing that there's no SAS on this and no RCS Teslas. So, you know, continue to look stupid in my chat. It's all right. Maybe, don't worry, guys. Maybe it'll blow up before we get to the hangar. Oh man, dude. It did. It blew up before we get to the hangar. Don't worry, we're only gonna rain debris down on it. It's fine. Yeah, Tessa, this thing didn't have any SAS or RCS or anything on it. I mean, the KSAS would probably be a good idea, but dude, honestly, I think some SAS on this thing, we get a nice, good, old school stack of SAS up top, and this thing will work just fine. You threw a building at a building. Yep. Hey, I was trying to park my skyscraper where that hangar was. That was a sentence. Yeah, I think so.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We'll do this for debug purposes. Debugging purposes. I don't know why my SAS is all blurred out, dude. How much you think? 8? Alright, you can do 8. That's fine. Hey, 1AU. Thanks, man. 17 months. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I think it's something to do with how, with this, Parallax. That was 8, right? I can't see the camera. Come on. Yeah, that's 8. Slap some RCS on it? Oh. No. Let's go. Let's just go straight SAS. It is a cool looking ship. This is very cool. I still don't like the front. The front is not as bad as I thought it was as I saw it like a second ago, but it still sucks. The SRBs, yeah, of course the SRBs could help, sure. There we go. Have I ever seen this? "42-second engine change in a Ford." It's a Ford Escort. Yeah, cool. Cool. Could you not have 2 bridge decks on either side? Maybe. Yeah, Tessa, that's why I was like, you're like, oh, it's gonna need KSAS. I'm like, dude, this is ridiculously stable for what we have. You know what? I want 16. I just changed my mind. It's pretty damn stable for what it is. 16, I think, might be enough for 2500. 25. I can't even talk right anymore, so I'm just gonna shut up. You saw what I did, so let's launch it. Make the front look like an Nostromo. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, Chief.
I don't know, mate.
Yeah, your boy's. I'm starting to lose steam. I didn't really get much sleep. The jet lag is still killing me. Cause like, I don't know. Like right around 4 a.m. I get second wind, because that was when I had to wake up for like 3 or 4 days. So if I make it to 4 a.m., I'm like, huh? You know. Is this clothing shop music? No. Car shopping music. It's the Gran Turismo soundtrack, dude. Gran Turismo Olomogato. Understand? You capiche? I'm clicking on an actual button to dude, I'm passing out. Yeah, go to bed, man. Jeez. Go to bed. Just a bunch of them, Motorkid, yeah. No, I want to see it. Okay. Okay. Alright, SAS is set to radial out, and here. Make it a little bit easier. Yeah, green. I know what you mean. You like the idea of the replaceable drive? I'm still not 100% sure that we'll do that, MGB. I might. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, 2 inline. Now we have 16 SAS. I've stacked 16 2.5 SAS up at the top to try and compensate. All right, this should be getting off the ground now. Well, it wants to. Come on, drives, engage for me. Let's go. They want to. It wants to go. There it is. No freaking way. Alright, I'm gonna engage the rockets. See if we can bring her right around here. Alright, let's kick it. Once we get away from the ground, the frame rates will stop being poo-poo. Oh, please stop. Come on, keep going up. 10 meters a second. We got to get the drives to tick in. If they don't tick, we're gonna crash. We're gonna go right into the SPH here. We've overpowered the SAS. Is the fuel draining symmetrically? Yes. Yes, it is. Pitch rate is minus 185. We're going to crash. There's nothing we can do about this. The drive isn't enough to overcome. Here, I'll just try to shut the lights off to see if I can get you guys some nice frame rates while it bites the dust. Here's my idea again. Put engines at the top of the rocket engine sideways. If I'm going to do that, O-Force, I'll use the KRAKEN SAS. Well, it's not 3 in line, freshmen. Oh, damn, what an explosion. Hey, they're still alive. All right. Woohoo! That's a hell of a ride. Now, hey, they're having fun. They're having fun. Look, it's good. There used to be a ship behind them, but there isn't anymore. Yeah, see, they're good. Yeah. You need a PC upgrade. No, Zal. It's the lights. The lights the lights shining on the ground is screwing up the game. I'm telling you, once we get away from the ground, it'll be fine. I just need a little bit, more control, so I'll put RCS on it now. What in the world is KRAKEN SAS? It's control surfaces that can ping-pong flipper landing gear to get KRAKEN forces being affected in one direction or another. If I have to do it with this, we will. Yeah. So, I mean, O-Force, to be honest with you, you want to put rockets here. That's basically what I'm doing. Yeah. I said the front came out very nice. I freaking hate it, dude. I think it looks terrible. I mean, thank you. I don't like that. Now that's an SAS quad or RCS quadrant. There we go. Hungry fella? There you go. Oh well, never mind then. It doesn't look bad, dude. These blister payload bays are kind of cool, but I gotta We gotta do something. It's the wing. All those wings up there look stupid. It looks like, you know, up until like here, spared no expense. This is clean, very concise design. Up here, it's like ha, makes a noise just like that. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, JuiceBot, exactly. Okay, we have 16 SAS on it and some RCS to let it ride. Let's go. The Kraken drives like symmetric ability. Don't misunderestimate the symmetric ability of the drives. A noise like this. Yes. Yeah. Nodders. Nodders. Your screen is black. What? Really? Huh. It's loading, Johnny. It's loading, dude. Yeah, chronic. It's just like, ha. How much RAM is Kerbal using? Gonna keep cam up there, so you know. Excuse me. One hop. That said 15 gigs of RAM, didn't it? Okay. Engage the drives. So that's my throttle right there. That's our acceleration. And yeah. Thought I could hear singing, sir. Officially, let them sing. You gotta watch these things over here. If one of these arrows goes all the way to one side or another and stays there, that's when we got a problem. We've overdriven the rates. Meaning we can't compensate. With the RCS and the SAS, we should be okay. Oh, drives are... Come on. Come on, careful. Once the drives stop bouncing up and down, they'll like lock into position. Like that. And then we start taking off. Rates are looking good. All rates are correctable. very correctable. You got no monopropellant. These are vernier thrusters. They use liquid fuel and oxidizer, Taco. So, something's gonna happen here. We start to get up like 300-400 off the ground. Something's gonna happen if we're going fast enough. The drives will... Down here, they're kind of a little sluggish when you're below 400 meters. But for whatever reason, once they get past that, they click. And when they click in fast, yeah, you'll know it. You'll know when they click. It hasn't clicked yet. You'll know, because it's either going to go or it's going to blow up. I'll prime the engines just in case. That's literally not doing anything. Just give it more beans. $5 meters a second. All rates are still within correctable parameters. $6 meters a second. Drives have not clicked yet. That's awesome, though. Look at that. I'm gonna give it more beans. It's usually around here. You also kind of got to be going fast. If you're moving, then it'll click in, and trust me, this should start really moving. No, Mutter, I haven't. I want to be a little bit more awake if we try to build a bigger drive. But yeah, 2 inline are actually working really well. Believe it or not. It's not clicking in, dudes. Here, let's give it some beans with the rocket engines. Nope. Yeah, thing just must be too freaking heavy. The drive is right in front of you. Oh yeah, we ain't falling, that's for sure. So Wally, the drives basically compress a landing gear inside of a payload bay with same vessel interaction on. So we crush the landing legs inside of the payload bay, and that causes acceleration. Yeah, no, she's holding. The rates are just fine. Roll is getting a little out of hand, but it's correcting. I just don't know why it hasn't ticked in yet. I mean, that is a monster of a freaking ship, though. I mean, acceleration is halted, but I'll give it more gas, see if we can throttle it up a little bit more. I'm worried about the legs blowing through like that. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. We had one blow through. We just gotta leave it. And that's screwed with the rates now. The rates are hard to correct. We're using more monoprop. What's the mass of it? 2250? Yeah, blow through like that is really not good. See, it introduced a roll rate that's compounding now. That's because of that leg. We're gonna start spinning. Oh, no, it compensated. It compensated. We're all right. Backing off, we'd need to disengage to undo that, Chief, and if we disengage, we're gonna go that way really quick, man. We threw a rod. Is that serious? Yep. Yeah, see, look, it's almost constant yaw to correct for that thing. Freaking lights. Yeah, I've never moved 2250 MotoKid with a Kraken drive, with any Kraken drive. Like, ever. Yep, we have to keep the control rods going. Dude, these drives are not clicking in. That's absurd to me. That's how, I mean, that just goes to show you how heavy this freaking thing is. I mean, the fact that 2 inline drives are actually doing it is pretty damn amazing. I mean, yeah, we could ride it all the way up. It's just going to take a while. But I'm afraid if the drives, it's weird. It's like the drives have a low gear and a high gear. When you're close to the ground, they automatically kind of move into low gear. But when you go into high gear, holy balls, the thing's just gone. I would not, dude, the amount of potential energy we have stored right here, MotoKid, is going to, if I change the gravity, even pulsing the engines is dangerous. There's so much potential energy stored right here because we're inverting a spring in game. I'm just gonna... Got a nice view, though. I don't know if a third drive is going to solve it. I mean, the rates are still correctable. Activate Fizz Warp. Dude, Mazda, I don't have a death wish. Sorry. We can make a bigger drive, yep. You should adjust the landing legs so they don't blow through. This also gives you max power when the cargo bay doors are closed. Alright, Raid, are you gonna be around tomorrow? We'll engineer a long payload bay drive for this thing, and we'll go from there. I'm thinking one drive per 1,000. I mean, yeah, Rain. So this is moving it, but yeah, they're not clicking in, which is. I mean, the only solution I can really think of is just give it a little bit more power. But if we get more leg blow through, this trip is gonna be really short. Oh boy. Alright, I gotta reset the drives. I reset them. I reset them and they didn't explode. I'm impressed. These payload bay drives, man, so good. The rocket's gonna make any difference at all? Dude, firing the engines don't do anything. Jeepers creepers.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Element, I have a joke for you. What is a rocket's favorite snack? Bones? No! 58 months from Element. Oh, multiple drive failures. Come on. Sometimes if we just jiggle the handle a little bit, it'll do it. Why must you fail me so often? Boss, last. I'm sorry. I'm trying to, you know, fly the frigging thing. Pitch it over some. Let it pick up some speed over the ground. Okay. If it doesn't work, can we point and laugh at you? So yeah, sometimes if we can just get this like above 15 meters a second should do it right. It's usually like 15 above 300 meters. So we're well above the altitude requirements here. Yeah, let's see if we can just give it a little something here. Come on, baby. Fantastic, you won't kick in. Interesting. How do you have all these UI mods and still need to pin in this accelerometer? Yeah, I don't know. These aren't UI mods. Wait a minute. Mazda, these aren't UI mods. The arrow UI is something that happens, you get... hold on. You get that from the debug menu. That's about as good as it's gonna get. Yeah, I mean, we probably need another drive, dudes. It's just not, it's not clicking in. We're just floating around, which, I mean, that's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's just 2,500 or 2,200 tons floating around, which is pretty cool. All right, let us see it. Where's the prograde marker? We have a lot of lateral velocity right now. Tested in space. Well, I'm trying to get up there, and I don't want to warp it while we're under load, Healthish. I don't want to zap it up there. So we're just kind of stuck doing this test for now. I mean, guys, I'll be honest with you. I'm frankly amazed that putting, like, I've never had success ever compounding 2 Kraken drives like this, ever. Like, ever. Fuel release valves. There's your fuel release valve. Give you a fuel release valve, yes. Yeah, I can't believe it. They're not clicking in. That's wild. I've never seen this thing do this before, but then again, I've never moved this much mass with this previously. What's our mass right now? Speaking of that, 2179. All right, cool. That's pretty. I mean, that's still pretty freaking impressive, to be honest with you. It's pretty freaking good. That's just visual aeroic. It's not a fluid simulation. That's just an animation. It does look good though. That's Parallax, dude. Parallax does that. Or no, it's not Parallax. Which one is it, fellas? Waterfall. That's the name of it. Thank you. You see this? This is how you break one of these things. Oh, please, please stay. Just stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive here with me. Travis Pastrana and Jimmy Johnson both made it into the Daytona 500. Cool. Is it possible the 2 drives are fighting each other? No, that's not possible. If they were fighting each other, we wouldn't have taken off. They just... This is basically the equivalent of having like 1.0 TWR. We can't even get this thing to a speed where the drives will click into high gear. Are we past max Q? Yeah, that whole dynamic pressure thing is... Yeah. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna take the drives, and I'm gonna go into the debug menu, and I'm just out of curiosity, I want to see if these work in space. So we're gonna zip zop zoobity bop. Oh gosh. Okay, please shut that down. And then just give us a little set orbit Reno here. Okay, so we're up in space. I just used the debug menu to get up here. Just to see what happens. Cool. Tessa, I don't think it's enough, just from what I can tell here. I don't think we're close. We're gonna need to. We're gonna need a.
Go at throttle up.
A double bay drive. No problem. We'll engineer out the propulsion systems tomorrow. This is just a test. Looks more at home here. Hey, Porter, 91 months, dude. Damn, boy. I think a pair of double bays might be overkill, Tessa, but that's probably a good thing, because that means we're never going to, what's the word? It should never break. I mean, dude, the fact that these drives just took that punishment that I just gave them is actually pretty damn impressive. We might not need to make them rechargeable. I might not have to make them swappable. But yeah, we'll get into more propulsion, crack and drive propulsion dynamics tomorrow. Yeah, see, that's how I know I'm really getting tired, because I'm starting to not word correctly. Okay, let's engage these drives. I want to see if we can accelerate up here. Yeah, that's the behavior that we saw. Wow. Oh, she's working. Here, let's try to... Two G's. Bro. Nah, Glex, it should be fine with the stress tolerance. I'm pretty damn sure. That's from past crack and drive testing with these landing legs. I mean, the fact that this thing can push like this is... Drive's fully engaged. 2.5 G acceleration. She's really moving out. Damn, man. Oh, that's freaking cool, dude. Like, I want to push this thing up to like 5 Gs or something. Yeah, Dave, but we are gonna need this thing to work. I need it to take off. Heck, Tessa, one long bay with the right amount of legs might do it. And that would be good. That means I can carry room for a spare. Yeah, that's pretty insane. Dude, that's nuts! How does it handle SOI transitions? These drives don't... They blow through on SOI transition. I wouldn't do that. But this drive seems to be able to take whatever punishment we can really throw at it, dude. Like, watch. Oh. Once again, I think Kerbal has access to my microphone. Who saw it? Why is the SAS twitching? PID controllers, dude. The PID on the SAS is weird. That's how we Grand Tour, baby. We don't need to with this thing's A, but yeah. Yep. There's a landing leg that we shot out. I mean, I zapped it up here, so that engine shroud's looking hot. Nice. Now that's cool. Hey, Beastie One. Hello, Mr. Man. Are you under NDA for your visit to the KSP2 CC gathering? I am, Beastie. Can't say nothing. I can't say nothing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Victory, 59 months. Did they tell you when it's coming out? Can you share that or no? Yeah, well, I know where I'll be. I'll be at your mom's house when it comes out, Ian. Oh! Have you considered a cargo holder full of spare parts for Kraken drives? That's why I have this payload bay here, Bob. That's what this secondary payload bay is for, dude. See this one? Here, look. EJ would be a terrible spy. I fooled all of you by saying I was going to Michigan, Hellfish. Please tell me more. I'm pretty sure no one suspected a thing. And you know what the funny part about that whole thing? I was dropping cryptic hints about this trip for like a couple months. No one picked up on it. One of the drives is damaged. It's missing a leg. Victory, I tell you guys what you need to hear. My theory on chat, it's like mushrooms. Feed them nothing and keep them in the dark. I mean, not bad, dude. Not bad at all. Well, it's still cool you went. Did you meet Dan of Nerd Cubed? Somebody from Nerd Cubed was there, Beastie? Why is this shirt chroming out so hard? Too, that's weird. Alex Bowman is good at qualifying it today. Hellfish, don't change the subject! No! Don't change the subject! You dingleberry? Dingleball? Hone. Can you disable one drive and compare the acceleration? Sure. You Dinkleberg. Alright. Oh, actually, hold on a second, Raid. I disabled the wrong drive. I disabled the one that's broken. So I'm gonna guess if we were able to get 2.5 acceleration with this before, dude, I'm gonna guess that this thing will probably... There's the leg. I'm gonna guess that this probably is gonna get us like 1.25, right? Like... Stand by for engagement of the drive. Raid, sorry, I didn't see your response. You gonna be around tomorrow? We'll mess with the propulsion tomorrow. Yeah, there we go. She's starting to click. Yeah, the drive kicks in just fine up here. Mr. Conry, you have the con. Alright, let's give it. We got 1G of acceleration with this thing, man. Very nice. Yeah, I'll be here. Alright, cool, man. Thank you. With one drive, dude. One drive is pushing like 2,200. Not bad. $2,200 tons, by the way. How many parts did we end up getting at? 800. 800 with the Kraken drives. Do some refining up here. Yeah, 800 is pretty much where I thought it would be. Yeah, I have. Anytime the nozzles glow on the motors, guys, that means the drive is on. What mods are you running? I have Astronomer's Visual Pack, Waterfall, Parallax, and that's it. Are you not doing the Python coding anymore? No, not right now, Niroku. I kind of stopped so we could do fun, like crazy stuff in KSP. Now that you've had success with inline drives, will you try to put a reverse inline? I mean... maybe. This thing is zapping electric charge though, but that's what you need to compensate for two inline drives. Or, well, a single inline drive. Let's bring this thing to maximum and see what it does. Yeah, 1.5, 1.4. Not bad. Early access, Niroku. It's a nice ship. Are you planning to do a brachistochrone or Hohmann transfer? I'm going to... what I want is a theoretical maximum brachistochrone trajectory. I want to try to get to, like, Eve in an hour. With this. I want to try to get to the moon in a couple of minutes. Call it the Leaning Tower of Power. Nice. Then you want like 15 Gs of acceleration unless you want to burn the burn to last like 30 minutes. I know. See what I mean, guys? In MotoKit, that's part of the reason why I'm just trying to get this thing to tick off the runway and fly. That's one of the big reasons. Because if it can't tick off the runway and fly, like, yeah, the Kraken drive will work up here, but... Yeah, I mean, this is like some expanse stuff. We could get out, theoretically, to the moon with a drive like this in an hour. I want to get to Eve in an hour. I want it to take more time for us to get up and circularize than it is to that it takes to like get to the moon. Yeah. Yeah, too bad we're going away from the moon. The moon's behind us. Anyway, okay. I saw what I wanted to see, guys. Here, I'm gonna shut the drive down. We'll optimize the drive propulsion around this chassis tomorrow. It's got to be at least 5G as MotoKid. Yeah, I would prefer more. And I think if we scale up these drives, we can go more. So we got to do more propulsion research tomorrow. We got to do propulsion research, Kraken drive propulsion research. I got to finish the front of this damn thing. And then we got to work on the payload bay door. And as predicted, part count's kind of screwing me right now. So we got to work on the front payload bay door and go from there. Hey, Snacklist, 45 month resub. I sent you a DM, but got an absolute steal on my first car. Cars. Nice. Good for you. That's good, Snacklist. You got that for a good price. You got an 06 Outback for $1,500. Very nice. Snackless, what do you think of endurance? Yeah, good looking ship. We're gonna need some solar panels. I'm thinking these forward payload bay guys, I might end up putting solar panels in them, like a deployable solar array. What if we put the solar panel module from our ISS build in each one of these things and we just fold out a solar array to recharge? That, and then we could put like fuel cells inside of the drive bay here. Have you ever done a viewer car show? You send in personals to review them. You know what, Cupid? I've never done that. No. We've done the GTA car show, but yeah, like if you have a car you want to show me, just shoot me a picture. Don't those engines have alternators? Yeah, but we're gonna need some solar arrays chilling for this thing. And the solar's got to generate some pretty damn good power. Yeah, MotoKid, it's accelerate for half, decelerate for half. But there's a theoretical maximum, right? And that maximum is really dependent on how fast you can accelerate. The Brachista cone trajectory changes depending on, well, how much power you have, right? So if we're accelerating at 1G, that trajectory is going to look very different than if we can accelerate at 10, right? Last time I saw your car, I said I was disappointed with you. Right, so a big bird out and a big bird would what? Just be an OP home? And I mean, no, that's... I'm not sure, dude. I'm too tired to answer this question, man. I'm sorry. The jet lag is still killing me. On any other day, I'd sit here and show you how to swing when it comes to that stuff. But yeah, I think a home and transfer basically implies you're burning when you leave and you're burning when you get there, right? I think brachystic prone is the theoretical maximum optimization of a home and transfer, I think. Don't quote me on that one. So how'd you get this into orbit? Lostkin, I edited it up there just a second ago to see if my propulsion works. We haven't figured out a way to get it off the ground yet, but we will soon. That's good, Cyber. Yeah, it's a good car. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's a Subaru, I guess. That's kind of neat. Yeah, I gotta redo the front of this thing a little bit, guys. Just a little bit. It needs a detail pass, because that looks like dookie. Yeah, rough. It's a good one, man. It's a good one. I was expecting not to be even be able to think about flight school for another year, though. I could start this year with that price. Yeah, man. Snackless, and that's a thing in life that you're kind of learning. Like, you know that stupid quote about it, you take 100% of you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky, remember that one? Dude, what that means is use everything that you possibly can to your advantage, and that's what you're doing. So yeah, see, kind of crazy, right? When you do stuff like that, ridiculous things happen, like streaming on Twitch for 10 years. You know, I sat here the day that, Rain noticed the stream, like way back in 2013, I started to get a huge following here, and then I never took my foot off the gas pedal. See, just utilize it. There's opportunities out there. Utilize every one to your advantage. And don't get me wrong, like, that's what you're doing. I'm not telling you to do this. You're already doing it. But crazy when that happens, right? You never know. You never know. This thing's cool, man. I'm happy the way this thing came out. All right. Hey, Alucard. You're catching me at the end, dudes. That was a solid 10 hours of Kerbal. Very good. Hello. Goodbye. Yeah, endurance is almost done. Almost done. Alright, dudes. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Let's see who we can raid. Dude, Rocket Guy is playing KSP. Let's go see what Rocket Guy's doing. He's an actual rocket scientist that's playing KSP. I'm gonna shoot the raid over to him, dudes. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Tomorrow we will work on our propulsion systems for the endurance, and I gotta finish the front, and then we gotta finish the payload bay, and then then it's testing. I think we can get all that done tomorrow. Yeah, that's not a problem. So let's go raid Rocket Guy. Let's see what he's up to. Give him a raid. He's an actual rocket scientist. Motorkid, maybe he can help you answer your trajectories question. So let's go see what Rocket Guy's up to, and I will talk to you guys all tomorrow at around noontime. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.